Hello and welcome in everyone to another day of LPL, trying out a different setup again today, so hopefully things are fine with that. And after today's games, I'll also be playing some variety as well, so stay tuned if you'd like to see some Replaced, which was just released yesterday. I played 5 hours of it. It's a really fun game, very Cyberpunk 2.5D, and you can stick around and see some more from that. There, I'm going to hope that nothing crashes today, because as you know what happened last time where we tried the more advanced setup, we did have a blue screen, so that was less good. Anyway, TT coming in. They have Arna's AD carry. Things have changed for them. Whereas, you know, look at things before, right? You know, Sassy and Climber had a bit of a mixed... They've had a bit of a mixed bag themselves. You know, Ultra Prime, a team which has not always given the most information on when their rosters are going to be updated or not. You know, last split, they ended up having some pretty okay players at points. And then they ended up kind of parting ways with them, it would seem. You know, definitely had some negatives in there, I suppose. Because last split they had Liangchen and Grizzly. Don't get me wrong, Grizzly was an issue, but I thought Liangchen was fine. And if you look at their Demacia Cup run, Luoyuyo, their jungler from that point, was actually pretty decent. I was surprised to see them let that player go. You know, such is the way of esports. Such is the way of esports. Should be onto the stage soon. I gotta go get myself a coffee. I gotta go, yeah, do things like that. And then we'll be back into it, folks. So I'll be back in just 1 second. Hello and welcome in, everyone. I suppose Sam doesn't... yes, Sam should have At some point, we're figuring out stuff as we go through here. And Sam, just so you know, Sam, cameras will be done through there. I need to change the lens of that, though, which is obviously not very helpful, so I'll go do that now.
It's got a really cool view of me being
TT versus Ultra Prime.
Yes.
Got a couple of roster changes coming through.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. So we'll talk about them as we get onto stage. So a little bit more to talk about in this matchup than I would have thought. Ultra Prime had, I believe they've picked up, TT had picked up Arn as their AD carry now. Ultra Prime picked up Sassy and Climber. So a fair amount different in terms of the teams, because obviously TT had, oh my god, I forgot, that obviously comes at the expense of Ryan 3.
It does, yeah.
Sam, my favourite one was Ryan 153.
We were at Ryan 153. Again, look, he's finally been put to rest, you know?
Oh, the category's wrong.
Which of course is a problem, because of course Ryan 3 was another one of those LDL AD carries who came up from the depths. Was there to replace 1XN, of course, who've been on TT the last year or so and have been very, very good for them. But finding someone to replace 1XN is never an easy feat. And TT in general, bit of a budget roster, bit of a young roster, still figuring things out. Of course, Arn is anything but, he's a lot more experienced. We had some hope for him rejoining the LPL last year, and then there was the promotion tournament where Arn on Kaiser decided it was National 1v1 Skarner Day and failed his ultimate via Skarner several times and got picked off by Monkey Skarner.
He actually got picked off mid-flight, which was the crazy one, which was the fly swatter, caught the mosquito out of the air with chopsticks pretty much for that one.
Yeah, it was pretty insane.
It was really, really crazy. So yeah, obviously both these teams fighting for their lives in Nirvana. This is the split, folks, where if you finish bottom 2, that's effectively it. Your split is done, your year is done. So, in a single round robin between this amount of teams, you do really feel the pressure come on. Right, we're going to go change the music over as well, so let's do that. And then I suppose we'll get into it, so.
Indeed we shall. How are we feeling on the other side about Ultra Prime, Al?
Look, I was saying this a little bit to chat before, right, but Ultra Prime was a team that had like Luoyu playing in Demacia Cup. I actually thought he was pretty good. He didn't play in the first split though, so something changed there. Grizzly was an issue in split 1. He's now gone. So they picked up Sassy and Climber. But I thought that Liangchen was actually not their issue from last split.
No,
He's gone too. So Ultra Prime, I struggle with them a little bit because I feel like they do actually have some decent players hanging about on the roster, and particularly given that LPL now kind of is the development league. In the bottom end of things, because LDL is somewhat, it's in a difficult state. I look at these teams like Ultra Prime and I think, well, they should be the ones with the developing players, because you know they're the lower tier teams in LPL, and some of those players I don't feel get the real opportunity to showcase what they can really do. So players like Luoyu and Liangchen for top and jungle, I thought probably fell into that category.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. Of course, Sassy and Climber, a little more experienced, not exactly the most veteran players in the LPL.
Yeah, they were on LGD for a bit.
Yes,
right?
they were, yeah. And LGD were a passable team at LDL level, at least. But again, that's not the same as coming up to LPL and having a good time. And again, Group Nirvana in general, only 6 teams. A third of those teams are done for the year. And that's a fairly significant issue to manage, to say the least.
That it is. I guess we're just waiting for things to come onto stage, folks. So we'll be waiting until that comes through. I'm going to tilt that down there. So yeah, Sam, this screen is going to be a little bit cramped over on this side. It is just what it is going to be. Like on our side, folks, basically we're going to be seeing like a lot of tech at all times, basically. With yeah, because I wanted to play that thing later. Sorry, I went live with the replaced category. I hope that doesn't affect viewership too much, but anyway, it should be okay. It is what it is. Obviously, folks, come in and enjoy yourselves some LPL. Should be a fun time. This is going to be peak Nirvana gaming. We'll see how that goes.
Wait, that's a cool salute. The little fingers into scissors into fingers again. It's quite cool. It's a salute from the salute.
Hey Selenius, good to see you.
虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。扫描上方二维码，定制 LPL 队服队员 ID。开局吗？开就开！ 感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然占吧。傲风电竞椅连续6年中国电竞椅销量第一。
This looks like the start of things, guys. Oh yes. Oh. Chippers at the start of this video. Wait, they've got JDG's chat leader in the video?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
I missed him being in there.
The first standing clips are so crazy too. Onto stage we go. Shanghai, our venue for our first series of the day, and it should be for a second one too, actually, with Waybo vs IG also being teams who play at the neutral venue, and TT come out onto the stage first.
Here they arrive. Relatively quiet date, though early on. We'll see it all plays out. I'm assuming we are in Shanghai.
Sam, I literally just said that.
No, it's just it'd be the neutral stage.
Ultra Prime.
Oh god, sorry, I found the quote funny. Ultra Prime following up after them. Smile on the face there. Some new players on either side. Of course, in Group Nirvana, only have a single round robin, much less games played, so much less chance to strut your stuff and show what you can do.
LPL 第2赛段组内赛第2周第1日的首场对局将由 TT 对阵 UP， 比赛即将开始 ，LPL 无畏竞巅峰。
And with that, we move closer to our first game of the day. As we said, new players for either side. Fair amount to prove for either teams. This is their first series of Split 2. Both these teams have been ones with mixed tracks records within the LPL. TT really hit those heady highs. Well, this time last year was, or just before that, really, after they'd just beaten BLG in that best of 5 last year. That was the highlight of TT. And besides that, you know, there were points with UCal holding the flag for them, really, a number of times over the years before that, from 2023 to 2024. It's quite sad, actually, quite bittersweet, actually, to see them kind of like find that success without UCal, who was such a big part. He dyed his hair blue to match the team.
It was pretty crazy,
you know,
yeah.
That was the dedication which he had to that team. Ultra Prime on the other side, I think they've always been, like, in our community, a bit of a like kind of like an underdog favorite. You know what I mean? They're the one which we had a soft spot for because they kept trying.
Shout out to .yahoo, wherever you are.
Yeah. Let's get rid of those ads there as well. Let's get the cameras on. Okay, cool. As we get closer to the first draft of the day. Again, we're just training out some different tech stuff here, but here we go. All right, let's get into our first game of the day. TT versus Ultra Prime, game 1 here in Shanghai. First series for both of them down in Group Nirvana. And as we see, we have ourselves the full roster changes through on the bottom of the screen because they don't always announce it until the day of. So some players you might not expect, Sassy and Climber for Ultra Prime, and Henna as well. Whereas on the other side for TT, it's Arn who's the big change there.
Of course, people like Saber returning. Always good to see people like that back in action. Got themselves the captain's badge this time around as well. Of course, TT largely stuck with more of the roster from last year. Of course, Arm being that, or last split rather. Though, of course, keeping noted. Rise gets first pick despite being on red side again. For those of you still a little bit newer to the system. Side select and first pick. Necessarily chained together as they always have been, but the Jarvan was let through draft and so was pretty swiftly locked up. Corki go alongside it, early lane prio to try and give that Jarvan some oomph.
I'm telling you, man, this like Samba Champions-like music, it gets me every time. It's a good way to wake up in the morning. Thank you so much for the resub as well. Rayman, I really appreciate you. The Jarvan being picked alongside the Corki means that there's less carries which can hop out of that. Cataclysm, because our Corki's one of the more mobile ones. Now TT could get Pantheon. They choose to go for the Shinzo instead. I mean, Pantheon Rise, I think, is the most powerful duo in the game. I really don't like teams passing this up. I think it is really, really powerful. They go to the Shinzo, who has a bit more like level 1 to 3 fighting potential, but it's not like Pantheon can't do that. And giving up the ability to have that double global from mid-jungle, I think is a mistake, personally.
Potentially better pairing with the Ambessa in the sense you can both dive all ways away, but you don't have the single target route.
That's the thing, 'cause I would argue actually the Pantheon's even better with the Ambessa because point and click into the ultimate.
So you are a better team fighter as the Shinzo, just innately because your ult is so good. You've got better sustain, all those kinds of things. So assuming if you are looking for like a Yunara Lulu lane, the Lulu is better with the Shinzo innately. So we'll see exactly what they decide towards. Corki Nami has been locked in. Ashe banned out, of course, in the first round. Bans means that there's no look at Ashe Seraphine, which has been the lane to beat as of the current meta. Bot lane still leave a TT. Looking like solo lane still needed for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a difference in the first 3 picks. Leaving both solo lanes up, that's often, or rather leaving both of them down. You know, that's okay because you can kind of counter pick both of them and you can most of the time find something else. In terms of leaving bot lane through in its entirety to second round, because the other teams picked their stuff already, it's so much harder to find a top tier bot lane that can survive. Now, Arn has come in. They will be playing their first games here for TT. So perhaps Arn, who is a more veteran player, has a larger champion pool than many. Perhaps he can fix that issue, but on paper, it is a bit of a mistake to leave your bot lane while the other one's been picked in this meta, in these kind of drafts.
Yeah, I agree. What are we now looking to lock in here to go with it? I'm imagining we want the mid laner. Although in fairness, you've seen the Ambessa already into it, so you don't have to lock mid right now. It's not like you're counter-picking yourself per se. So you can certainly make some decisions. Sassy was always a big enjoyer of the Udyr, and we'll lock it in. It's been a hot minute, but there it is.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Sam. Sassy was a big Udyr player, one of those things which falls off. I suppose it's just the Yunara Lulu to TT, because they have actually let that go through. I'm somewhat surprised that Ultron didn't just ban the supports instead. I didn't pay close enough attention to that. Could also end up going towards something like the Aphelios Thresh. No, I reckon it'll just be the Yunara Lulu. Top tier bot lane has been let through, and I think that's a mistake by Ultra Prime in draft. I think they were given an option to ban away a bunch of different bot lanes, and they chose the Ezreal and the Lucian. I think they should have banned like the Lulu and then maybe even the Millia after that.
But they've gone for Arn specialties rather than necessarily meta picks, haven't they? In the Ezreal and the Lucian, of course, that was some of the champions he was more known for across his career, so trying to make him uncomfortable here. Don't necessarily know how his Yunara will beat, slightly newer champion. The Cassiopeia is the last pick for Saber. Very good matchup into the Rise, and not bad into things like the Ambessa, Shinzo. Even the Yunara is relatively short range. Lots of people who can end up being petrified and not enjoy the miasma, particularly in the likes of that Ambessa and that Shinzo.
Well, we're going to talk about the team compositions, folks, and if you want to hear us talk about them, well, you're going to have to subscribe on Twitch because we're going to go into a quick ad break to make sure we don't get any ads in game. So we'll see you in just a minute and 30 seconds. In terms of over, I need to remember not to put my mouse that way because it's going to go onto the screen this time because we have a display capture rather than the window capture. That's going to be annoying. Okay, is what it is. Ultra Prime, obviously the odd one out here is that Udyr.
Yeah.
Like, what is the Udyr going to do? The thing which I've always said about the Udyr is that it is a... No, the Udyr is a pushing tank at the early levels of the game. That is the bonus you get with that champion. If that's the only bonus you have with that champion, you don't do anything at those early stages, why are you picking this champion? So Sassy will have to prove to us that there's something special about this champion. I haven't seen it played anywhere else in the meta right now. It is definitely the odd one out here.
That's the plan. 1 to 2 items will be key there. Otherwise, I'm a little nervous about things like Cassiopeia coming, or rather... least you got the Cassiopeia and stuff a little later on. But of course, then you look at the side and thinking, well, there's this Rise, there's Ambessa. They're not exactly the slouches the game gets later and later and later. On drafts, nonetheless. Been a little while since I've had to cast a new day. Let's see if I remember all the ability names, eh? But before we get to that particular part of the casting regime, we've got ourselves some Gyos to contend with. Appreciate you TT fans. May not be many of you, but you commit anyway. That's what we're doing. I appreciate you putting some effort in. Henna being chunked out a little there by Henna, but not to too much further problems. Feather also did eat a little bit of early damage, but again, as a support, you care a little less about that.
There is something quite funny about the pronunciation of Henna and Feather. It's like in my head, the syllables are exactly the same. I don't know if you realized when you said Henna got chunked out by Henna, and I was like, huh? He chunked himself out. And I was like,
I thought Henna and so did Feather, I think is what I wanted to say.
And that's what I was saying, wow, the syllables sit exactly the same place in my brain. I'm like, oh no, now it's you're going to do the rune prison. No, I got it right, the rune prison, the realm wars.
Yeah.
Going to do the same
There
thing.
will be no realm prisons today.
Oh god, someone has blown to that bot lane as I realize I'm not awake enough to deal with the same bits of memory in my brain, much like a computer being taken over by the same bit of information, Sam. It's a bit of worrying. Early push in by Arn and Feather, pushing in with that Yunara Lulu. Junhao going from top to bot. Shinzao is, the Jarvan is as well. Thank you so much for the sub, by the way, Monsters. Of course, jungle invades, jungle advantage has kind of been the name of the meta. I would have thought that if you have a pushing top lane, you would have maybe pathed towards that. But they're choosing not to, just letting Sassy sit on an island.
They are. TT Keshi's castle is currently under siege by Sassy on the Udyr.
I just remembered that.
Yeah, baby. Wait, it's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere.
It's Takeshi's cattle. No, not cattle.
Takeshi's cattle.
No, that's if. That's if. Oh god, that's when.
Oh, that's when he's. That's when he's farming well, is it?
That's when he's playing Alistair. Yeah. Oh god. It's going to be a long day, folks. Okay, so the bounce back comes in from bot lane. Climber's level 4 going through his entire camps. That's just the clean feed stuttering. That's not on our end, I don't think. We'll give a quick refresh and see what happens. I hope that's fine.
See, everything else seems to be okay.
You all good there, clean feed? There we go. They're doing something around that bot scuttle, which helps. There you go. Cool stuff.
Fantastic. Arn gets chunked, but Henna was also chunked in trade. Does, however, burn themselves for some priority. So Climber will be able to get in and get that Skull Crab, potentially dive here. In fact, the fact that Arn is so low has led him to reset a significant distance away. Feather's the one who has to pick up the remains of this wave.
They get a plate from that, they get a reset for the Corki. You'll notice the Corki's backed all the way off to make sure that Feather can't get a cheeky recall stop like that either. So the Corki will get a clean back. I presume it'll be a tier. Corki doesn't tend to go for the cull, worth noting, which I think there are definitely some cases where it actually should be the case. Interesting enough, LS did a full wiki read-through on a bunch of champions.
I saw, yeah.
One of the things he was suggesting is that there are a bunch of champions which should just be going cull, even in other lanes. Like Cull Azir was one of the things he was talking about, probably because of the on-hit trade. But to be honest, Sam, I think that item is just so broken at getting you towards mid-game. If you're already winning lane, you don't need, in pro, you don't need the kind of the inconsistency of, can I just flip the lane harder? Sometimes you need, I'm going to get ahead of the lane, you can't stop me from farming, and I'm going to get like an extra bunch of gold, which helps me get towards second item.
Yeah, indeed, that's the plan. TT Keshi should get a little bit of chunk there. Just get a turret shot, but again, there is still that nice old shield to be just fine. So hang on, let me see if I can think. We've got Wingborn Storm, Blazing Stampede, and is it Iron Mantle?
Yes.
There we go. Those are the three of them. Obviously, there's still...
There's the other one.
Oh, wait, you're right, there is. Where's Wingborn Storm again? Keshi's actually going to be a bit careful. He's going to get the reactivation. Yeah, it's a little bit dicey. It's going to be just about okay. Gets marked, left at about 10%. No death threat there.
All I remember is Tiger Stance, Turtle Stance, Phoenix Stance, and...
Bear Stance.
Bear Stance.
Flash Bear Slap.
Flash Bear Slap.
Shout out to Trev out there.
Shout out Trevor.
And congratulations, of course, to
Yeah,
Quickshot and Becca, who are expecting sometime soon. Another esports baby on the way.
Gosh, it seems like everyone's decided now is the time to create a new generation of esports.
We're gonna have a new generation of gamers coming forward very shortly.
Incredible. I appreciate the hype train for everyone, by the way, and the bits there, Montes. Appreciate you. How much do we have to gift for you to drink Pilk on stream? Oh God.
So okay, that will be a subathon goal.
Yeah. So for those of you who are unaware of what Pilk it is, it's Pepsi milk. Don't question it.
If you do, there is. I don't know whether you've got the PLG emote.
I don't think I do, but I know that you do. I
do. Yeah.
Pilky gaming, as they talk about that. Hannah jumping forwards and then quickly jumping back as Arn uses the last of the mana to push back the Corki. Does that open up a Dragon Star? Maybe, but then the Yunara wouldn't be able to fight on that mana either.
Yeah, there's no honey fruit in the river, which was what I was looking for. In fact, there's the honey fruit just spawning now, so I wonder whether that gets pinged and the Yunara is said to pick it up. The Jarvan slipped pretty well out of vision, trying to get onto this rise, but Heru is safe enough right now.
No, it's not pickle milk. That would be a step too far, even for a brave soul such as
myself.
They do
have the PLG emote, yes!
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, no, it's people who subscribe to you spamming it in my channel.
That's well done, my subscribers. Congratulations, there are dozens of us.
John Howe going towards red buff. Spots are going down there. Does he spot the Cassiopeia behind him? I don't think he does, but he does have the level 6 ahead of the Jarvan.
Does indeed. Public execution over the wall as well. Very nicely done. And now Keshi could potentially hunt for a little bit more. Sassy was keeping the Ambessa busy, but can't stop the ult happening. And unfortunately, Climate gets pulled down to ground.
Yeah, Saber went over for the invade. Of course, John Howe got the Scuttle Crab for level 6 just before that, so Climate didn't have the level 6. And then Saber, I think, just half-hearts it a little bit, not truly believing in the invade. The Realm Warp came through and TT pick up the first kill, and now suddenly Junhao is a real threat here. Kashi even getting that first kill too. Gives us worries about, well, the Udyr that we'd questioned. We said, look, the Udyr is the odd one out. What are you doing with it? Well, he pushed in. Okay, early laning phase, but Kashi now has a kill and is still even in farm. So for me, Sam, the Udyr has already failed its primary purpose.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure it's the Udyr's fault. He'd done his job, got into the turret, went into the jungle. This is what the Udyr is supposed to do. Not so successful so far. He's picked up the early Bramble Vest and Tier. Likely will be a Thimble Winter, guys. Tends to be the way on the Udyr. I personally like an early Dark Seal or a bit of AP as well. Want a bit of burn in there as well to give that additional bit of threat. You don't need to take too much gold or time out of your inventory. Out of your general build path to worry too much about where things are going. Dragon's going to get picked up there by Thunder Talk's jungle and mid duo. Now the one who picks that one up just fine. Of course, we are still looking at John Howe on the shin, so keep our eyes on it. Again, chose to go towards that over something like the Pantheon. And there's probably some reasons for that. Again, John Howe loves his early skirmish. He was a big Neferi player when that kind of came to prominence last year. Really liked to be able to snowball and skirmish and kind of get things snowballing via the jungle. Guys do a lot of our junglers in the LPL, but John Howe was always one of our better ones at that. Kind of brought him to some prominence, really, when TT, who was he on last year with John Howe? I'm trying to remember exactly. We'll have to wait on that. There was some barriers broken by Arn and crew. I'm looking around the river.
Just fixing some audio stuff in the background, just make sure that we're balanced up as best as possible. Harry getting that Realm Warp. No, Realm Warp. Oh, God, no, I'm just saying the completely wrong ability. Rune Prison onto the Cassiopeia. Does have the Realm Warp on cooldown. Climber gets the smite there, so he does get himself a little bit more gold in pocket. Of course, down a bit of farm and the assist to Junhao. So need to keep an eye on that jungle matchup. If the Cassiopeia, Jarvan can't really hold their own in the 2v2 mid jungle, that's where things, I think, start get really bad for Ultra Prime. Because, again, I don't think their composition is as synergistic as TT's when you do have this top side, which can very quickly close the distance, especially if Ryze gets the Realm Warp and goes into the play. I think the Ultra Prime have issues with that. Grub started by Ultra Prime. TT, I don't think they're really going to be contesting here. Everyone else moving to other parts of the map. And that'll be 3 Grubs to the side of Ultra Prime.
That's the one. Climate picks that up just fine.
No, I'm not sure it's not the Rune Warp. That is the problem. It could well be the Rune Warp, and at this point, I've said the wrong thing so many times that it could well be that. It's not even an easy thing, it's not even an easy thing to get wrong. I've just conditioned my brain into having a new mental pathway for that.
Yeah, worth a little note as well. I was just reminding myself, because where was John Howe last year? Of course, he was on Ultra Prime when the Neferi meta was going back forwards. We had a decent amount of success from him at that point.
Yeah, his Shinzo. Remember that Shinzo 1v3 in the mid lane? Crazy stuff from the young jungler, that.
Again, he's back on that Shins now has got the Sundered Sky, looking to continue to keep this lead that he's picked up early on, the early assist, the early CS lead. Those are good things for the jungle right now in general. Whenever are they not? But still, maybe you look topside though as Climber comes across, can look for a potential cataclysm. But Keshi just out of range right now, doesn't quite get the hop over the wall, is trapped in there with everyone else. There's the public execution, buys himself a little bit of time. There's a decent shield, the Eclipse, the Stray Count step, still not going to be quite enough even with all the lacerates in the world. And Climber is the one who picks up the kill on the top lane.
That was a very extended gank from Climber. Goes from his own tri-brush or his own little bush behind the top lane, right the way to the enemy turret. Keshi had no flash, very nearly made it out, credit to him. Sassy will end up getting himself the assist, gets a couple of turret plates. Climber gets the kill. While that's happening, Junhao is taking away bot camps. It was quite an extended play, as we were saying. So Climber only able to get back onto the map now. He can protect his Krugs, but I don't think he'll be able to protect his Raptors. If he jumps onto... because of the way that the Krugs aggroed, he knew that someone was in that brush. That's why he chose not to follow over to them. Because if you hit a jungle camp, they'll attack the nearest target. In that case, it was the Jarvan. So they path that way instead of towards him, which would have given him the chance to jump over the wall. He'll go back to his own camps instead.
That's the one. That's the one. So, mild gold lead to TT, but really is very minimal right now. Been a quiet game so far. Climber is in mid lane, but he's really just strolling across the lane. As Scuttle Crab has spawned topside, as our Raptor camp's about to respawn as well, and Harry just walks across, puts down a water, spot out where the Climber decides to have a look at the enemy Raptor camp. Thank you, mid laners, do that. I've had a lot of mid laners in solo QL who sit under their turret at level 1.
Yeah.
Don't ward your camps, and then you end up in a position where you go across your second phase, second quadrant of jungle, realise it's been taken. You go, this is why mid laners shouldn't sit under their tower at level 1.
To be honest, I do think that a lot of players right the way up into high elo don't do stuff like that, Sam.
It's very annoying though, because it's like, right, I've got this early ward down. I can see they're not there. Move over to my own quadrant. Right, they've stolen my camps. How did I not know this? No one warded. Very annoying.
To be fair, you're not wrong, and in the current meta, having wards like that make a huge difference. I do understand it. However, as a poor immobile Victor walking up at level 1 for that, if you walk up against like a Silas, there is actually a good chance you die.
Just ward my Raptors!
Okay.
Just stick one in the river!
Look, I'm saying, Sam, stuff happens, and it can go really badly. As a poor, I'm just the poor Victor with 3 HP.
I'm a Kiana with Q at level 1. What do you want from me?
Okay. Well, you didn't add in the context that it was Kiana before. That does somewhat change things. But in some other ways, I'm like, well, if something goes wrong at level 1, my Kiana's not going to come and help me. Oh, gosh.
It's alright, I'll have an ability by about 1 minute 10 as I get to smite my buff. Potential look here at Junhao. Dragon spawned. I think we've got ourselves some violence inbound.
Junhao, hang on, potentially that roam walk coming towards that bot side. We've got to fight in the bot river.
They are going to make that play happening. Tidal waves do come across. And Harry will get themselves the little ghost down. Doesn't find too much more to the dragon. They go. Chunk there. Or the ruin does come across. Doesn't really land onto all that much, but the health bar's not fantastic from Ultra Prime here.
Saber's in a decent spot. How much can the Cassiopea do? The dunk onto 3.
The Cataclysm and the Petrifying Gaze follow-up is good. Twin Fangs come flying. Saber gets that kill just fine. The Rocket Barrage comes on down. Gets a little bit more damage after, but the kill is good. The problem is, of course, you lose your jungler as well, so it ends up being the 1-for-1. The health bars, though, for TT low enough they don't want to fight regardless.
Saber gets that kill, really important. Both junglers go down. I initially thought that would cause some issues for Ultra Prime, who I thought in another world would have, won more cleanly there. It's a good 3-man dunk from him. Of course, the wild growth used early on to Junhao. But Saber was full HP. Initially, I thought potentially a jump onto the Cassiopeia could work because they're separated from the team. So what goes wrong here for TT? Well, I suppose it's still a 1-for-1, so calling it wrong is a bit much, really. But obviously the dunk happens as they go into the choke point, and then the 3-man ult goes exceptionally hard here. Saber getting early gold like this is a problem. You mentioned it before, Sam, but there is a chance the Cassiopeia could just kind of like stand and deliver in a couple of these late game fights.
That's the one. That's the one. And again, if you do get to that point, I do worry a little bit about the range. Cassiopeia is playing in a very good range here.
Yeah, and for those of you wondering, by the way, like the reason why we joke around is because technically this is just our own little stream here, and it's just fun to have some fun with you guys and chat as well. So we'll keep that up. It's fun. Hannah walking forwards, good damage from the Corki. Yeah, the Nami hurts with the Imperial Mandate on top of that too.
That's the one. Arn does get chunked out, and then Henna will do his best to make some damage happen. He's got the Trinity Force completed. Of course, Arn already at the one item. Does miss that Arc of Ruin. Slightly frustrating there for him. He's actually not having the easiest start to this game, being chunked out a couple times down with the ult down as well. I think this should realistically be a fairly easy pickup of the early Herald here from Prime.
There's a question in chat as well in terms of who does Lulu polymorph in teamfights? I would argue that you don't. You whimsy your own AD carry instead. I think it's just way more valuable in this game, unless there's something like the Corki jumping into range, you don't really have a poly target. You should probably look to just whimsy your AD carry and help them just go like uber buff, really.
I know there's been a lot of discussion, which you might have to hold here a second, as Keshi's found a little roam towards his mid lane, was spotted up there by that ward. The wards in the mid lane line bushes, people have kind of been discovering, need to be really far over towards the river. Saber has just face-checked Shinzao rather, and Heru backsteps the Cassiopeia. Saber quick enough to get to the turret, but the overloads in the Rune Prison is enough to bring the snake down to size. Pair of nice fancy boots for Heru. And they'll take the kill. Nicely done there.
Keshi ends up cancelling the teleport out of Sassy as well with his own ultimate. So that's a teleport down from Sassy. I'm not going to lie, I think it wouldn't have been very helpful anyway. But Ultra Prime, they lose their mid laner in the top lane. Saber tried to check that brush with the Q. It didn't quite work out the way that you wanted it to, and TT get themselves a kill on the side lane. Reminder, folks, if you are enjoying what you're hearing here, there is no official LPL English broadcast anymore. It was shut down at the end of 2024. So we hold streams like this because I was on the LPL official broadcast, and you know Sam's been joining me here for the last 2.5 years now, something like that, to cast LPL as though it was an official broadcast in the English language, because you deserve it as an audience. It's where I made a lot of very good memories for myself, and I'm sure a lot of you out there have as well. So if you are enjoying what you hear here, this isn't funded by anyone, so if you have this ability to drop a subscription, or even just like, comment, subscribe, it does genuinely help us an awful lot. There is no official LPL English broadcast anymore. It really helps us continue what we're doing, and alongside with the other people doing similar work, like the co-stream LPL English, which is currently around as well. Potential jump onto Keshi here. They have the Herald. They really want to dunk on this guy.
Out comes the Miasma. The Heralds come on down. David takes a couple more turret shots than I think he wanted to there. Didn't drop aggro particularly cleanly. Still, the turret goes down. Nice little overload into that bot lane, and it is secured well. Overcomes the Jarvan.
The Herald used to reposition the Jarvan onto the map. So what's he use as a Battle Herald? Probably not into 3 people. He can potentially get into position to defend bits and pieces of the mid turret. Junhao jumping at him again. Sassy. Wow, that's a lot of damage.
Okay, Sassy has upgraded a few abilities between the Fimbulwinter and the Thornmail. Caused absolute strife there towards poor old Heru, who realized that trial and tribulation is not one for him to withstand, and decides he needs to flash and ghost away.
Yeah, ow! Sam, that's a Ryze. Ryze is meant to be pretty good at just like standing up against these tanks which just walk at you and doing a bunch of damage to them. Doesn't work there. Tower's going to go to Sassy. Perhaps, Sam, we've misjudged the Udyr in terms of what it can do beyond the early game. Harry's walking at him now. There's a teleport and a Shinzao heading towards him.
Yeah, he's going to flash away. Blazing Stampede rolling. Needs to keep rolling backwards as here comes the teleport. It's all been a ruse. They can't catch the Udyr. Throw down that stance. The Cataclysm was there. The Public Execution as well. The Miasma. The Petrifying Gaze and the Tidal Wave. Fangs become twinned up. Heru goes down. And Keshi tries to dive on forwards. Knock up with the Wild Growth. Great arrival there from the Lulu. Climber still low. The heal keeps him alive for a second or two, but Keshi is a nightmare at the back end of this one on. Also diving around with all of those Fiend Hunter bolts, and the Transcendence rolling. The Spirit well and truly cultivated as Keshi picks up a double, make it a triple, and the turnaround play from Thunder Talk makes it theirs to run with.
Welcome to the castle, says Takeshi in the top lane. Got the Wild Growth onto 3 people to keep himself alive and get that CC down. The Ambessa went insane in that fight as TT got the damage they needed. After what was a pretty poor start to that play on the top side, that's going to give them the top side out of turrets. That'll give, obviously, a huge amount of gold to this Ambessa. Sam, they haven't, obviously, recalled. They're going to get beyond 2 items after this bag. You know, initially, the player was onto the Udyr. I don't know if that's really the target you really want to be investing this much for, which is why I thought, well, this could be a huge mistake, especially when you start getting things like this Cataclysm and then a huge Petrifying Gaze coming out onto the whole group. But the Cassiopeia hasn't scaled yet. They get a ton of damage onto the Ryze, but that's not damage onto the Ambessa. And then look at this Wild Growth. Gives enough of a continuation onto the play for things to go kind of mad afterwards. And you'll notice that after that Wild Growth, the HP bars are still hugely in favor of TT, despite the fact that they don't have the Rise, and then again, you know, the Jarvan was already down. It's still technically a 4v4, and Keshi sees his angle, goes mental.
Yeah, you can't come and invade his castle like that, guys. We've all seen the shenanigans he gets up to, and it is absolutely vile stuff. Great fight from Arn as well, actually, off on that flank angle, managed to drag Henna and a few other people very low. Henna has been trying his best there on the court. He just didn't have enough DPS at this point, and that Ambessa now 1,500 gold ahead. I just don't think there's anyone who can manage that.
No, and he's going to go towards like a GA or a Death's Dance, and that will be a problem. What's up, Sam?
There was a little bit of replay audio overlap there, where we had some big noises all at once. So.
Oh, I just saw Sam just like eyes wide and thinking, oh god, is there a tech issue again? Not, yes there is, but not on our end.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was a little confused, like what am I hearing? And the answer was everything, guys.
I'm sure our neighbors think the same thing sometimes when we get up to our shenanigans, Sam.
I'm really trying to hold back on bringing back the in the mid lane, the mighty mid lane.
Oh, you
with
mean
Heru rather than Haru, which was
okay.
the better one.
Bloody hell, good damage onto Arn there. Is this Henna that does that instead? Yeah, Sam's been really fixated on that for many
years.
Folks.
It's one of those little.
It's like trying to make fetch happen, Sam.
I don't need to. I need to make it happen for me. Anyone else would have to enjoy it. It's just me.
Yeah, well, that may be the case.
Junhao left at about 2/3. A good chunk there from Henna, who has got that 2-item Corki. Now trying to shove through mid. Group up well. The Realm Warp is coming. Junhao left at about 20%. The Miasma is a little bit scary there. And look, the Ambassador's scary, but they're the one with the major gold lead. Everyone else, yeah, you've got the gold lead, but it's not necessarily game ending, especially at these item spikes.
So now the mid lane siege continues. Of course, TT picked up the dragon before, 2-1, and that, ow, yeah, the Corki has good damage, but the Rise does stand and deliver well on the other side. Ultra Prime, I suppose they just think, well, if everyone's going to start flying at us in side lanes, we'll group up in mid lane, see if we can take down that turret instead. They've not quite been successful at that. And now we start to have questions about scaling and overall team composition, Sam, because with this kind of item build from the Cassiopeia, you're pretty hard to burst out because you got the double HP items, or the double quote-unquote defensive items of the Rod of Ages and the Seraphs. And of course, the Udyr is very tanky too. But my worry is, where does the damage actually come from Ultra Prime? You know, you have that Cassiopeia beyond 2 items can do a lot of that, but I think that the Shinzai will do more damage than the Jarvan in this kind of game.
Yeah,
I think the Ambassador will massively outdamage the Udyr, whilst also having similar scaling in mid lane from the Rise, and the Yunara has the Lulu to match the Corki. So I think that TT have way more damage to bring to the table. So Ultra Prime, they need to be quite careful, actually, I think, because any one person in the right position can really threaten them, whereas I think on their side, they need another item on Cassiopeia, it feels like, from that DPS check from top lane.
Yeah, they do. And again, if you kill one person, it's all well and good, but there are 2 or 3 other people you're going to have to manage here, and that is not necessarily the simplest, as Alex has been noting. Couple minutes till the next dragon. So, Ambassador, nearly at that 3rd item. You're looking like I want to say a GA, though, of course, that little Noxian, I forgot what the name is, like the medallion. It's got a name. I never do remember this component name. I can only apologise for that one. Could be the Death's Dance, which would be fine. Feather gets jumped on, forced to flash and wild growth. Climber now going to back away. Cataclysm for Flash, Wild Growth. Not a bad trade, all things said and done. Keshi, though, is shoving towards his bot tier 2.
Steel Sigil, name
that's the one,
component.
thank you.
That's the one. I always thought it was the Noxian Sigil thing, which I think kind of, because it looks like the one from TFT, or when they had that thing through that. But I think it's the Steel Sigil component. Although, to be honest, mate, even though it's changed several years ago now, I still struggle with some of the small components. I'm like, I just build that on the way to a GA, or a Death Dance. What do you want from me?
It's the one.
God.
And I think it is supposed to be like some Noxian coin, isn't it? They're supposed to be like part, or like the thing that shows you're part of some elite Noxian
I thought it was like a metal thing.
Yeah, because it's like I think Samira has one. That kind of thing is the idea.
Yeah, I don't know what. No, Steel Talon is not the name of that. There is Dark Steel Talons. That's an arena item which turns your armor into on-hit true damage.
That's quite cool.
Which was really, really broken for attack speed Rammus.
Okay.
And Master Yi could use that and kind of just one-shot every tank in the game. That was not fair for a while. Okay, Dragon up in less than a minute. TT would like to get a 3rd to threaten Soul later. Ultra Prime. I suppose it just gives them a chance to front-to-back team fight, which is what they'd really like to do away from a turret, because the extra turret damage is obviously not going to help.
No, it's not. Arn does eat a little bit of damage there. Wild Growth should be up in time for the Dragon. Indeed, it will be 6 seconds or so up. Again, no flash on the Lulu, though. Makes her potentially vulnerable. Baron, also a consideration. 25 minutes in. It's been a relatively slow game in the grand scheme of LPL
Very
things.
much
And we
so,
are
yeah.
seeing the Baron's got... Again, you have got the Udyr. You can just tank this and burn it relatively quickly.
You can do. The Cassiopeia, I mean, 2.5 items. Does anyone come over to check? No one is right now. Keshi, there, managed to get a ward into the back of the pit. They have to peel off now. Dragon is spawned. Ultra Prime don't have positioning on it. They chose to give up that positioning to go to the Baron instead.
For that sneak. Now, Heru starts the Dragon solo. Looks like he will be tasked with doing that. Soul point for TT on the board.
It is, but TT, again, not actually rushing the Dragon down either because Arn was on the reset, had the Infinity Edge. So they're delaying their objective set to say, look, we've got a huge item. I know it's technically not good for our Dragon/Baron setup, but now we have, like, the Sledgehammer on our AD carry instead. Oh, missing onto Saber.
And there's a miasma that comes on down anyway. Heru forced to flash from that flag in the drive by the Cataclysm, then follows on the back end of it, though, with that Transcendence. Comes across with a massive Arc of Ruin. Climber misses the flag and drags the Realm Warp over the wall. And TT continue to enjoy their fortifications. The castle remains undefeated.
Arn hops over into 4, immediately puts the Infinity Edge to use as TT just have more damage, Sam. It's easier to put down, and they're finding it onto the right targets. They're going to have to try and contest in a 3v5, and Sam, that's not going to get any easier. They jump onto the Cassiopeia, and the Snake might lose his outer skin.
The 3 Talon Strikers there. Henna looks to get 1 and will at least pick up the Lulu. The problem is the rest of us are looking too good. That's not bad from the Cassiopeia, actually. Gets another. Gonna look for Xiaoxia, though, and we'll pick him up, and I don't think they can pick up Saber as well. But 3 for the price there is not bad from Ultra Prime.
Well, yeah, they end up getting Heru because Henna jumps in to kill the Rise, and that'll stop the Baron. So the Baron is no longer available for TT. It's a good 3v5 contest. They get a hell of a lot out of that, Sam.
Impressive work. And of course, Dragon's not gone down either. Again, the gold lead still extends for Thundertop, but with the key members falling there just makes things that little bit tricky to continue on with what they were doing. TP's back in. Actually, I think they want to have a look at the Baron.
Well, I mean, Climber's back. I mean, Udyr always was pretty good at this because he can tank it for forever. And here's the real DPS. Saber comes back in, has an actualizer themselves, so they have their 3rd item. Junhao could check over the wall. In fact, he might need to. He sees it at half HP. Doesn't have flash, but he could potentially E into the pit. Here comes Arn with those 3 items on the Yunara.
There's the Crescent Guard, buys a lot of time, but they're still getting caught in this cold. Oh, he steals it! Oh, Junhao, that is what you need to see. The Wild Growth knock up after an Ultra Prime. Think they see the angle. It's all alive. The door slams shut on their hand. Caught in the cookie jar.
We have Takeshi's castle, and we have Junhao's Baron pit, apparently, gets the steal onto the huge objective. As Ultra Prime, I mean, they see the angle and think, well, we've got to DPS this down. To be honest, Sam, I still think it's the correct play. They just end up losing the smite. It's horrifying for them now. That has been their win condition closing. And normally, you know, they say, well, when life closes a door, it opens a window. Sam, everything's closed now. It is very hard for them to come back into this game.
That is pretty dire. Saber's trying. He's still got a little bit of a gold lead. Keshi might end up in a 1vx, and maybe that is something. They do manage to get a jump onto this poor old Ambessa. It's got a fair amount of Omnivamp, but gets caught on a Valkyrie and will burn down. That's not bad.
Push in across all of the lanes, though. 2 inner turrets taken. The gold is extended from, it was around 7,000. It's going up towards 9,000 from those turrets being taken down. That's going to fund on through almost a 4th item on this next reset. In fact, it might even be.
Yeah.
God, that's so quick. Because it wasn't that long ago we were talking about the Infinity Edge completed. So that's effectively extra 3,000 gold earned by Arn in the last 4 minutes or so.
Baron and 3 kills will do it.
Yeah, and that'll do. That'll do. And then, of course, the 2 turrets killed after that point. That's the total gold.
Whoa.
No,
Yeah.
it's not total
Yes,
gold.
it is.
That's total damage. 16k for this is like all of those items are quite a lot. Anyway, I don't speak Chinese. I don't read it either, and it's a problem. I need to learn some Mandarin. That turret will go down in the mid lane. Maybe that is that. Hang on, maybe that is that. 16k.
I think it was gold, yeah.
3. Maybe, yeah, probably is that actually, given the amount of items on the table. I was thinking, oh, sure, 16k is too low. No, that does make sense. Particularly at this point, you are going to have more than 16k damage. I should have viewed it the other way and said, oh, it's definitely not damage, because 16k from that is surely not right.
The one, Keshi, potentially going to get jumped on again, just got taken out. They're trying to jump on the Ambessa one more time, caught on top of the Petrifying Gaze. The public execution comes on down, but dies anyway. That's not bad work again from Ultra Prime. finding the best of a bad situation. They're still down 8,000 gold, but hey, are they going to try and base raise this?
I think they might be able to, Sam. They have the 3 grubs, even though there's a Baron on the other side. Yeah,
No way.
TT have to recall from their side lane push and top lane and to defend their base. So that's going to deny a fair amount of the Baron buff at the very end there. As we said, the gold lead did go up to about 9,000 gold. It's gone back down to about 7,000, so they've managed to reclaim about 2,000 there.
That is good work. They managed to bring down the top laner again, get rid of a lot of that Baron power play. I think it's going to be a plus 1,500 power play, which is decent, but considering where they were at, Ultra Prime, you take what you can. It's still a dire situation. You're still down Soul Point, but your base isn't broken. The Baron isn't lethal, and hey, you live to fight another day, which is better than it could have been.
It's better than dying and giving up all opportunities. You know, we did say, oh look, the doors and the windows are all closed. I mean, credit to Ultra Prime, they've managed to split things across pretty well.
Throw a brick through a window.
They've thrown a brick. They've thrown a brick through it, and perhaps now there's a way in. Perhaps there's a way in. There's a Serpent's Fang from Henna that will help very much against the Lulu shields. The lethality item, of course, was built up a little earlier, but may as well recap that now. Now he has the Lord Dominus Regards to have that percentage armor pen against the likes of the Death Stance and Keshin, of course, the HP builders across the map. So it's just a very efficient item LDR as soon as you get in towards late game, because the extra percent HP damage for most characters in the game does make a big difference.
On here as well, just picked up a Bloodthirster, so converted that last BF sword into that. I think that does make some sense. Again, Yunara's major weakness is her lack of sustain. Really struggles to stay in a fight for a variety of reasons. Not that many defensive tools out of the one singular dash. So we'll do her best here with that Bloodthirster, plus the Lulu to keep up the good work.
Liandry's in for Saber, kind of big there too. Kind of big. The Liandry's does give you that extra damage multiplier, because of course it'll stack up to an extra 6% on all damage done. Cassiopeia used to be Liandry's first builder at points, actually.
Yeah.
Same with champions like the Onivia, where you build it first or second. Climber called out as he goes to check his own jungle and finds many, many angry talking thunderclouds there. They'll take him down. Easy kill onto Climber, who also blows the flash.
What does a talking thundercloud say, Alex?
Ow. Get off my lawn.
Get off my cloud, Lord. Get off my sky.
Get off my cloud.
Get off my mist.
Everyone's packing thunderbolts around here. Like who? Thunderclouds. Who else? Thundercloud's mums.
If you get that reference to a real one, everyone else, don't worry about it.
Just Cliver goes Cliver goes into the wrong jungle. It's the fuzz. I tell you, this shit keeps getting me. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Okay, well, obviously losing the jungle is typically a bad thing, but it doesn't really change that much here. Cornetto Trilogy, it was a good time. Plus Paul being the honorary third movie.
World's End was a weirdly bitter movie.
Yeah, I mean, not that I don't get it for some reason, but it's like, clearly World's End was more like the artiste's kind of movie that they wanted to put out.
I would put out, if you're wanting a really artiste Edgar Wright movie though, I would much say Last Night in Soho.
Oh, yeah.
It's incredible movie.
Yeah, very, very good. Of course, Scott Pilgrim as well.
Very true.
The director Scott Pilgrim. Very different from the comics, where the third X, the battle there is not like the base battle. He drags him into a supermarket and he has an existential crisis at the low prices, and then his psychic brain kind of explodes.
How they have to kind of reset and go again.
Yeah, Sam, this is all well and good. There is actually a Baron and a dragon spawning now. So that'd be Sol for TT, Baron for either team. Ultra Prime hang towards top side. They don't have visual control on the bot side. Arn is doing a lot of damage, even to the tank there.
Here we go. John Howe on a good flank angle. The Crescent Guard comes on down. Tidal Wave to disengage isn't bad. Climber with the Cataclysm, but all it does is buy time. And there goes Keshi again. The public execution is just that. Superb team fight from TT. They'll clean up the remaining members, and this time there will be no one to stop Thunder Talk from walking into the enemy base.
I just watched Yunara flash dash into 4 people melee range and somehow win the fight. Arn, I have missed this AD carry, but he did make me think he was going to throw the game for a second there. TT will win game 1.
That he does. Has a wild growth and a dream, and he manages to get a fair amount of work done before he falls. Ends up at the 8th kill there. 11,000 gold to the good. Thunder Talk win game 1.
They do. Hello and welcome back, everyone. I hope that was as entertaining to you as it was to us. I think I got the volume about right in there. I think it might have been a bit too loud on the game sounds later on. We're learning this stuff as we go along. And as we were saying, folks, just a couple of messages earlier about talking about different cast people coming back to the LPL after years away. first off, welcome back. The LPL is still wonderful, and it's still wonderful to have you here as well. At the end of 2024, after the BLG T1 World Finals, actually just before that, it was leaked/announced that effectively there would be no English broadcast for the year afterwards. So while you might see channels called LPL English out there, they are actually co-streams, and while they do a wonderful job, and they effectively are a broadcast in their own right, we're also trying to be the same here, because the important thing is there's no funding for these broadcasts anymore. There's no Riot or TJ Sports /Tencent/whoever funding these broadcasts, which means that the only way you get LPL coverage anymore is if you, the viewer, support it yourself. Now, that can come in from anything as small as just watching the games. That can come out from anything from as small as dropping a like, a comment, subscribe on YouTube, on Twitch, on whatever you have there. And of course, there are other things you can do as well if you feel particularly empowered by this. Clipping out your favorite moments from the stream, putting them onto social media. That can be a big marketing thing for us. We do bits of that ourselves, of course, but anything else extra helps that. And of course, we do also have a Ko-fi link for any donations for those with the catch or just cash in hand as well, which does make a difference too. And Metal Parky, thank you so much for the 5 gift bomb as well, as we're talking about that too. We really, really appreciate you. Overall, we love bringing the LPL. This is my in real life brother, Sam. We do this together. It's a family business. And we hope that you're enjoying yourselves as we basically try and fill the gap of that lost professional funded broadcast, which we had in the past.
That's the one. Fabulous timing, Parky, as ever. Prepared for their arrival. Always good fun. Excellent Marvel Rivals player as well.
Yeah.
One of my comp partners alongside Aerie, wherever she is today. I'm assuming work is the answer.
That is a lot of damage from Arn, and I'm not gonna lie, I think about 5,000 of that came from that last team fight where he did go melee into 4, which was very funny.
I think he picked up 3 before he died as well.
He did. I just saw Yunara just jump forwards and flash into 4 people, and I'm like, that does lose you games in most scenarios. That's kind of crazy that it didn't there.
Just got home from the night shift, Parky.
Oh god, yeah, that'll happen. Okay, we're gonna go into a quick ad break, I suppose, folks. Sam, do you mind if I can trouble you for a coffee refill?
Not a problem.
Right.
That can be arranged.
Cool. And I think tech setup's holding for now. I need to actually get this set up. I need to get my laptop set up with the actual overlays and stuff because it's just not there right now. But it means that basically after the stream, I can go and play games on my main PC. Because having OBS and doing stream off of the same PC, that's when it kills my older PC.
That's the one. Hand me thine coffee.
Dankeschön. 55 miles you've walked to work this week. Jesus, what? No bus route then, I guess, or just choosing not to. Wait, what's 55? Wait, walked to? Is that to and from work? Because if that's both ways, that's what 40. Wait, it depends how many days you working, right? But 5 miles a day, Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry, walking at work. At work. Oh, God. Okay, wow. Jesus, at work? 5 miles a day at work? God, bloody hell, all right. Yeah, it's got to be somewhere where you're walking around like a big building, right? Or between different bits of a site. Oh my god, they're making AP Ezreal a thing, by the way. QAP ratio's gone to 40. Wait, QAP ratio's at 40% now? W ratio's gone from flat, well, scaling 70 to 90% to 90% flat. Jesus Christ. Your ultimate AP ratio's gone to 110% AP. Minion base damage has been reduced to 150 to 350 to compensate. Bonus min. Oh, okay, so basically they've made AP Ezreal a thing. AP Ezreal is now a thing again. I'm hearing Silas is even better. Oh my god. Wait, no, wait, doesn't this mean... No, don't tell me that Silas APL is even better now. Are you kidding me? That's not okay. Now you've mentioned Silas, that's a problem. That is a problem now, what the hell? Hybrid Ezreal time? Maybe, yeah. I guess we got a player of the game now? Wait, or did I just miss that? Don't think I did. Crazy. Right. Well, I guess we see whether this is a 2 or 3 game series. I mean, it was a pretty tight contest on the whole. And then second series of the day is Waybo IG. That should be pretty out there. Tensions. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Appreciate you. How are things today, everyone? That's a very vague question. Typically, as a streamer, I don't like asking vague questions because then I get vague answers in chat. You know what I should also do as well? I should add in a chat command thing for people to say hi if their first time thing. Do you know how it gets MVP for the... I mean, he did get the Baron steal. He did get that, yeah. You can't buff an alt AP ratio without accounting for styles. You can't actually technically buff any ratio because sometimes it adds all of them into... well, like, Silas makes use of all of this stuff, right? Oh, static Shiv Katarina's a thing. There's no way they let the static Shiv on hit thing work. There's no way, really. Oh yeah, there's another. I did just realize that I can do that. Hang on, where's the what is this? Yeah, like watch this, folks. Like watch this. Which this is gonna show on here. Oh my god, what? That's static Shiv? Are you kidding me? Oh no, it applies on hit effects. No. It's like this is a full on hit Katarina build. Oh, that's just what? Oh, that's disgusting. That is just not okay. Video for ants. Yeah, I'm trying to like scale it up. It's like if I full screen it, it's a problem. I don't want to full screen that. If I full screen, that's a problem. Yeah, it doesn't really let you play it large. Right, let me put this thing back up. Then I gotta make sure that this thing is large enough so it does it, so it covers over the high long cat. Long cat's just hanging out there. Everyone say hi to long cat. Yeah, have a look at these. Have a look at these AP ratio changes to. Have a look at these AP ratios changes to Ezreal. Shit's crazy, man. What's this thing gonna... Like, look at this. So you get 40%. Like, what is this, man? So Ezreal's getting... What? So the problem with AP Ezreal is that you didn't have wave clear before. You didn't have wave control. So now you can last hit with Q anyway, because it's 40% AP, so that'll actually get you to, like, minion kill pretty quickly. 90% at all ranks on your W. Your ult's got an extra 20% AP scaling. So hang on, in a full combo where you WEQ, you've got... How much extra AP scaling have you got? An extra 25. At some... Well, you actually don't have to max your W now, because the AP ratio is still there. So if you have, like, a rank 1 W and you've maxed QE W, you've got extra 25... 45, an extra 65% AP scaling on your combo. Although the minion damage has changed from this, but that's crazy, man. That is crazy. Yeah, I think Ezreal's gonna have to get like mega nerf from that, no? So Ezreal is easiest Dusk and Dawn purchase. They've actually changed Dusk and Dawn too. Let me show you the Dusk and Dawn changes. Oh, Zeri's changed too, by the way. I don't know if Pillow's in chat, but like look at these Zeri changes. So attack range is back up again to 550. So that's like, oh, hang on, I need to move to the side here. But like Zeri's now at 550 attack range. Your AD ratio beyond cap on your Q is slightly less AD, which is a big thing in fairness, but that's still a pretty big thing. Q base damage is up, so you've got way better early laning, right? Because 550 with extra Q base damage. Your Q AD ratio has been reduced, which is worth noting as well. So your Q is less AD, and you're much less AD bursty because your ult has gone from 100% to 60%. So late game flying in for like Flash R auto like reset is different. But your attack speeds, like your movement speed is up, and a lot of like your Q is just up as well. In terms of Q uptime is up. Your WAP ratio is increased, but I don't think we're going to see AP Zeri again. Maybe we will with 50%. Your E bonus damage is up. So when you E forwards, it's there for 5 seconds, not the next 3 autos. So that's going to give you more damage in general. I need Pillow's opinion on this. Actually, can anyone... Well, Pillow might have already talked about it in the server, actually. E cooldowns increased. And it's only refunded on Q and charge attacks, but not spells. So not your W, basically, and your ult. Yeah, some huge changes, basically, Sam, coming through. So AP Ezreal, they're making AP Ezreal a thing.
I know Dragdar has basically already said, like, guys, I don't think you get this. And if
I was literally just saying, like, if you, because, so there's a lot of things, right, where, because I'm a big Ezreal player too, but obviously Dragdar is the best, like, in the Western Hemisphere. But basically, the problem with, those changes that AP Ezreal is not meant to have wave clear. That gives him wave clear. So he can be a regular Ezreal pinging off waves with Q and that. But now his full combo, if you're going QEW, but because you can do that now, because the AP ratio of W is actually just the same, because it doesn't, you don't have to scale it up to 90%, it stays at 90% the entire rank now. You have an extra 65% AP ratio beyond what you already had on a full combo now. Like where you hit like W ult E Q or whatever, like every ability.
Dawn as a Sheen item for him?
You still want Lich Bane. It's just a huge amount of damage. That being said, they did change Dusk and Dawn. Where is that? That changes through there somewhere. This is the Dusk and Dawn changes. Oopsies, let's just drag that back actually, because whatever, this is really annoying when it does this. So it's changed over to this, where, did I put Adveric on, by the way? I think I did. Yeah, I did it. But basically, it's now, it heals, but the ratios are down and stuff. So this is more of a bruiser. This is like filling in the gap where Sundered Sky was, really.
Okay, and they've removed Sundered Sky or something?
Divine Sunderer.
Sorry, right.
Divine Sunderer, sorry.
Gotcha,
My bad.
Gotcha.
Pillow's likely asleep? Yeah, because night shift and stuff. But we need to get opinions on that. They've also added Omnivamp boots. There are so many random things in here, actually. Let me show you this. Okay, so there's Omnivamp boots, which gives you Omnivamp, and then the upgraded versions in mid lane give you extra damage but above HP, extra healing below half HP. So that's kind of crazy. Static Shift applies on hit effects now. Which is, and it has an AP ratio? Nani? It has AP ratio on it now? Huh? Wait, that means you, wait. Does this mean you can apply Lich Bane to everyone or not? Can you get AoE Lich Bane? Could you get AoE Dusk and Dawn or AoE Lich Bane? Because that would be on hit. Does that apply to every target then? Obviously it applies stuff like Wit's End. We're going to have to test that out. Thorin's Helm. This basically is just like your starter item for no magic, no HP regen. That just gives you the base stats, so Ornn might really like that. Doran's Bow gives you Omnivamp as a starter item. Oh, Deathfire Touch is back. No. Storm Raider Surge. Dealing damage gives you the... So that might replace Phase Rush. Arena has 3v3 now. What else have we got? Cyclosaur's change. Galvanized triggers energized on ability damage. Damaging enemy champions with an ability triggers energized if it's ready. So basically you can put energized attacks on your abilities. Your energized attack deals current health as physical. Okay. So it doesn't give you the slow anymore, and it doesn't give you the slow anymore, and it doesn't give you the flat damage, but it does give you that, which is kind of big. Yeah, it doesn't give you like it doesn't give you the slow. Cannons changed? AD cannons changed. So your passive damage can crit now. E duration is increased by 1 second per critical strike. Huh? Wait, the attack speed from E. Maybe it's the E attack speed duration, which is increased from that. AD Teemo buffs. E on hit scales with 10% bonus AD. So you can go AD Teemo now, a little bit easier. Shinzao, AP Shinzao buffs. But AP Shinzao was actually legit okay before. People didn't realize that. This is just making it more popular. So passive heals changed to 75% max rank, but 50% lower. Dark Seal was always good on this champion, by the way. W slow duration scales with AP. A. AP ratio on E increased. Let me get rid of that. Whoops. E bonus attack speed reduced. Okay, that's huge nerf for AD, right? E attack speed now scales with... It scales with attack speed and AP, but you don't build attack speed on this champion. Okay. Well, anyway, that's the big changes there. Alright, cool. Hopefully that's fun little talk about some of those things there. And we're getting close towards our thing. I gotta go change the music over. I'm gonna go attack speed, top lane Shinzo, maybe. Staff of Flowing Water users are eating good next season. That's true. Lots of extra random AP buffs. That's true. That's actually very fair. Alright, in towards game 2. Should be pretty close to it now. We've been off the rift for a while. So enchanters go from strong to stronger? Maybe. Did you also see that the mid lane changes are coming as well? So that they're making it so, they're making it so you, oops, did not mean to ping that over there. But they're making it so mid lane gets extra 6% AD and AP when they complete the quest. So basically, if you're a high AP AD champion, you get buffs, basically. Okay, into our second draft for game series 1 of the day. TT versus Ultra Prime Karma banned away, no surprise. The Orianna likely remaining a permaban here in the LPL. What else we got on the plates? Yeah, but the Empowered Recall is potentially gone from mid lane as well. We'll see what happens with that entirely. Varus banned away. We still have Rumble. Of course, Varus being banned actually empowers Rumble, because Varus can be a top lane counter into that champion. The Ashe banned away from Ashe Seraphine. What power bot lanes have we got now? We still got some Ezreal lanes, but then, well, you don't have Ezreal Karma. We're actually getting to the point where Nico is stronger now, I think. Rumble banned away by TT. Don't want... they don't want to first pick the Rumble. They don't want to first pick the Rumble. They could have had first pick Rumble. The Pantheon banned away. There's still Ezreal lanes. There's still Kai'Sa lanes, which aren't loved. Bard is available, so you can Ezreal Bard, or you can Ezreal Caitlyn, or you can Bard Caitlyn as well. Both very powerful here. So do you take Caitlyn Elise? Here is Henna Xiaoxia. That's a powerful thing. You take away the Caitlyn from the Bard. Winning lane versus the Bard. Haven't seen this for a while. I think Miss Fortune has been a bit underplayed. I suppose you can't really pick Miss Fortune when Ambessa is meta. Or in the draft, right? Do they take the Ezreal away from the Bard? They do, but what do they pick with the Ezreal? Because I would have thought that the Caitlyn Elise would have been really powerful. I think if you can play Caitlyn Elise, by the way, it's really good to play as a duo. I think we saw BLG play a game of that recently, actually. Didn't watch those games, though. I feel like Kai'Sa or her items need some love, not going to lie. She just needs to make it through laning phase, then she's fine. To be honest, if she makes it through laning phase, it's fine. It's just that the problem with Kai'Sa is that she's just not a laning champion. She can sometimes be a kill lane champion, but she's not really lane dominant. Neferi locked in for Climber. Now, Climber's had some decent games on this before, you know. He's had some decent games on this. Vi, powerful pick for Junhao. Now, look, we saw Neferi be really good into Vi at points because you can just W the ults. Yunara's taking Kai'Sa's place? Nah, they're not the same at all. Yunara's a front to back. She's lane dominant, whereas Kai'Sa is diving, scale up into the game, very skirmishy. She's not like Yunara at all, really. And that Vi is locked in. In terms of popularity, in solo queue, I don't think that's true. I think that's true overall. Sivir locked in. Okay, so Sivir Bard, that's a little bit different. Decent matchup into the Ezreal. I guess you could have gone Kai'Sa Bard or something like that there. Kai'Sa's always been pretty good into the Ezreal. The Alistar locked in now for Xiaoxia. Of course, the Alistar can combo onto the Sivir. I've seen Yunara Lulu 50 times bot lane this week? Let me have a check. Kai'Sa is 19.19% pick rate. Where is Yunara? Yunara is 9.15. So Kai'Sa is over double the picks of Yunara in solo queue. So yeah, the top two are actually Ezreal, then Jhin, and then Kai'Sa after that point. Ezreal, Jhin, Kai'Sa, they are the three most popular AD carries in the game. And Yunara's down at 12th. Oh, sorry, not more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8th most, not 12th. So no, yeah, Yunara's definitely got a place within the meta as an auto-attack reliant AD carry, much more of a traditional AD carry, right? With that in mind. Bans for the second round, double mid laners away from Ultra Prime. Of course, Saber, one of the most important, well, he is the most important player for Ultra Prime. Actually, 4 mid lane bans on both sides. It's the more mobile champions away from Saber, the more stationary / engage ranged champions away from TT. Twisted Fate locked in, which means that they want a top lane matchup they can abuse. TT needs something which can safely survive a TF roaming topside. Well, Gnar would be quite dangerous at that point. Harry might go towards the side. This is a very good Sylas angle. It's a fine matchup into TF, and you can steal the Alistar ult. That's big. That is big. Yep, I like that. Yeah, Ezreal ult as well. We were just talking about how Sylas pretty good at stealing that. Pretty good here. Wouldn't be too hard to lock that away and make some value out of that. And actually, Sylas Vi pretty good too. Sylas can just E over a wall, follow Vi, land the E afterwards. Then if you lock in something like the Gnar, Gnar's a safer blind pick as you're going to get. You could go Renekton instead. They lock the Gnar. So what does Sassy do as a counter pick here? Do you Vayne? Vayne's pretty awful into Vi, so I don't think you can Vayne. That's the Jax. Alright, Sassy Jax has played a lot of this. Sassy, when he first came up onto the scene on LGD, was very much about this Jax, very much about taking skill matchups and making the most out of them. He would be very aggressive, be punished and rewarded for that accordingly. We're going to go into a quick ad break, folks, and we'll see you in game after we've talked about our drafts. Dude, we're gonna have to do some testing, folks, to see if like Lichbane and Shiv and like Sheen autos apply on static Shiv, because that would be kind of insane. No. Thank you, Katari, for the reminder there. Appreciate that. Okay, let's get into our second game of the day. I personally think this Sylas could just solo carry this. That being said, the Jax is pretty strong too. I mean, not that Sylas can't steal the Jax ult, too. I'm sad we didn't see more AP Jax with the Dusk and Dawn as well played in Pro. We saw a little bit from Zika. That's about it. Hey Sam, we have ourselves a pretty interesting draft. We have a Sylas that can steal Ezreal, Alistar ults, and Twisted Fate's ult. And we have a pretty flippy top lane matchup in the Jax versus the Gnar. I'm actually just going to quickly leave you alone with this, Sam. So you actually, Sam, what we can do, chat, you can tell me if Sam has exactly the same ideas about the draft or not. I'm going to leave you with this, Sam, just for a second. Fun, I know, right?
This is a crazy Sylas angle. TF ult, Alistar ult, Neferi ult, all excellent. All excellent. If Haru can play that, we're all pretty happy. Good, level 1 binding, very nice. And gets the ricochet across as well. Oh, whoa, that's annoying. So, alright, let's have a think about this. You've got double excellent divers, triple if you count the Mega Gnar, with the Vi, Sylas, and Sylas with good ults to do that. Match the global with the TF ult stolen by Sylas. I think if Climber doesn't get rolling, and this is what you want to do against the Vi, she's not a champion till level 3, early invade. Get the punch, there's the shield off the passive, dodges the second daggers, does it matter? Climber's going to have cooldowns up shortly. Yeah, Junha's going to have to give up something here. The question is what? Going to lose his wolves. Does the smite already get used? I wonder whether Vi's going to try and jump into the enemy jungle. Yeah, Junha's going to try and run for enemy Krugs. and enemy red buff. This is really astute. Get rid of that quickly. No, 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 no. Disappear. Huya adds. The new Tom Kenskin getting shown off there. Keshi has to flash from Sassy, who had that early counter, but now actually, because of that, maybe forced to flash himself, left very, very low. The Neferi could look to potentially dive if the wave gets crashed. I don't know how simple that will be. There is no flash on Keshi. Here we go. Takes the turret shots. Keshi in danger. Has to have an idea that the Neferi is there. Calls the pack. Dark and Daggers part 1 land. Turret shots coming. That's a lot of damage. Climber dies 1 for 1. Not the best, honestly, because Sassy doesn't get an assist either. So Keshi's going to TP back into lane and feel okay about that. Buys the majority of steel caps. Gets a health pod as well. TP's back to the wave. That's actually somewhat unfortunate. And Vi gets to steal away the enemy jungle. So Climber is currently going to end up being a significant distance behind in terms of his clear timers. At least the double longsword comes on through the Climber, so that'll speed up the clear somewhat. I think Vi needs to start Scuttle and then potentially even look at an enemy jungle invade here. I have indeed returned. Indeed, indeed, indeed. So yeah, gonna look for this invade. This has been really astute stuff from Junhao. This Neferi's gonna get Scuttle Crab, but she spent so long going into the enemy jungle, she found nothing, and Heru's over. Reminder, Climber doesn't have flash. This could actually end up being really nasty for Climber. He's dragged it too far. Oh boy. Just about okay, because he gets the heal off the Scuttle Crab. That was nearly very dicey. So the other side for Ultra Prime, right? You've got good pick, you've got good dive. TF Alistair plus a Neferi jumping onto wherever the Jax is. You need to play for that side lane and win through Sassy. Win through Climber Snowball. And the fact he's 2-1, good news. Actually killed Keshi again. Hang on, hang on, hang on. When did Keshi die a second time? I guess that must have happened top. TP back in and dive. He died on the tower dive. Did he die before that as well at the level 1? I just missed it as I was sitting down. Then an alcove. Ah, he went back top. Went back top. Yeah, so I saw the tower dive. Well, Jefferson down. Flash from the Climber. He's going to be alright. Overcomes Heru. That's probably a dead Neferi. It's not quite. Blast goes enough to get her out to safety. Called him going up there. You know, I saw him get the tower dive. That's fine. It's one with the second time as well. I was trying to figure out. Clearly a bit of a mind blank on that one. Either way, good kills from Climber. Xiaoxia will die. And that ends up being a very ugly invade, has to be said. Walked back, saw Krugs were gone, then got Crab. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so it was the second death I didn't see. Was the one I was like, I'm assuming it must have been the top gank. Must have been after the Krugs went down. But the first one we saw. Feather goes looking for Hena, won't quite find it. Still, Climber's ended up costing himself a lot of his own jungle farm for all of this play. And his camps are on very weird timers now. Went to look for that re-invade there, of course, did Climber. Didn't have it work out particularly well. Yeah. Keshi, I think, is just dead here. Let's pick up again. Just full sending. Flash from Sassy to what you need. Climber getting ahead of the curve is what you need on this Neferi in terms of the gold. Again, coming at the cost of experience. Kills don't give you as much experience as you would like. Do they? That's a bit unfortunate. Oh, that's the reason we don't have the sidebars right now, because they've got slight mess up in terms of the names. Hope that gets resolved shortly. Still, gold is even enough. But again, I think I prefer TT the moment it gets to team fights by a significant margin. I think the Silas is an ace pick here. Keshi being a little behind is a bit tricky, but again, at least Keshi's picked up a couple kills. Keeps him in touching distance of this Jax, who's actually got none of the gold, which is a little frustrating for him. Thanks for the follows, by the way. Kentia, and tensions in it. Welcome on in. Keshi's lost a fair amount of farm is the one thing, but hey, so be it. is within touching distance, and bluntly, you will take that as someone who's been ganked like 3-4 times, which is crazy. Basically, because he's picked up the kills, whereas Sassy's only got 2 assists, which is a little annoying for him. Potential gold card angle. Not a Huya ad, this one's a League of Legends ad. A League of Legends ad in my League of Legends game? Correct. Ultra Prime are relatively mobile. I'll give that to them. Like the Ezreal, the Neferi, the Jax, all quite mobile. Alice is quite hard to pick down. TF gets to the point where obviously we gets Roa and all his usual silliness. John Howard was looking for Sassy. Feathers here. Shield, Haru, here we go, looking for the fight. Where's that hijack? In comes the Vault Breaker, the cease and desist. John Howe dies. Good turnaround damage. That gives the Hound's Pursuit reset. Through the magical journey we go. That's very deep. They get that second kill. Good work from Climber. The Mega Gnar of 4 into the wall. They'll need to back away. Can Climber look for anything more? I don't think so. Very nicely managed there by Climber to get that kill. I thought they were dead to rights, but the flash and the heal from Xiao, she was excellent to get that pulverize. And quite secure that initial kill. And Climber gets to reset now. 5 kills to the good. He's 100% KP. Great Ezreal ult. Saves them from downtown. The Fury being a win condition was the other part of this game. Needed that to be the case. Really needed that to be the case in a game like this, and he very much is. Sivir being up so much against Henna is a little problematic. Don't think it'll lead to all that much difference. An interesting early game out. Keshi dove a couple times, and Climber's one who's picked up all the kills from Ultra Prime.
Well, that's pretty scary when you've got a, Neferi doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah, because my take here is I think TT is a clutch Silas angle. Really clutch Silas angle. Great ults to steal. Alistair, TF ult, Neferi ult's not bad either.
Well, to be honest, Sam, the Silas was picked with full information of that stuff, and to be honest, I feel like instead of banning away, what did they ban away? They banned away a Kali Aurora, I think it was, away from them. They could have banned that instead. Sassy getting a good trade up here. For those of you that don't know Sassy as well, because he's a player who's been on the lower end of LPL, this guy came in and has been a huge Jax player for pretty much all of his LPL
Jackson Udyr
career. Yeah, his Jackson and Udyr, those was 2 big ones. So him on a matchup where he can actually strut his stuff, have a TF teleport to his lane, that is comfortable for him.
That's the idea. John Howe clears up that wave because Keshi wouldn't be there in time. Again, multiple early jabs. It was very weird early jungle pathing where basically Climber came in to punish the Vi at the level 2. So basically one camp came down. John Howe got out, went and basically managed to wrap around Vision, punched over his own wall to get into the enemy jungle, so stole John Howe's red side.
Oh, cool. So that meant that he was still in the game, which is why he's
time.
got that farm advantage now. That makes a lot of sense.
But then, as a result, Climber then managed to get double ganks onto Keshi, where Keshi did pick up 2 kills doing so, basically.
Yeah, okay.
So stayed in touching distance of the Jax. In fact, was ahead of the Jax because he was the one who picked up the kills early. The problem is then the Neferi, which was a very much an important win condition for Ultra Prime looking at this composition. This Neferi needs to be a threat. Got those all the kills so far in the game for the side of Ultra Prime.
Especially when you have a Twisted Fate as a mid laner, you know that the TF isn't really going to be doing big damage. We do some, but it's all basically single target, and that really only comes at about 3 items, really, when you get Rod of Ages, Lichbane, and then your Fire Cannon, where you consistently get gold cards down. Ult against the wall, bursty trade from the Mega Gnar. There is an Alistair on the way up, though, and he's pushed up way too far, with the TF coming up towards him.
Flash for the gold card, into the counter-strike, into what will be a headbutt into the wall, and Sassy is donated that kill. Actually, Sabu gets it with the ignite from the spellbook, I want to say.
Yeah, they wanted to give it over to Sassy. It was the ignite that took it, because Sassy slightly miscalculated the damage. Dragon does go down on bot side in favor of TT, though, and it looks like there'll be some turret plates to the side of them, too. So, overall, in terms of gold. Well, oh, right, Silas has now picked up the TF ult, and you can use that potentially to go answer that top lane turret. Is he going? Yeah, he might come and wave clear this to save some of those plates going over, but it's quite dangerous in the 1v4.
There's a reason why he didn't TP straight under that turret. They're racing for this turret. I don't know who picked up the grubs. I want to say it was Climate, actually, memory finally serves.
You can see the little grublings coming out there.
Indeed. Haru should smack that wave and does so successfully.
The Grubageddon achieved 3. I had so many potential names for the grubs, and to be honest, no one really, now that they're kind of, a lot of people just think that they're irrelevant. I feel like all of these wonderful names which we thought about, like the good, the bad, and the ugly, Grub, and Grubby. Shit, what were the other ones? I had like a whole list of them.
Powerpuff Girls.
Well, something's gone horribly wrong to them if that's the case.
Starter Pokemon.
Yes, yeah, that's true. Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, I remember that, actually. That was one of yours.
First set was that one, the second one was Cyndaquil.
Yeah, the Gen 2 ones, yeah.
Chikorita and Totodile.
Totodile, yeah. Terry's on weak side here. If he can steal himself either Jax or Alsterol, he's safe, but he needs to do that pretty quick.
Dashes away. Here comes the Vi. They're turning this one around, and there's the stolen Jax ult. Saves a bit of time. In they go with the House Pursuit. Flash away. Climber doesn't have the reset quite yet. They don't get the heal for a second or two. Intempered Fate slides Hassie off the abscond. The Duck just wiped, but the Vault Breaker is certainly not. Flash for a wonderful start into the wall. True Shot Barrage comes flying on through. The Trample's done. The Pulverize. But Arn is here with his little bit of help from his ultimate. On the hunt he may be, and Saber goes down. Rattling he may be, but he falls all the same, and the tower dive is appalling.
4 for none. They try and dive a Silas in this game, Sam. The Jax ult, one of the better ultimates you can steal in the game. Honestly, they're lucky that it wasn't the Alistar that was showing first. Otherwise, Sam, it would have even gone worse for them somehow. It would have been even quicker into the doom of it. You know, I know you're talking about some of those ults earlier. People really overlook the Jax ult because it has an AP ratio on it, and it gives you a bunch of resists, which is really good in situations like this. Vi gets to fly through the Alistar onto the Jax, pretty much takes Sassy out of the fight. Feather has an excellent fight too. You know, a couple of years ago, Feather came up through the system. I believe it was on Rare Atom at first. I think I might even cast his first competitive game, actually. Feather's been one of those supports who's genuinely been very good for the level that we thought he might have. You know, coming into the LPL as a support player, it's not been the easiest thing for a little while. And then you have like some moments like that, you think, yeah, you know what, Feather's pretty good. Good overall play there. From the team to outplay the dive. TT getting 4 for none, and that's going to swing the gold massively into their advantage.
Arn is very scary right now, by the way. Again, comes on in, has to replace someone like 1xN in the grand scheme of things. When Thunder Talk were looking dangerous last year, it was 1xN and Feather, who were kind of the power duo down in that bot lane. Arn comes in, veteran AD carry alongside this support is now 2.7k up, is monstrous on this Sivir early on into the stages. You were pointing at something I didn't quite catch.
I was pointing at the jungle gold lead, because you were talking about how the Neferi is really far ahead. Sam, that play just nullified all of the jungle gold lead. The Neferi, who is a win condition, you've already called that out very well, Sam. He's not even ahead anymore. No. And the worst thing now is, the gold was one thing. The most important thing for jungler is arguably XP. He's now down over a full level. So Junno has the level 11 to level 10 a climber. As long as they keep farming on the same pace, it will effectively be that permanent 1 level disadvantage. The stats, the skill point that comes with it. And for someone like Vi, every single skill maxed out does a ton of work for them too.
Yeah, W gives you all of that armor shred and attack speed. E is your auto cancels.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate the follow, by the way, Clokentia. You know, saying, well, TT looks so much better with Arn because Ryan 3 was horrible. Hey, well, okay, Ryan 3 might have been bad, but Ryan 153 after 151 competitive deaths, or was actually pretty good.
He was alright, yeah.
You know, I was quite fond of Ryan 127 as well. I think that was the one.
Ryan 98.
Yeah,
we all know how nice Ryan 69 was.
Oh,
lovely guy. Lovely guy.
Nice. Purely because we changed his name with every death he had in competitive play.
Yeah,
that's where I'll miss the player. I'll miss him for that. There are a great many numbers with of that play. It's basically, what was it? Was it Mickey 17? Was that the one?
Oh, that was Robert Pattinson. Apparently, an excellent movie.
Yeah. Apparently it was alright. He was in Robert Pattinson's been in a lot of different movies. There was one recently which was called something like The Drama or something like that about
like right now, yeah.
Which is apparently not very good.
Him and Zendaya, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one. Anyway, Dragon's alive now. Ultra Prime would like to, you know, not give a third dragon over to TT, though TT don't seem too enamored by it. Getting an outer turret towards Heru instead, if that funds him through to a second item before the next fight, I mean, Ultra Prime, I mean, it's only 17 minutes in, but if he actually gets to teleport in, he is going to be such a threat.
Dragon taken, as is the Herald. Now we're going to see what happens with this fight after. They try to get involved in the fight. Heru steals the Alistair ult. The Tempered Fate catches that important Neferi. The stun after from Feather is disgusting. Climber and Saber need to extricate, and they do well for now. The Magical Journey potentially land them under the turret. They go in with the Season Desist. The Ricochet claims another. Oh, it's all going wrong. Ultra Prime minus Ultra. The Alistair ult is so disgusting. Tries to get something back, and they lose the entire team.
They get the Dragon, but everyone is dead, so they can't even go home to tell the tale of their people. TT, strike like lightning. The thunder comes after, and Ultra Prime lose everyone. This Silas pick has been disgusting. But to be honest, Sam, it's Arn who gets the crazy amount of damage down there, helped in large part by the fact that Feather gets a magnificent engage. This bot lane has been, I'm not going to say quietly the heroes, it's just that there's been too many heroes to count really, but the bot lane make a huge amount of difference. They are going to teleport onto the Sivir though, and they spot it now.
Gonna try and wait for the Cosmic Binding. Flash from Sassy. Arn likely dies here as Xiaoxia also commits the flash. Goes down. Junhao now in danger. Vault Breaker away. Sassy though with his ult rolling. Flash now pop. Where's the next counter strike? Trying to get more CC. Vault Breaker buys time. Overcomes Heru. Climber looking to come across. He might now be in danger. The Magical Journey gets them out. They do lose one, but that is it.
It's a decent shutdown to give, though. I think that probably would have been the 1,000 gold shutdown over towards the Jax. That's not bad, and they do get the Dragon, so it's something back on it. It's not the same as 5 kills, though, Sam. One big shutdown, yes, it's nice, but Heru, I really like how he doesn't immediately pop the Alistair ult here. I think a lesser Silas player would have immediately popped it and just said, I'm just going to tank things up. Sam, that would have been me. I would have popped it early. Because what he ends up doing is just keeps going forwards with the second Esconded Duck, and he keeps it around long enough, because Arn flashes for the kill, he keeps it around long enough to go for the second dive here because they know they can just tank it for forever. That buys them an extra 2 kills. If he popped it earlier, they wouldn't have gotten that.
Yeah, he's tanking turret and just doesn't care at all. Very nicely done. Lots of damage from that Sivir, and then, of course, a decent chunk in from the solo laners as well.
Yeah, you can see the Ezreal trying his best, just alone in the damage department, really. No one else really committing that much. So 6,000 goldly for TT. Sam, Baron hasn't even spawned, so they can't even go towards something like that, but they can push up, get vision into the enemy jungle, and it'll be spawning in a minute's time.
Yeah.
3 items for Arn before 20 minutes. That is, folks, that's not normal.
No.
You're expecting a second item, maybe at the 19 to 20 minute mark. If you're a little bit slower buying more expensive items, go to 21, particularly with the Ezreal. I mean, it's not even actually a bad timing for the Muramana. He's actually done okay with that. 3 items, including a Yuntal and Infinity Edge, which are expensive items, before 20 minutes is an ungodly boatload of cash.
Yeah, Arn has been playing exceptionally well here. Good re-debut onto TT here. Feeling pretty strong about things. Sassy with the counter-strike, gets hit by the Boomerang Blade, loses half his HP bar though, and threatening with the counter-strike is pretty scary. The Tree Shot Barrage, decent there. Keshi hops away, Meganar on the way, but Sassy's still scary.
Yeah, scary, but then gets hit by a couple of Chalisar crossblades and basically loses all of his HP.
Ooh.
Chalisar is the name. It's the name of it. It's called that. I'm sorry, I remembered a name from lore. But you know, Arn last year wasn't that impressive, folks. I mean, in IG 2024, I thought he was an MVP material. Like, he was laning with a really... This was before Vampire had his glow up. Vampire was pretty awful in that year, to be honest. You know, if you go back to 24 IG, guy was insane. He was the only reason that team was... doing anything, and the rest of the team was falling apart too. It was basically just him. You know, every member on that team was struggling. 2025, I expected him to do way better. I expected him on EDG to be like, I thought EDG were going to be a team that could push towards, you know, 4th, 5th place. I thought they were that good, and he didn't play well enough for that, Sam. He didn't play well enough, and now he came back onto TT. In this year, we know what he can be, but the question is, which version do we get? Do we get the MVP candidate Arn, or do we get this player that just frankly isn't pulling his weight?
No idea. No idea. That's the one we'll have to wait and see. So far, so good. It's only 1 series thus far. It's been a good one, I think, from him and the rest of the crew. And I suppose at this point as well, I feel like I ought to ask, I know when you first left, you said, hey, I wondered whether Sam has the same read on draft that you did. What was your take on draft? I mean, we're now a fair ways in, so I suppose you'll have your answer to whether you kind of got the read right or not.
Yeah, the big thing was about the Silas, really, in terms of, look, the Silas is probably going to be able to, he's going to be able to take a lot of really good ultimates, or at least follow you around the map. I thought the Gnar was a bit risky because you can dive that champion, and it gave counter pick over to Sassy with a mid laner that could roam towards them. So I thought, look, Ultra Prime, they actually have a chance to really crush through side lanes, and it looks like they attempted to from that early game, which I was out of the room for. Of course, now it's got into hyper late game, and then we start looking at stuff like the Sivir and the Bard being such nasty scaling champions that Ultra Prime have just not really been able to accelerate beyond the point which they needed to.
No, and now the problem is, as you noted, things like the Sivir being at such a big item break point, well ahead of curve, is very, very scary. I'm imagining we'll be seeing a Lord Dominic's regards fourth here.
Jump on Keshi here. No, Climber calls it off.
They did that a fair amount early. The problem was, the dives they put onto Keshi still got kills back. Whereas Sassy's first kill was onto that Sivir and that teleport play.
And the Jax is the one that you really wanted to get ahead. That's a real shame, actually. Look, Climber getting gold is a good thing. We've established this, right? It's a good thing Neferi can carry that amount of gold. You look at someone like Tarzan. Tarzan had some insane games in the Neferi recently. LPL is the region of junglers right now. Our junglers are obscenely good. That is a very funny emote on the big Zac thumbs up. So you can carry with that, but Sassy on the Jax also needed the gold. Both of them needed that gold, and sadly only really went one way. 3 items for Saber now. The gold lead there is from the passive. It's basically an extra, what's 200 times 4? About an extra 800 gold-ish, more than that, so it'd be about 900 gold. Basically, the gold lead there is from his passive, because it's basically an average, I think, of 4 per minion, because it rolls between 1 and 6 with a slight weighting to 6, I think it is. So you roll between that, and then he's obviously got 230 minions. Well, some of them might be wards who won't have applied the passive. But yeah, the extra 900 gold basically all coming from passive there.
Gonna try and jump on the Climber. Good call of the pack there. Immunes the Vault Breaker, which would otherwise have led to a slightly squished dog.
Oh, it's the worst thing, you know. Like I get my curry verse, and I'm like, oh, it's ein Hund squish.
Hund squish. Angie's out there.
Angie, if you're in chat,
I'm
please.
Sorry, yeah.
Please don't criticize. Yeah. She's gonna start speaking German at me again. Oh, that's what she does when she's annoyed, I'm telling you. Harry pushing at that top lane of the turret. We'll take that one for free. No contest, more gold towards the Silas. Kind of scary, of course. The gold is somewhat covered up there by the fact that there is a Twisted Fate passive. Jumping onto Junhao, he is well out of position.
Why was he there? Tempered Fate will give a bit of time for everyone else to collapse. The TP's in, though. Sassy denies the defense. Arn has to cleanse. Gets away the kill off the jungler. That's pretty big. Jungler down. As Baron is alive, I think Ultra Prime see a window.
What the hell just happened with Junhao? Keshi teleports in, as does Harry. Can they fight the 4v5? Personally, Sam, with the Alistar, I think they can, but they don't have the best go buttons. Ultra Prime, this is their chance. Can they fight with the numbers advantage?
Mikhail's is down. Good double binding. Saber will look to get a little bit of a stun back onto Heru. Still got that Alistar ult to roll with. Arn coming over. Isn't quite here yet. Was getting that wave shove. Saber at about half. Heru looks for his combo. Doug gets his TD before he can press the R. Does now. Now the healing's coming on through. They go into the back line of Shao headbutts away. Rather, Sassy left low. The Mega Gnar into the wall. And they just don't have the damage. Arn flashes to follow. They can absolutely play the 4v5. And Heru can potentially look for a little bit more. The absconds. The flash. The abduct goes wide as there is a call of the pack. The problem is there's a TP coming and the hounds can pursue all they want, but they're not great at being pursued, and Heru will make sure with a few more Kingslayers that they do get the kills. Petrosite Burst does the work.
Why didn't they ban the Silas? Why did they not ban the Silas? They banned away the Aurora, the Akali, but Sam, the Silas always felt with this host of ultimates was going to be obscenely broken. You know, a lot of people rightfully call out the fact that actually his ultimate steals are probably not... Hang on, Keshi might get jumped on by Xiaoxia here.
Don't think he cares currently.
Well, yeah, there's no one else alive. He's trying to clear out the wave. I mean, there's no one else to stop that. Baron will go down. Keshi might even just kill him. He has no ultimate. Takes most of the HP off, but now he decides now is the time to leave.
Probably wise. People are starting to respawn. Sassy's coming. There's a TF who will have ult up and available. I think that might have been a mistake to stay around too much further. But still, 3 plates taken. You take what you can there.
But yeah, as is just finishing off that point before. Look, Silas's most broken ability isn't actually his ultimate steals. It is his W, and if you can use his W, that thing is really, really disgusting. That's actually why when you look at his ultimates to steal, yes, you have the aggressive ones, the Mega Gnar, your Cataclysms, Encore, you know, the great AoE AP scaling abilities. they're fantastic, but the survivability ones are the ones which actually break this champion, because it means he actually gets to use his most broken ability, his W, like 3 times more in a fight. That is not okay.
Yeah, Sylas' health bar doesn't really change then, and again, you can afford to use Alistair at lower HP bar, because then you have all this damage resistance and still have full strength healing. Your healing is still at full max HP.
Yep.
You don't have the healing reduction when you press like the stolen Alistair ult.
TF ult's coming through onto Haru. Manages to get out of dodge though. Can actually walk right back.
Wow.
Gold card's about to fade out. Managed to absorb the TF ult.
Sassy continues the split push, trying to get as much value there as he can. Does have some grubs to work with, so does get that tier 2. You take what gold you can here. The problem is your inhibitor is still going to fall in this bot lane. Mid lane turret is under siege. The Bard is the one conducting the minions there. Henna tries to E forward, goes to get a bit of damage, but now Heru is bot side looking to keep Sassy under wraps. No inhibitor turret threatened there.
It's quite something, Sam, to see a mid laner out-leveling an enemy top laner without a Rod of Ages. That shouldn't happen with the top lane quest. He's level 16, Sassy down that level. Haru has spent a lot of time in side lanes. He's been rewarded for that. In credit to TT, I mean, they've had a pretty solid series here today, Sam. Ultra Prime on the other side. I don't even think this has been awful. Like, put it this way, folks. We're in Group Nirvana. We're expecting teams that are struggling here. I don't think this is the worst we've seen Group Nirvana teams play. Yeah. I think that actually both of these teams have had dynamic playmaking. Obviously, Ultra Prime, I think that their drafts have left something to be
desired.
To be something to be desired, something to be improved on at future points. Particularly in that last game, I didn't really like the Udyr, and in this game, you know, I think that not banning the Sylas was kind of death. But, you know, the actual gameplay from Ultra Prime, it could have been much worse. At least I can see the logic in their decision-making, and hopefully that means this team isn't too disheartened by what has actually been quite a dominant win from TT.
It was indeed. And again, good things from the Cassiopeia and stuff last game. Keshi with the Meganar into the wall, diving this turret. We don't need to be talking about last game. We need to be talking about this one. Sassy was tempered fate-wise for a second or two there. Arn is cleansed with the Mikhails. That means Sassy can get nothing, and Arn is running around at Mach 1. He's joining the F1 squads. A little freeze on the clean feed, but that's just to spare us the visions of Ultra Prime being made, minus Ultra this time around. All Might shakes his head in despair, and TT will decide to pick up this game in fairly easy fashion. 2-0 to Thunder Talk.
TT, well, they Thunder Talk the talk, and in this case, they Thunder Walk the walk. Clean 2-0 from them, first series from them back into Split 2 alongside Ultra Prime as well. Only a single round robin for both of these teams in this split. And a reminder, folks, it's very early to start calling it now, but the bottom 2 teams from Nirvana won't play Split 3. That is the huge sword of Damocles above these teams' heads. You are the worst 2 teams in the league. You are the ones which won't be playing for Split 3. Hello, welcome back to us as well. TT will take themselves their well-earned victory bow. It's been very important to track these team stories. Ultra Prime and TT, 2 teams which I have a soft spot for. 2 teams which have, over time, had those brilliant punch-up moments where they've managed to achieve something which we thought was beyond them and the goals which they'd set themselves with their rosters. TT here today, looking actually fairly solid. I will be tracking, of course, we'll be tracking all these teams, but particularly tracking TT to see actually, well, okay, how much can you threaten the other Nirvana teams, especially with 8 teams in the group now. You're not just against the bottom 4 teams and playing in a very small pool.
Scary stuff indeed. Well, congratulations to the side of Thunder Talk, who did pretty good work there, I think, in the end. I felt pretty solid. Again, we need to see how they do as we go along. We had similar conversations about LNG last split. If you remember, guys went, hey, these guys playing well, but again, it's against Group Nirvana. How does that translate against our more competent, more mechanically dangerous teams from Group Ascend, however low they may be in the rankings there? If you're losing to BLG in decisive fashion, that doesn't necessarily mean you lose to TT in decisive fashion.
Exactly. Well, folks, welcome back. My name is Alex. This is Sam. I'm Nymaera. This is Initialise. And we are brothers, and we bring you LPL every day it is on. There's no funding for the LPL anymore. There is no official English broadcast. Everyone who is covering the LPL is doing it off of your support. So if you have a favorite LPL stream, might even be ours. We'd love it to be ours. Think about what support you can give to those regions if you enjoy this kind of content. It doesn't actually have to cost you anything. Just liking, commenting, subscribing does make a lot of difference. However, if you do have the cash and you want to subscribe and you want to throw in Twitch Prime, a Ko-fi, it does make a huge amount of difference to us and our ability to keep covering this region. This is our job. It literally takes thousands of hours per year to cover this region. I've been covering this region since 2023, and I believe at this point, because I've cast almost every game of the LPL per year, I think I've now cast more League of Legends than anyone else in the world since 2023, and I think I've cast more LPL than almost anyone ever.
That's a lot of LPL casting, because you've done it all solo.
Yeah, because I've cast like 2,000 LPL games. There's some casters that have been for longer than me doing it. People like Mazel, who I have a huge amount of respect for. And there's a lot there. But basically, folks, what it means is I'm addicted to this league. I would love to keep bringing it to you, and I hope you enjoy being alongside us as we bring you alongside us for these games as well. You know, we like doing this as part of the community. Believe it or not, we actually do pay attention to you and chat, and your opinions actually do influence us somewhat too. It helps us form our opinions on it. We appreciate you being alongside here us for the ride. As we move on to Series 2 beyond this, we'll have Waybo versus IG.
Fun one.
To be honest, Sam, that one is a dice roll. Both those teams have a decent upper level, but I've no idea where they're going to land on the scale of 0 to 100.
I'll note that IG's last start wasn't in LPL against Top Esports, was 2-0 where they smashed Top Esports. So they've coming in with some decent form. Renard's been playing well. We'll see how well they continue to synergize.
I'm trying to remember, because IG played a couple of pretty strong series. Well, they 2-0'd them in LPL in week 1.
Yeah.
So IG have had some pretty good series. I mean, hang on, whoa, folks. IG are currently 3-0 in series. They haven't lost a series yet in LPL.
Yeah.
They 2-0'd Top Esports, 2-1'd NIP, which is a bit more ropey, 2-0'd WE, that was more expected. So now we get to see if we can see IG getting like a 4-win streak. Hang on, what was the last time they had a 4-series win streak? I'm gonna have to go check that. It's been a while.
Been a hot minute.
They might have done it in last summer for a bit.
They were quite inconsistent then as well.
Yeah, they were.
Look at some of these replays while all this is happening as well. Again, this was the one where it got a little bit dicey. The True Shot Barrage, the 3-man Pulverize, Climate ends up picking up 3 kills, and you're going, hang on, we got a 5-2 Neferi. Oh no, that gets quite scary. Couldn't convert it though, as the rest of the team was still struggling, and compositionally, as we said, things got a bit dicey, especially when you then try to leverage this into a bot lane dive that goes very, very wrong against this Stylus. Up some of those IG stats, so I'm just having some fun here as Feather getting nice little mad movie vibes there with a wonderful tempered fate. Bard is a very stretchy champion when he presses R. It's very entertaining.
When was the last? So I can only find 2 win streaks from last split. 1, 2, 3. Okay, they did. Okay, they had a huge win streak. They had 1, 2, 3, 4. They had a 5 win streak before losing to BLG last split. So if they, well, there is a decent chance, folks, that IG can like match their win streak record for recent years. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3. Well, okay. So if they get 4, they've got BLG on Saturday. They're not rich. They're probably not matching. That being said, the IG can confuse us sometimes.
Renard pulls out the LeBlanc. Looks great. We'll see how it goes. And again, considering you're stepping into the shoes of someone like Rookie, playing well. Rookie maybe on break till MSI. We have no word for how long it is. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. And exactly, Renard is playing extremely well. And there's a real world where Rookie comes back and realizes actually he doesn't have a place anymore, which would be pretty scary in its own right.
Yeah. Oh, Dragdar's already started with the PB Ezreal clips. Apparently they can kill tanks now. Oh, because of Cyclosword.
Oh, so why does Cyclosword work with him right now?
Because it does 8% max HP, and if you go Blade Cyclosword, it does like current HP damage.
Okay.
So if you hit a Q on someone, it kind of goes insane. Oh, and Eclipse as well. Oh my god! Okay, I'm gonna have to fight. I'm gonna have to show this on stream. I'm gonna have to show
this. It's pretty crazy. Okay.
Where is Dragdar?
Why are we speaking like we are ready to ask people to do it crazy style?
Question, where is Dragdar?
Play the Ezreal crazy style.
You could just search Dragdar.
Yeah, but then that's true actually. I'm gonna have to go find it because this is genuinely crazy. Yeah, watch this, folks. Watch this. This kind of goes crazy. I know it's a small video, but like just what? So he's basically got. Wait, I can show you this live actually. Hang on one second. Do that. So like, watch this, right? So this is Dragdar using Cyclosword with percent HP. I don't know if I can get the where's the volume on there. Whatever. But like, watch this. So he's got Cyclosword, Blade, and Eclipse with percent HP. Watch how much this does. Watch this. So if you WQs,
oh,
that just did 2,000 damage. Yo, what? That is crazy. He's got all the percent HP damage. So he's basically got his core items of Muramana Triforce and then kind of goes fucking insane. And LDR. So he's got Giant Slayer, Eclipse. So he's got the current HP damage from Eclipse, Blade, and Cyclosword, and then the increase from Giant Slayer on LDR. That is insane.
That's pretty nutty.
Got an interview Wills to that.
加入的，你觉得他现在是一个怎样风格的选手？赛场也好，生活也好。
我觉得安嫣柔的话，他就是沟通特别积极吧，然后态度也特别努力，就每天他打排位打很久之类的。
那我们来聊一下今天这场 BO3。今天第一局其实你们在上路打完朗姆拿到3杀之后，其实优势基本的建立了嘛。但是好像在后面打大龙的时候被对方双 C 吃到了一个大头，这个处理没有特别好。所以你们是怎么去规划说我们要去接后面的一波团，包括抢到了大龙呢？
当时是我们团输了之后，就是沟通没有做好嘛，然后就导致了掉点。然后他们大龙的话，就是他们因为打得很急嘛，他们速度没有那么快，所以我们当时就觉得我们只要打赢团就行。
这波当时还记得是谁指挥的吗？
当时是我指挥，因为觉得他们打不完。
你刚刚提到对方很急这一点，好像在第2局他们选完阵容之后，很明显的感觉到对方的奈亚菲利很想在前期做事情，所以也好几波可能是稍微激进了一点点。那你们是怎么在面对他们？
If audio is out of sync, it's nothing on our end. Sorry, folks.
那个阵容因为下路是发育嘛，所以只能去一直帮武器。
I know that it might be out of sync with them, but I don't think it changes.
然后后面可能在雪球滚得越来越大的时候，你们的优势也建立起来，但是好像又被对方抓到了你掉点的时刻嘛，然后对方也去在这个大龙这边去大做文章，但是你们的队友打了一个大获全胜，这波的判断是怎么去做的？
当时是沟通没有做好吧，因为我是想去推对面的下2塔，但是当时沟通没有做好，就导致队友没有跟上，然后我就被抓了。然后他们大龙的话也是一样。就他们大龙速度很慢，我们只要把团打赢就行。
那你后面还可以再仔细复盘一下这一个点。今天也是你们赛季拿到了第1场胜利嘛，所以我觉得作为队长的话，在赛季的一个开始，跟自己也跟所有的队友说2句吧。
希望大家保持今天的状态吧，然后越打越好。
好的，希望你们之后的表现也越来越好。谢谢你来到我们的赛后采访的环节。在本场的赛后采访结束之后，来看一下今场 Spotlight， 也把时间先交回给解说席。
Well, there you go. A quick interview there with Victorious TT. We're going to chill out until we get into our second series. Need a break for anything, Sam?
I think I'm okay for now.
Cool. Well, I guess we need to put on an ad break at some point. I guess I'll go try and find anything else to react to on ye olde.
The other option is I can do some food for us.
Yeah, do that probably.
Is that a valid option?
Yep.
Alright, I'll do that. What do you fancy now?
Mine, Sam. Is that anything?
Well, we've got some bread. Do you want some more eggy bread?
Sure, sounds great. And player of the game is Feather. I mean, we were saying he's having a really good... I'm actually just going to roll the chair out just because we've got about 15 minutes to listen. Anyway.
Coffee, you good?
Good for now, and though I might have one before this. I'll be good for now. Okay, let's go put on a quick ad break before we get into our second series. Well, I've got 20 minutes pro roll. I don't want to overlap it. I'll leave that for a little bit off. Jersey's cool. To be honest, I think the LPL jerseys on the whole are pretty good this year. Pretty dynamic on the whole. How's the audio been, folks? I've been trying to play around with it a little bit. I think that initially game sound was a little low, and then I think it was a little high. Anyway, it is what it is. I don't think this will be like a permanent setup. I think we'll have player of the series with Feather. Feather goes player of the series. Tell you what, this guy's been pretty good. I've cast this guy's pretty much his entire career, pretty much. Jesus, what? Someone said that like their partner had 11,713 internet browser tabs open. You kidding me? Huh? Yeah, 11,000 internet tabs. Purely, at that point, doesn't your PC just explode out of, you know... Yeah, that's actually where all of your RAM is going, to that one person. Yeah, I'm trying to close every tab so my PC doesn't sound like a jet engine. Well, that's kind of why I have to stream off the laptop now if I'm doing anything intensive, because, yeah, my PC really doesn't like it now when I put anything intensive on. Okay, let's go see if we can find anything else interesting to talk about league-wise. Anything on Reddit? With the announcement of Locke being a mid laner, out of the 10 newest champions, half of them are mid laners and none of them are support champions, but some of them have been flexed towards support. That is true, though. Look at this. Yeah, this is an interesting conversation then. Yeah, we can talk about this maybe. So, with the announcement of Locke being mid laner, 10 out of the 10, these are like the these are the champions. So Neferi was a mid jungle. I think she was initially meant to be mid as well. She wasn't designed to be a jungler. And then does that change it? I guess it doesn't really. Hui was mid. Briar's jungle, although to be honest, she could be solo lane 2 at points. Smolder's bot lane was mid lane 2 though. Aurora's mid top, yeah. Although technically she could be jungle 2 again. Ambessa top jungle. Mel mid, although to be honest, she's the one that could be a support. Yeah, there's only one which really could be support there consistently, and that is Mel. And there is a chance of Hui going support too, but realistically it's Mel there. There are some interesting comments on here, though. I think the problem is mostly that it's easy to make new ways to do damage, and it's a lot harder to make new ways to heal and shield allies. And most times, they end up with a Renata that no one on the planet wants to play. That's a shame, because, yeah, it's I think the way that I would edit that, say, it's hard to make satisfying ways to heal and shield. Very hard to make satisfying ways to heal and shield. Renata's hard to play well. That's true, because again, it's not very intuitive ways to play the Renata. At least teammates need to learn how to play that as well. 2 at every champions need to be a mid laner with good ults for me to steal. Silas Flare, Silas Flare, Silas Flare. We're not giving you more ults to steal, thank you. Silas win rate jumping to 53% because he was a better dragon than you, Shyvana. That's so funny. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Why does this always do that? Renata came... When did Renata come out? 4 years ago! What? When did that happen? What? Crazy. I saw that result, Crow, but I don't watch that tournament, so I didn't really look into it. Plus, it's online, plus very heavy schedule. I think those results mean a lot less than you think because they're online. And it's not on stage, so... It's like the same kind of thing with CS has the problem with online and in-person qualifiers. Like, there are some all-time great teams which... Or like some teams which did really well during COVID era when everything was online, and then it just didn't work outside of that. Who wins the next game? I haven't watched much this year. To be honest, this week rather. IG, Waybo, I mean, I think IG are actually better than Waybo right now, but both are so inconsistent, it's quite hard to tell, really. Okay, anything else interesting to react to? To be honest, we got through most of the changes. On the subject of supports, what niches are there left? Feels like most situations have a support. Braum has shield, Renata's revive, Lulu has ult. Depends how out there you want to be, right? Like, one thing which I would find quite interesting is a support who does damage based on your lane partner. So, like, they can use you to do damage rather than you buffing them. Somehow. So, like, maybe, you know, like, you set up as a turret and people around you give you damage. Like, you sit in place and, like, you can be an artillery bot based on the damage of people around you. So actually, you don't have any scalings yourself. You actually work off of your allies' scalings. You know, something like that. That'll be a very different thing, which is like a damaging support thing, right? But it means that you don't have you have to be comboed with someone, which fits the support fantasy. Back home, just in time to be between games. I see how it is, LPL. Well, to be honest, the first series is pretty quick, and we're on to a you know, potentially a very interesting series second, hopefully. Sounds hard to balance, potentially fun. That's the problem. Everything is hard to balance once you start getting into weird stuff, right? But I would start toying around with something like that. Okay, I need to put on ad break now before we get into too much game. Good to see you, the Mecha. Good to see you. Oh, did you see that the Overwatch champion, they made her more pretty because of complaints from the community, particularly the Chinese audience, I think it was. Did you see that? Make a support Xerath where all your buffs are skill shots. That would be quite fun. All your skill shots are... Wow, all your buffs are skill shots? That would be potentially very, very frustrating. Oh, God. Oh, the on-hit static ship. We need to do a test of that. We need to do a test. Oh, compliment. Sorry, did I miss a compliment earlier, by the way, for Harold? So sorry. Harold, are you around as well? So sorry, I missed that. That's my bad. Again, we're on a new setup today. Oh, you weren't asking me to shape DMs. Okay, right. Let me have a think. Yeah, I saw the Aurelia skin, you know, like the breadstick Aurelia one, and I was like, is this... my immediate thought was, oh my god, Harold representation. I'm curious, every time I see something Italian now, I'm just like, I must tell Harold about this, he'd be so happy. Yeah, whenever I see something Italian, I'm like, I'm thinking of Harold, and Harold must know. Hopefully that counts as a compliment. When I see something Italian, I'm like, wow, Italian friend must know. You know what I mean? A support that used attack speed like with a passive like Sword of Blossoming Dawn, so something like that, or heals a team. It's kind of like Tarek. Yeah, I mean, is there anything from Arena which kind of go well with that? I suppose there would be something like Circle of Healing. To be honest, let's take some inspiration from those augments. Something like Sonic Boom or Spiritual, or and there might be an interview here. Oh no, these are the interview the things. Well, I'll switch back onto the other music because it's cool here. Invictus Gaming. First of our two teams here today. Renard still playing for Rookie. Breathe, Way, Renard, Jachi, and Mako. And then our second team, Waybo, Zucker, Jie, Xiaohu, Elk, and Hung. Now, Waybo have definitely been in a bit of a weird spot. Mako versus Xiaohu, that's a really cool matchup. These two have been playing against each other ever since 2015. You see their debuts there, both in the same year. They both debuted January 2015. It has been a while. 11 years playing for both of them. Some of the greatest players to ever grace the Rift. However, realistically, I agree with what the Chinese broadcast is doing here too. The most important matchup is jungle. Wei versus Jie. LPL is the region of junglers right now. We have the best junglers in the world. And I think that Wei and Jie are definitely up there as two of our highest peak ones. Wei, I mean, I think behind Tien and Shun, but he's definitely up there for potentially best jungler in the LPL. It's not too far off. Duo, I haven't forgot about the compliment there too either, by the way. Let me think about that. You know, neither of these, of course, compared to the greatest jungler of all time, Duo Maiden. Now, the reason why Vel'Koz is not played in professional players because they're afraid of upsetting the jungle god Duo themselves. No, it's not a light thing to pick Vel'Koz and then not live up to the lofty standards of the greatest junglers to ever do it, Duo Maiden. course. You know, that's why we don't see the Velcors. They're actually afraid of disappointing you, duo. You know, you just mean so much to them. Yeah, coming into this series, to be honest, folks, the more I think about this, the more IG favored I am, actually. Because I think that Hung has been... Sorry, did I say Belveth? What did I say? Did I say Vel'Koz? Oh, I said Belveth. Yeah, my bad. Belveth. It's the one. My bad. It's the same... Whatever. It's just because the Vel'Koz is on my mind because I saw it in chat. Oops. Well, there you go. But, yeah, I think that, Hung has been really struggling. He's been really struggling. If he's off form, I think it's a big issue for Waybo. Got some interviews here. Let's to them. Oh wow, the audio really is off.
主持人欣然，我们先请到的是 IG 的中路选手 Renard 来到赛前采访席，跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG 的中路 Renard。
最近队伍的势头很猛啊，3连胜之后已经是并列榜首了。你会怎么形容现在 IG 的状态呢？
我觉得大家在磨合上有了更大的突破。我是觉得我们的状态是很好的。
那在你眼里，现在的 IG 是一支怎样的队伍？
我觉得大家都是在一条心上的，然后不会去在乎个人的所得，而是整个团队。然后我觉得这支 IG 是目前来说是非常有竞争力的一支队伍。
我们也期待你们今天的发挥，一会儿赛场见。同样，我们请到的是 WBG 的辅助选手小航，跟大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG 的辅助。
最近感觉队伍遇到了一些瓶颈嘛，可能大家的一个调整方向是什么样子的？
就是不用太灰心吧，要保持自信。
自信，
好好发挥的，
还是很重要的。那今天这场是面对到 IG 嘛，你觉得关键在哪里呢？
关键的话就是我们要有一个明确的体系和目标，这样进行下去。
好的，我们一会儿赛场见。
And back we are as well. Quick word with each of our players there. For those of you Mandarin speakers in chat, nice to hear from the players themselves. Even if you can't understand the words, sometimes the body language comes through as well. And I'm actually not sure if they can if things get auto-captioned. Anyway, the sound bites there if you do want to use that. Hey, how's it going, Nightstar? Good to see you as well. Who else is in chat, which I haven't said hi to yet? I think I've said hi to most people in chat. But yeah, we're not in a bad spot now coming through to IG versus Waybo. In fact, let me just change the title. There we go. Cool. Just so we know that the first series is out of the way. Hey, Angie, how's it going? Oh yeah, we made a joke about German earlier. Oh. Angie, I need to know what's like a squished dog in German. Because it's like, oh man, it's like, so Nefiri got stomped, and it was like, oh, it's like a squished hat, it's like a squished dog. And I was like, oh, ein Hund squish. I apologize. I apologize. Onto the stage we go. Just ignore me. Ignore me. Invictus Gaming coming out onto the stage. Mako team captain leading them out. We have two 2015. Angie, what the heck? Since playing since 2015, both of our captains here. Mako versus Xiaohu. Legendary players from legendary teams and legendary regions. Legends all the way down, folks. You watch them walk past each other, walk across the whole crowd so they can get some high fives in there too. Invictus Gaming, I think, coming in as favorites here. They're on a 3-series win streak. Doing well against even our top teams here in the LPL. Waybo onto the Rift and onto the stage themselves. Xiaohu leading them out, another January 2015 debutant. Waybo, they've been struggling a little bit more, and I'm not going to lie, I think that support role could be a big problem for Waybo today. I think that Mako has been playing really, really well in the current meta. Perhaps the best enchanter player to ever play within the LPL. And Hung on the other side has been struggling. Jungle also an important role here as well. The captains will bump fists here, Mako and Xiaohu, as we said, those 2015 January debutants. I think that support is a really important role to track in this one. Of course, Jungle, both incredibly proficient players. We have Wei versus Jie. Both players that have been internationally recognized. Jie, a world champion from 2021. And Wei, a double MSI winner from 2021 and 2022. Played in both of those rosters. I think he was in both those rosters, right? I think I'm correct in saying that. Sometimes it gets a little bit fuzzy because the RNG rosters should change about a little bit. You know, Way is a player who is on great form, on really good form right now. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do with this roster, of course, after... I think he was quite unfairly... treated with his time on BLG, where actually he was completely fine in 2024 before summer. But it felt like really before that. MSI 20... Yeah, he was LPL... MSI 21 and 22 was on both those rosters. Correct. I was correct in saying that. Alrighty. English just steals from everyone, like their music. Well, technically that's the British Museum. And a lot of those are donated, it's worth noting as well. So it's actually technically not them that steals, it's the people who donate to them which steal, which then leads into the issues there. Alrighty, let's get into game here, or at least into the draft. As I was saying, I do think realistically, IG come in as favorites. They're on a good win streak right now. I think that they're ahead in the jungle, in the support role, and jungle is very tightly contested, so it won't just be JJ kind of going uncontested in that role. Of course, Waybo right now, they're on a little bit of a slump. IG 3-0, Waybo 0-3. Doesn't have to mean anything. Both of these teams are very momentum-based in their own way. They're very unpredictable. And perhaps that will factor into this. First pick will go to Waybo. On red side, we're already through the first picks and bans. The Orianna, the Rumble, the Varus, the Ashe, the Jarvan. We still have Pantheon Rise. Those are the two big ones. We have a couple of important bot lanes still up as well. We still have the Karma. Karma's still available. Now, do you give Karma for Pantheon Rise? Nocturne banned away. This could be a Karma first pick, actually. Now, Hung's looked bad, but if you give him the best support champion on the patch, does that change anything? Maybe IG to say, well, he's not playing well enough, we'll give it to him anyway. Yes, I can posture check. Take away the Ezreal from the Karma. You can now go Ezreal Bard. I think you have to take one of the mid-jungle as well, but third pick should probably be the Bard to make sure you have powerful lane pairing for the Ezreal. Also takes away the Ezreal from the Karma. You can go Caitlyn Karma, you can go Yunara Karma. Multiple options for Elk, who has been very, very good at points this year. The Rise will be taken away from the Pantheon. That shouldn't be a surprise here. But the question is what they're going to do with either jungle or AD carry. Do they think they have enough AD carries to not pick one now? Because as we said, they have like Caitlyn and Yunara. If they have a third one, they go for the Sivir. All right, okay, they lock that in right now. This is less about the lane pressure. Well, I mean, it is going to be lane pressure because they just shove in for forever. But Sivir Karma was the 2015 bot lane. You know, when you think about Mako, back in all those days, you know, Deft and Mako from EDG, when you think about Bang and Wolf from 2015 SKT, the Rocks Tigers, that was Sivir's heyday. Sivir Karma buffing up someone like a Maokai to just run at Mach 5 towards you. The Bard has to get locked in now, really. Otherwise, you're just too far gone in the laning phase. Second round, junglers banned away by IG. Perhaps Waybo banning away stuff like the Aurora or Aurora Annie, maybe. Banning away things from the mid-jungle pairing. Things which can upset the Rise. Top lane hasn't been picked either, of course. IG will have potential counter pick there. They can leave that till last. Xin Zhao away from JJ, no surprise. Jarvan, Xin Zhao gone. Pantheon Nocturne 2. What else is up in jungle role then? Might be heading towards something like a Skarner angle. Ambessa available. Could be Vi Ambessa for Waybo. That could actually be a duo for them. They could be the engage button while the rest of the people follow up with Karma Sivir ults. IG on the other side, I think they really want a powerful combination by Renata. I don't think you want to lock into LeBlanc. The Annie we called out, that's actually a pretty good matchup into the Rise. Kind of can't escape that damage. Oh, that bot lane's really annoying with the Sivir Karma. What do you have that can deal with both the bot lane and the Rise? Of course, Xiaohu, one of the best Rise players to ever do it. Always loved that global ultimate. He was pretty good on it before that point too, actually, when he still had the machine gun ultimate. Okay. Skarner banned away from JJ. We did say there might be an angle for that. It's gone now. Well, you do have the Rise and the Pantheon on the match. I mean, the thing is, if you trust yourself to use the globals better, maybe you just say, we'll take a volatile top matchup and we'll flip it. Ambassador away from IG. I thought that Waybo would want that. I think they would. I think they might have looked for a Vi Ambassador. To do that, they would have needed to ban Renekton, though, maybe. Because you can't allow the Ambassador into the Renekton. It's too bad of a matchup. In fact, to the point where no one even tries it in Pro. No one even tries it. Cassiopeia locked in for Renard. Obviously, one of the better matchups into the Rise. Quite hard to get onto the Cassiopeia, onto the Sivir Karma, though. Is the Neferian for JJ. Good player of it. Not bad into the Pantheon because you can W the W. Last pick, top lane. So they're really front to backing. Cassiopeia helps with that. Does IG lock in a Gnar now? Just says, okay, the Sion's going to have an awful time in side lane, and then it is Breathe's Gnar too. Breathe is a very good Gnar player. I think I want to see the Gnar, I think. Yeah, it's good in the side lanes. You got a Pantheon heading up towards it. Yeah, the Rise can go towards the Gnar too, but I think the Gnar can actually 1v2 that in mid-game. So the Gnar gets locked in. Now, the 5v5 for Waybo is better. You've got a Sivir Karma, you have Sivir Sion. You know, both those combinations really, really good in 5v5. Even though the Cassiopeia can do a lot of work against those tanks, the only front line you have is a Mega Gnar if you have the right timing, and then the Pantheon E. I don't think that's enough. However, in a split map, I think the IG definitely have more tools to work with the Gnar having very good side lane matchup, and the Cassiopeia also having a good matchup against both side laners too. That looks pretty good. We're going to go into a quick ad break, we'll talk about these team competitions, and we'll get into our first game of Series 2 of the day. Bump up the volume there, should be fine from that point. Alright, let's get into it. IG, I think, come in as favorites personally. See how well that sticks to the truth. Thank you, Katari, as well. Hey, Avarice, great to see you too. Welcome to everyone in chat. Of course, we wouldn't do this if you weren't here right with us as well. You know, we do this for you, our community. We enjoy it too. Thanks for coming along for the ride right alongside us. If you're in chat, wherever that is, whether it's on Twitch, YouTube, or on Onivia, speak up. We'll do pay attention to chat when we can. Let's get into it. IG versus Waybo. Let's hear the gyos. Oh, that's really desynced audio. Oh, what the heck is happening with that? Oh, that's loud. Sounds like the audio is a bit off there. We'll see if it comes through from anything else. I think they've... Okay, I'm going to go see if I can reset this to see if the audio changes anything. No, the audio is really just desynced here. Now that's a little bit worrying. Now, folks, what I'm going to do very, very quickly is I'm just going to make sure that I might reload the stream very quickly. So the stream's going to go dark for about 20 seconds or so. I'm going to go see if I can reload the actual stream on the Huya side of things. So 1 second. Okay, and we're back. We'll get the quality back up, and this should now be, hopefully, a little better. I just saw that audio desync, and I just thought we should really try and get something better with that. Actually, I don't think... So weirdly, I don't think it's actually ended up fixing anything, but anyway. Yeah, sounds like just the sync is just a little bit off here. I'm going to try one last thing. We'll try and change this thing here and see if it changes the audio just a little bit. Not sure it will. Yeah, I think this is probably just the clean feed, folks. The audio will just be a little bit desynced. Sorry about that. We have tried to fix it how we can. I don't think we can right here, though. So if the audio is just a little bit off, that's why. Just have to be how it is. See, Hung and Elk getting that shove in early. The Civic Armor just pushing for forever. The thing about the Ezreal Bard is that they do kind of get to just kind of collect farm for forever. They can't really stop them doing that. Again, so yeah, the audio is going to be desynced. It is just how it is, folks. Sorry about that. We've tried what we can. I don't think there's anything else we can do on our end. Bot lane shoving in very hard. Elk, a very proficient Civic player too. JJ going from top to bot, cleanly onto the Dragon itself. Way choosing not to fight bot. Scuttle, realizing there's too much prio there, and this Nefiri is very likely to be there. Just turn the quality down and I won't notice a thing. Not sure I'm going to do that one. Not sure I'm going to do that one. Jump forwards to proc that W. Doesn't go through the Karma Shield. JJ has that bot. Scuttle taken. Puts a ward down in enemy jungle. Now, this is something which junglers used to do back in 2022 and 2023 quite a lot. Where you would finish your full clear, recall and put an enemy ward down in the enemy jungle. Actually, both junglers doing that here. Hung's job late game might be a bit weird. Mako will have more value. Yeah, for sure. The Bard scales very, very well. Of course, the thing with Hung later is that he'll likely end up being... just kind of like an extra move speed bot with something like Shurelya's and ult and Sivir. It means that the ult shield plus the Shurelya's plus the Sivir gives you just an incredible ability to gap close onto an Ezreal that's out of position, a Cassiopeia that's out of position. Very good wards from Waybo across the enemy bot side jungle. They do spot the Raptor respawn as Pantheon. Both jungles on even farm. Mako uses that magical journey to go through there. Bot lane's not going too crazy for Jackie and Mako. Jachi's laning phase, not fantastic, it is worth noting. Now, if he gets out of lane, fine. This guy is very, very strong. Jackie, one of our best playmaking AD carries in the entire league even. Very, very exciting player. He's out of the RQ. Yeah, I really don't want to miss them as the Karma, actually. Both junglers just power farming again. If both junglers are power farming, probably works out in Nefiri's favor. Technically, although to be honest, Pantheon's not unused to, you know, waiting for level 6 anyway. JJ will clear through that pink ward, which is shown in that brush there. Dragon started by JJ on that Nefiri. Any contest? Well, pretty hard to when you have the Rise and the Civic Armor pushing in. Way might be able to put a ward down and spot it. I don't think... Wait, surely he doesn't... Yeah, he sees that it's been leashed over here. He might try and steal it with a Q. Does he try and look for a play on the outside of it? Well, potentially now, actually. The Bard, magical journeying through. Actually good damage onto Hung. Get that ward down in the river too. The heal used by the Karma to make sure there's a safe escape. So Waybo... Look, they're using the fact that they have these early pushing lanes pretty effectively. Yeah, the Cassiopeia trades well into the Rise, but has less wave clear than him, so sometimes the Rise can trade some HP to get out of lane early. Mako's recall stopped by Hung. Kind of expect the Karma, of course, to get good laning value. Ward cleared by JJ on bot side. Of course, he's spotted on that ward still. Ezreal Bard will know about this. 10 CS lead for the bot lane right now, although the wave coming in will make it more... Well, it depends how well he ends up securing this farm. Gets almost everything so far. Does miss one minion. Mako didn't help him secure that one. Renard keeping up fine. Slightly ahead of Xiaohu. Xiaohu's Rise, of course, we were talking about being very potent threat for Waybo. As you can see, though, you know, IG currently 3-0 in series. Waybo 0-3. We can talk as much as we want about, you know, player peaks and how they were doing last year, XYZ, or even last split. Waybo have not been on good form this split. They changed out Airhead, their support, who was a rookie support, a newer support, only started last year in top play. Brought back Hung, who was with them up until spring of last year, and then he dipped out and because he just mental boomed, it seemed like. He went on to top esports after that, actually, and did very, very well. Good Q on to Renard in mid lane. Ults. Not sure about that one, Renard. Jump in towards the enemy Raptor respawn. I don't think this is great from Way now, actually. I think that the Karma has more value in plays like this. And, of course, JJ at level 6 has a Dirk building towards a Hubris. Pretty strong here, actually. But, yeah, I'm not... So, I'm not convinced about the reasoning for Waybo letting go of Erha, really, because Hung's come in and he's not been great. And yeah, Erha had like one bad series at the end of playoffs. But to be honest, you know, if one bad series ended up determining your career like that, Vampire wouldn't have a team, you know? And he's actually ended up being very good. He has been. He's been one of our best supports in LPL. But if you're going to criticize someone like Erha for having one bad series versus... was that versus JDG, the last playoff series? Then honestly, so many other players, you know, Jway, Palkia, hell, and On rather. A lot of these players would have had similar things, right, happen to them. I thought that Erha was worth sticking with. Elk gonna find Mako out here. No level 6 from the Bard to threaten the Sivir here. I don't think you can speculate about that, Nightstar. But now Hung's come back, and obviously Hung has been poor internationally. You think back to Worlds 23, Worlds 24. Well, all of his Worlds performances, actually. You know, on top esports last year. Remember that game he had versus KT? Where he could never find an ultimate on his Nico support. And his crazy bad game on Nautilus. I think that was even versus... Was that versus G2? Might have been versus G2, actually, the first game of that series. Hung was really not playing well. Think back to his LNG days. Definitely some problems there too. Gachi cleaning up farm here. Again, even if enough in farm. Jumps forward with the E. Actually wondering if that was signal or dive from Jirjir. Does have the barriers. Taking Krugs instead. Does Way have any chance to go to the other side? He's taking Krugs, which helps Mako. Might actually get jumped onto by Jirjir here. Does he steal any of those little Krugs? No. Little dog was killed though. Rip. The pack is one less. So Grub's to the side of Way. I really smell Sam's cooking from the kitchen. He's been frying something. Let him cook. Elk. A little bit of damage onto him. Actually, to the point where they might be able to kill him now. So he needs to back off, probably. Again, good plates there from Elk, but not really anything more than that. He does have the cull. That's important. He does have that cull. What's happening on the rest of the map? Breathe. Slight CS lead in top lane. Nothing really in mid lane. JJ slight lead in jungle. Neferi could actually jump onto him. Look how he's not... yeah, Renard's positioning wrong here. I think JJ just kills. That's not bad, but he W's through the ultimate Renard. One bad ultimate, one bad ult, and a flash after. Not a great game from the mid laner who's standing in for Rookie right now, or perhaps even replaced him. We don't know exactly what will happen with that there. Kind of surprised that Jachi doesn't match Cull. A lot of Triforce AD carries don't get Cull. It's a bit of a surprise. I think you should actually, in many cases. So good kill there. That is a Heartsteel advert. I guess that is the... That is the advert they're running this split. Waybo, 1,000 gold ahead. That being said, IG, I think a lot of their powers come through team fighting later. I think it's a really good thing for them that Jachi is very happy there. Jachi choosing not to pop the W onto Elk there, which I'm a little surprised at. Would have been nice to get some of that poke down. The real Heartsteel adverts is in Watley's tweet. True. The static shift Heartsteel, crazy. Yeah, I gotta do a test to see if like something like Lichbane or static shift, Lichbane or Triforce applies to every target on the chain, or whether it's just the first target, because it technically is an on hit. Oh, ult's coming through on bot side. Pantheon ult missing. Do they get hung? They do end up getting away from the spell shot on the Sivir. It's not going to be any kills, but it's good damage onto them. That gives some breathing room there. JJ on bot side has his ult coming up now. Wait, first Pantheon ult to the game, not fantastic. But it does end up getting both summoners away from a hung. You know, the bot lane has been pushing, but it's not really been doing that much else. I think the Ezreal Bard will actually end up being more useful as a 2v2. Of course, against the rest of the team, I think the Civic Armor, very good versus likes the Cassiopeia, who very much struggles to get damage down onto them. Hung big damage onto him. Realm Warp coming to the middle of things. Jeja's being put into that. Not sure about that one at all. Personally, they peel off with a dragon. Jachi not burst out. Hung, of course, had no summoners and was jumped onto by Jachi. I think the mistakes by Jeja and Hung, both of them, making some issues there. That's just the clean feed having a couple of issues. Actually, what I'll do is I'll just switch back to this and hopefully that'll be fine. 1 second, folks. The clean feed having a couple of issues. Maybe it'll even fix the audio. We'll see. Oh, wow. This audio, if anything, is more desync now than ever. Crazy. So now the dragon isn't going to go to the side of Waybo. Let me just get rid of that. The cull almost cashed in by Elk. Hung, you don't have any summoners. Jumps out of it into the miasma. That's going to be a dead Karma. Does have the ult W. Won't matter. Hung, a mistake a couple of times in a row now. We were talking about how this support might struggle in this matchup because he's been struggling in general. It's not been the best start to the game for him here either. An easy death walking into Fog of War with no summoners. Dragon now started briefly by IG. Actually walking towards Xiaohu. He has Flash. Oh, flash onto him. The Bard stun lands after he flashes, tries to get the phase rush and the passive. I think it might be enough. No, good Bard ult from Mako. From one 2015 debutant to another, Mako says, hello, Xiaohu. Takes the kill from himself. Mako, honestly, a pretty good game from him on the Bard so far. Laning phase has been even. Jachi is coming out of laning phase even, which is a very good thing for him. It's really, his problem is falling behind in lane. Everything else is fantastic from this AD carry. Mako, good playmaking from him so far. Dragon started. No Xiaohu. Can't make it down there in time, but I suppose there's no flash on Pantheon, no ultimate from the Bard, so maybe Waybo think we've got enough forces to fight this. Renard could come over. Perhaps the Ghost. Can he get himself an ult on target? Perhaps. He has himself the Miasma. Does he get anything onto Elk itself? Spell shield goes down. Dragon goes to the side of IG. A flash away from Jirjir. Hung doesn't end up landing. That's a big jump in from Jirjir. I'm not sure about that one, really. Maybe he feels like he just has to go himself. Great stun from Mako. This is just Mako's game, isn't it? The Bard has been exceptional from him. Despite it not being an LPL specialty pick, it has been great for Mako here in Game 1 of the series versus Waybo. Mako has been making plays the entire game. Now, they get the Dragon, they get a handful of kills. Xiaohu actually spots them out here. Can you get the Spell Flux bounce across them? He's going to stop some recalls here. Stops one. Yeah, they know they're on vision. I suppose they revealed themselves by casting a skill out of the bush, maybe. Oh, it was the Phaelites. That was it. The Phaelites. That'll do it. Sometimes you forget about that. So this is the initial play. It's a 3v4. They don't have their rise. Elk thinks he can maybe walk up. Doesn't get hit by the ultimate, at least by Renard. Ends up successfully avoiding that. But it's not exactly a great scenario for them, right? I mean, the Q is the big killer here. They think they're safely retreated. They have not. Hung and Jirjir and Elk, they just shouldn't have contested, I don't think. What happened to the IG lineup? Well, Sober and Photic were, not going to lie, just bad. So they were replaced. And Rookie, because of some, I suppose, just either wanted a break or the drama which happened with him. He had some relationship drama. He ended up breaking up with his girlfriend/wife of 9 years, I think. So perhaps that changed things for him. We're not exactly sure, but that's the speculation right now. Renard did play in Demacia Cup. A reminder, folks, that IG won Demacia Cup. Demacia Cup was a huge victory for them. No, they ended up winning their first silverware since 2019 spring. That was the last silverware they ever won, IG. It took until 2026 Demacia Cup, or the end of 2025, for that to happen. Crazy. Elk. Some damage onto him, but does heal it back up. Thank you so much, Sam. That looks very, very cool. Oh my god, that is a huge fucking piece of bread. Jesus Christ. I will see how successfully I can eat that, Sam. That's the worry. Sam, the initial laning, not awful. Yeah, just be careful. Let me roll it back. There we go. We'll get ourselves back into Duocast land. Basically, Sam, Waybo actually had pretty decent lanes. They picked for the lanes, and then, well, Hung lost his summoners, then face checked again on the next reset and died. He's not had a fantastic game. Bot lane has remained even. Jachi and Mako picked the Ezreal Bard, and, well, to be honest, they've done their job. Now Jachi's out of lane, which we know is a dangerous thing. It's typically in lane where he kind of gets neutralized. Potential fight on the Herald, whereas the smite goes to the Neferi.
Nice work. Mako left low, has to magical journey away, but he doesn't do it before, of course. JJ gets to follow him. Gets stunned to the wall, though, and stays alive just fine. Renard now hops over the decimating smash. Gets a wonderful two-man petrifying gaze. The miasma after JJ trapped in a 1v4. He may have got the Herald, but he will not survive the ensuing fight.
Zuka ends up picking up the Eye of the Herald, so they do manage to claim the objective, but Waybo lose the fight. Jirjir has kind of been left alone to walk forwards into a bunch of dangerous situations. There was the big thing which turned the game was the poor Dragon contest about a minute or two before he came back in, Sam. So it's a good smite from Jirjir. Does manage to get that very well done. Jirjir is our Prince of Thieves. He's had a history of doing this, and Zuka ulted in to make sure he could pick up the Eye flashed later. Then, to be honest, I think that Jirjir and Hung should not have walked forwards like that. I think you've got the Herald. Get out. You don't need to do that. Renard, good double ultimate as you were calling in the play. But realistically, even if that doesn't land, they're probably still both dead. There's no one coming to help them. I think the mistake was overstaying in that fight. gonna do you a favor, Sam, and not give you the headphones because the audio is actually desynced, and we've tried to reload it. Looks like it's just on the thing there.
That's so annoying.
It is what it is. So I'm gonna save your ears the threat of that. Jachi holding up mid lane, more than fine here. 400 gold ahead of Elk now, despite the Cull being in for the Sivir. Done quite well as Jachi and then Mako to survive laning. Because actually our biggest criticism probably of this team was why does Jachi keep dying in lane? Why does he keep inting?
And it is a question for the ages.
Yeah, and you know, he's a great player. The problem is just that laning phase. Why does he die so much in lane? Because Mako is fantastic right now. But outside of that, Jachi's fantastic. You know, so IG, they're on a 3-match win streak. And this is, you know, a roster we thought might be a downgrade on last year because of the super team. But to be honest, I think they've synergized very well. Despite the fact that last year had more star power with, you know, Gala, the Shy.
Rookie
was still on the roster too. They weren't really that synergized, or they couldn't get everyone playing well at the same time enough to make an issue of it, really. Until very late, until into summer. Summer split is where they came online. But definitely from there. Miko hanging around next to the wall there again. To see the magical journey whenever he's under threat. Way back into that mid lane here as well. Reminder that Waybo still have that Herald to use. And in fact, Zika with the dragon spawning might choose to summon it for a Battle Herald closer to the dragon.
Jachi gets room prison though, gets spotted on a ward, flashes away, does get out to safety just about, but now Xiaohu flashes after him. The Mikhails needs to go to the magical journey, he chose the wrong way out! Oh, Jachi, that's unfortunate. The way it flashed away. Elk comes over! Elk! What are we doing? What are we doing? Goes down. At this point, the Battle Herald comes on through. It's a good double knock-up now. JJ's to the back on top of Mako. Gets stunned into the wall, though. Nonetheless, has to call the pack. Renard tries to out some Twin Fangs. Way will fall on the other side, but Breather's now hit Meganar. Looks for Zucker. Misses the crunch. Just goes so forward. Yes, Meganar!
Jeja ends up getting caught by the Meganar. Hung makes it out through the Hex Gates. Breed didn't get the last auto attack. The kill score, I think, will end up being 3 for 2. I think all in all, there's no miasma. Renard can't catch him. 3 for 1. IG lose the fight. But both AD carries have a bit of an awkward one there, Sam. Jachi caught out at first, ended up getting caught by, I'm actually not sure exactly what it was.
Room prison over the wall. There was a wall he walked over.
Gotcha. And then Elk took the magical journey through in what I can only assume is a misclick. Jachi, what happens here all in all? Spots someone over on the top of it. Ah, yeah, ward over the wall. I mean, you don't always expect that. Gets caught out. Xiaoshu flashes over. It's a good Mikhails to save some of it. And to be honest, the magical journey was a little late. I don't think it's actually a mistake of Jachi. He actually couldn't have clicked it earlier because it wasn't there on the wall. Elk then does click it, and he ends up going down. Dragon still available. Gold still relatively even.
Back to live we go. Meganar nearly there for breathing. Comes the ground Starfall. We're looking. Who for? Xiaohu was potentially at risk there, but chose the right way out. He's a little bit blind as far as Nolt goes still. Wait, down that potentially important ultimate. Gets him into the river nonetheless.
Some big things cooldowns to use now. 2 items to Jachi. Does have that Muramana. Really scary. If he starts landing skill shots, he is going to be a huge threat. Needs to not take too much poke himself. Reminder, no, hang on, that's a teleport in from Breathe. Not well timed then from Zucker. Could have got the knock-up, can't get it there. And now Breathe gets to walk at him, do a ton of damage.
He's got a Black Cleaver now suddenly, and Zucker eats a lot of his health as that damage. Has the Soul Furnace rolling. Temper Fate onto Xiaohu, could be in danger. Way looking for the shield ball. Get to the wonderful double binding. Mako is on a great one today. Our bards have been fantastic. Xiaohu with the ghost needs to run on out. Has got the phase rush as well. So you get that stun on to Breathe briefly, courtesy of the renewal. But Hung needs to get on out of there. They're trying to clear up these raptor camps as fast as possible. That's pretty deep. Hung goes on down. Breathe left low. Does potentially go down to the corner. But he's not quite dead. Just about falls to the bleed. Now Renard in danger. Is there a reset ult that wants to be taken by JJ? Decides against it. Everyone's low.
I think he would have died. It ends up being a 2 for 1. Breathe going down to the bleed of JJ, who's doing a lot of work with the Black Cleaver himself on the Neferi. You know, you can see that Waybo, they're getting caught out by these bard stuns over and over. Mako is having an incredible time. -2 there for Jachi. Did miss that cannon. We track these things. We do. The initial Q knock-up hit, mistimed. Breathe comes in. Suzuka loses about, a third of his HP just because of that failed Q. Jachi does get hit by a dagger there, but the big thing is Mako's place. He gets the first ult, positions for a Q stun after, the both solo laners stunned up, and the anti-tank damage from IG is actually really quite heavy. Only thing we've saved Zerka there is kind of flying in. I think he gets an unending despair heal. I think that's the heal which he ends up getting there. Or that's what keeps him alive a little longer. Very nearly kills his way on the way out. The zombie value, if that was any lower, could have actually, or if it was any higher, could have led to kills there.
Breathe tries to run on out here. The Hound's Pursuit eventually gets what they were looking for. That was a very tight run thing. We're back
Dragon's
again. This
still
Dragon's
alive.
still alive. We're doing it all over again. Zucker has to flash. He's even very low. Oh my days. The Black Cleaver has shredded his armor very heavily there, and Jachi is the one that punishes Xiao.
Oh, the catch rise again.
Remember, there's still no flash. Where do you run? Gets jumped on. Damage is good, and that Seraph shield is just not enough. The Megadar hop forward. Hung goes low. The Petrifying Gauge forces Elk to step back. He's got poison rolling on him too, so he needs to leave, and they get the fight they were looking for. This time, Waybo don't get some back.
You can change all the members you want on IG. They always retain this team fighting identity as an organization and as a team. IG managed to outfight in the mid lane, and Waybo are just second best, it feels like, in a bunch of roles here. I think that Hung is struggling. He's 0-5 on the Karma. Zuka's not positioning well in team fights. Breathe is using these extra angles to get a bunch of extra kill threat. Waybo will get the dragon, but the Baron goes down.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Jidja looking for an invade onto the Krugs. Trying to get some value back, but the Baron being over. I mean, Waybo need a good fight now. Otherwise, I think the Baron is just going to break the back some.
And again, they get the decent pick onto Zerka, who has to flash, but he's already hit by the Cosmic Bindings. The stun still comes on through. Elk's on the Miasma, so he doesn't get to step on forward. And then Xiao, who, again, we see this occasionally with this player, looking for that kind of aggressive off angle.
Yeah.
Gets caught, doesn't quite space it right. Mako, laser focused today. Breathe with a wonderful hop.
I think with the Bard, a lot of worse Bard players in the LPL would have missed that ultimate. In fact, especially because it's a rise with Ghost, with passive, so hard to lock down that champion. But he's caught him twice in a row now. No, Mako versus Xiaohu, the 2015 debutants, legends of our league, perhaps two of the best to ever do it. Anyway, Mako probably is the second best support of all time, behind Carrier, who's only recently kind of overtaken him, I think, because of his last couple of years of utter dominance. Mako has the longevity, though. He has the longevity. What an incredible player he's been. But both these players on the Rift today, Xiaohu versus Mako, of course, debuted back in 2015, 11 years deep into the career. Mako still making plays like that. Xiaohu, a little less good from him here. Breed will take that bot side turret. And Zerka, he is not happy there at all.
Damage is good. Decimating Smash buys a bit of time. Hung trying to keep people safe with that renewal. Not necessarily find what he's looking for and pulls away.
Actualizer almost in for Xiaohu. Can he change anything with that at that point? Questions, really. I mean, I do think Waybo, if it gets towards late game and they're not crazy far behind, they are getting to the point where they're crazy far behind, like 4K is nothing to sniff at. They have the damage, and they have the ability to, use the Karma, the Civet to move people into position. Sam, I think actually the more I think about it, the more that Xiaohu should never get caught out by an ult like that, because you should have Karma speeding up, Civet speeding up, double Ghost on your carries. That should be something which is impossible. I don't think that Hung and Xiaohu have been positioning together to do that. Xiaohu wants to be stood on the off angle, but if he's going to do that, he has to do it himself, and he has been caught out. Mako, of course, using Carrier's Bard skin here too, the little bunny rabbit ears on the T1 Bard. One of the most famous of all champions from Carrier. IG continuing on with a great set of chemistry, great set of results for them so far in the early split.
Been very strong stuff, and again, considering you've got on the hunt there from Elk, who was actually active during that last play as well, which didn't matter. Very tricky indeed. Baron's now up. Renard back on this bewitching Cassiopeia skin. He does love this skin.
He does. And I do think that, he has a lot of ability to do damage later on into the game with that champion. Early on we thought he'd get a little bit more done. Great damage there onto Elk, by the way. I think that flew through. The ult's coming through as well. Spell shielded by Elk. Hung caught up. I don't think that'll lead to the big enough fight there. Zerka, again, able to shrug off a fair bit. Ezreal, unlike the next patches which are coming, will not kill tanks that easily right now.
Alright, under siege. Who is now here. I don't really know what that changes. This game feels very difficult for Waybo.
Yeah. One other thing which I want to shout out as well, Way has been really good with his ease to stop the initial engage. When we were talking about these competitions, I was basically saying that, the front line from IG is a Mega Gnar, which is a bit flimsy versus the damage from Waybo, and then you've got like a Pantheon E, which only saves you for a handful of seconds, really. Waybo, what do they do now? I guess they have to wait until Elk gets 4 items. I mean, the Lord Dominus Regard is going to help. Dragon's spawning now. I mean, Waybo might be able to force themselves through to Dragon Soul. They could give up 2 dragons as well, look for that scaling. If anything, I think Waybo probably should wait for that scaling now. I think you do actually need the Civet to be getting multiple items. Has that 3-item spike now? That's a big break point.
Have to be enough. Elk needs to do some carrying here. You've got the 3 items on Rise as well. London of Fury, if you can stay alive, your consistent DPS is good. It's just about kind of surviving the upfront burst, and picks have been quite difficult because you are quite short range. There's a lot of tools there to punish you for being in the active range of a Pantheon, the Bard, the Cassiopeia stun. Not easy to get that damage down without someone turning something around on you.
Like, you have some skill shots which are longer range. You've got your Neferi Q and your Civic Q. That's long range, that's fine, but it's not DPS. That's a little bit of poke. And then, of course, you're against the Ezreal ult, the Ezreal Qs, and even the Gnar Boomerang can cause some issues there at that sort of range. Pushing out through this wave, they're never going to have issues with wave clear with a Sivir and a Rise. JJ, might be able to catch out Renard. He's pushed up very deep. They're pulling in a lot of people. Renard, can he teleport? He doesn't have a teleport. Pops that goes. But Xiao, who's so fast!
Tries to run it. This Cassiopeia should be fairly successful. The Petrifying Gaze is spell shielded well, and down goes the Cassiopeia. Very nicely played there from Waybo Gaming. Renard knew he was dead and decided to try and get the wave shoved as far as he can. Breathe will get this tier 2 as Troy, but this is sole point for Waybo.
It is. This is a win for Waybo. They get the kill onto the Cassiopeia, and IG, while they are going to get themselves some turret push, and they're going to get 2 inner turrets, I still think this is a win for Waybo. Ult away from Sai means he's safe from that play. Waybo get a kill on Dragon at the cost of 2 turrets. I think from behind the game, especially when you can get towards a soul point, I still think that's actually in favor of Waybo.
Yeah, probably is, all things said and done. Of course, they do lose those inner turrets, and Baron's in 30 seconds. Waybo will not be able to set up around it.
Jatchi getting some damage. Oh, wow. Good damage onto him. Yeah, that's your 3-item spike. The Cyrilda's in for Jatchi to help him cut through. Frontline means he is very, very bursty, even if his overall DPS slightly less than a Shojin potentially in some cases. Jet will need to be very wary of that, because if the W hits you, your dogs aren't tanking that skill shot. Typically, in theory, not bad versus the Ezreal, because there are a couple of ways where your dogs can tank the main damage from the Ezreal, but not all of it, of course.
No, towards the Dragon, sorry, not Dragon, Baron, we now turn our eyes. IG got the last one. They look like they want to set up around this. 5,000 so gold lead is good. That last play just raises an eyebrow, just a touch.
4 minutes till Dragon now. Waybo would really like to fight around that. No, we did say maybe they can give up a Dragon, scale up how they can. I think that's no longer their angle. It is just get Hextech Soul. They managed to get that last Dragon. Hang on, JJ does have Flash. Pantheon W'd away from Xiao, who caught out again. He had Flash this time.
My days, how many times will this man get caught by a Tempered Fate? Mako has just got him timed well. Tries to buy a bit of time, but is dead again. Xiao, who, it can't happen like this, mate. It just can't. That is very, very poor.
I'm not sure if it was a couple of seconds off of coming off cooldown, that Flash, but it looked pretty on there for me. Someone might be able to correct me and shout. I was wondering if I saw that slim line of it being on cooldown. Either way, Sam wasn't used, not able to be used afterwards because of the Miasma 2. Rise goes down. Mako has bullied Xiaohu here into the Baron contest.
5v4. Waybo must find the contest here down the member. Zucker, big shield there, courtesy of the Karma. Mako stuns well, but in comes Breathe, looking to threaten Way as well. Grand Starfall. Hung has to flash. GA is prop, but there's a decent Locket shield. Back to life comes Way. Flash for the Petrifying Gaze won't quite land, but it's still going to be a very low-looking Zucker looking for the stun back, but Elk spell shields it well. Trying to trade out well with the Gnar, who then has to flash over the wall. There is a stun back onto the wall instead, though, onto Hung, who is likely dead here. We get a little bit of a pause there, courtesy of the feed freezing for a second or two. Mako and Breathe now chasing Elk, has got nowhere to go. Stun into the wall, hop over the wall, and Breathe picks that one up as well.
Elk dies. And folks, if you don't want to see those stutters, get onto your local LPL representative and let them know that we want a better clean feed. 11,000 assists for Mako, the most ever within LPL.
Absolute monster numbers there. Been playing since 2015, 11 years later. About 1,000 assists a year, guys. That ain't bad going for LPL numbers. JJ will back away from the Temper Fate, but it means his Eviscerator's down, would have to flash into the pit. The Miasma's meaning he can't get over.
Yeah, maybe could have got vision for his ultimate as well, but just a little too far out of range. Good blocking there by Renard. A Baron. All 5 members will go back to the team fight here. You know, initially it's just, forcing him out of the jungle, and then Xiao, I think his flash was a second off cooldown.
Okay.
I just saw it tick over there. Sometimes that can light us. I think Xiaohu's flash was literally 1 second off cooldown.
Wow.
That's how close it was. It's a very good timing from Mako. I'm not going to blame Xiaohu as much with that in mind, although to be honest, him getting caught like that again obviously looks very bad. Of course, getting forced out of the jungle like that, wanted to support his jungler. Just been on the off angle too much. If he stood by the Karma, I don't think it's an issue. Breathe jumps forwards again. Breathe has been exceptional in this game, Sam. His Gnar has always been one of his very best picks. Hang on, jump onto Elk just died in the picture. This could be the end of the game. One of their biggest carries is down.
He's dead. That's the wave clear into the Baron as well. That's a problem. Miasma comes on down. I mean, the JJ's ability to eviscerate or Hound's pursuit forward is currently mitigated. Inhibitor turret down. Inhibitor under siege as well. 5v4 we go.
Chat sheet looking for those Qs, looking to ping him forwards. Waybo have just not been able to deal with the 5v5s. W forced by JJ because he was afraid of the Ezreal W tagging him.
Try and clear this wave at the Tempered Fate. Gets both turrets, but not necessarily what you need. We'll clear up the wave a little here. Bit of a fun one from Maker, but realistically prevents them doing damage to the turret. But then again, they had 2 members on the inhibitor turret on the other side, so perhaps I spoke a little soon. All the while, we need to wait 10 seconds for Elk. Nexus turrets themselves under siege, double inhibitors down. Xiaohu is desperately trying, throwing overloads and spell fluxes down, but Zucker again is shredded. The Mikhails does nothing to keep him alive. Is now a zombie briefly, but again, we've talked about the cranberries, and unfortunately, they're being downed with vodka. They needed a stiff drink here, and I just don't know whether that's enough to quell the pain. In comes the Grand Starfall. Elk respawns and dies almost immediately. Xiaohu caught on the miasma, and Invictus Gaming continue their rampant winning ways.
Jachi flashes up the top esports logo, his team from last split. Of course, had a good record versus them too. IG, they are on great form. No, it's not the same roster as last year. Many members changed from it, but IG are really a team to be paying attention to. This is one of our best teams in the LPL right now. I genuinely think this team could be contending for an MSI spot. They're actually within that bracket, which
is crazy to say.
I didn't think I'd be saying that. Not even like a month ago, really.
Yeah.
Because then we said, well, realistically, Split 1, this roster wasn't expected to do much. Split 2, can they pick up a replacement for Sobro, struggling top laner, Photic, struggling bot laner? We didn't expect Renard to be stopping into mid lane, but the AD carry in top lane now supporting this incredibly powerful core of Way and Mako has really managed to up this team's level. I think, honestly, Sam, I look at every single member across that rift, and it is an advantage to IG in that first game. I think maybe Elk was the one person I say, well, he was keeping up with Jachi in terms of like his individual performance, because what can you really do? As a Sivir at that point, you mentioned that there's a bit of an issue with the Cassiopeia, with the Sivir being quite low range against this comp. Player of the game, though, for me, it's between Breathe and Mako. Those two were obscenely good.
I think for me, it's Mako, purely because I think those fights aren't won if Mako doesn't just keep landing ults. Like, did he miss one?
Well, he had like one at the Nexus, which was a bit meh.
Yeah.
But besides that, at least it was pretty much always a summoner blown, at least. Fantastic game by him.
Really, really was. Alex.
Yes.
I'll do the spiel.
Sure.
And then I'm going to put this in the kitchen, and then you can take a break to go break, because you don't have one yet.
Yeah, I'm going to go eat my food, which you so well
my
did.
suggestion is maybe reduce the amount of onion.
Basically, midway through the cast, Sam's like trying to like down this bread, and like there's just onions falling on the floor.
one singular bit of onion. But yes,
I'm gonna go on a break.
That's fine. Guys, if you want to enjoy more of this shenaniganery going on right now, then please do consider subscribing. If you haven't already, do follow us on the various socials. Follow us on the Twitch and the YouTube. Makes a massive difference over there. We probably need to run some ads actually as well. So if you don't want ads, then subscribe. Honest answer. Prime subs are even free, guys. Alan, am I taking this with you when you go? Elk did a fair amount of work there, to be fair. Credit to him. I think the Shy deserves MVP. He's not here anymore. He's on break. And Breather's doing quite a good job here, all things said and done. And now it's been solid. And Zucker kind of just got mad. I think Zucker's been struggling for a little while now. A guy that I know at one point we were quite impressed with. That I was so leery of how well he would keep his form up over the years. And I kind of felt like I was proved wrong. But right now, the dip in form has been pretty notable. And that's going to be problematic as Waybo continue to really struggle to find team fight angles, if nothing else. Hung, not a great game from him. Xiaohu, how many times did he get caught out? Need to be better than that, I fear. What have I missed? Breathe position was very nice in aggro this game. If Mako didn't catch Xiaohu so hard, I think he would get deserved MVP. Yeah, I think that's probably fair. Oops. This was the moment we went, oh dear. Where Jia and Hung get caught. It's really nice from Renard, who actually also had a very good game on the Cassiopeia. Him getting caught in bot lane was nearly tricky. Nice angle from Breathe there. Oh, yes. Yeah, that'll do. About to witness another one of those insane Bard ults. Blows the trumpet. Xiaohu's caught. Feel like I saw that quite a lot this game. You know what deserves player of the game, says Harold. Are you going to tell us? But you're going to go home in 5 minutes? Hell yeah. Breathe. Great game from him as well. He might get the MVP, you know, and I wouldn't be too mad about it. I think it's still Mako for me, but man, were those two just on fire this game. Poor old Xiaohu. The Emperor of Spring appears to be looking a little bit like he's wearing no clothes here. He needs to figure himself out here. Really does. I think Waybo in general just not come into this split looking particularly focused or dangerous. Hung switched in for Ura. Alk and Hung just not really been at their best. Hung in general, I think, has struggled a fair amount so far. Elk gets jumped on at the end there as Jachi and Wei have some fun with it. And I think Jachi actually ended up with a pretty decent game. Didn't get blasted in lane, which is always a good sign. He's very flippy in that laning phase and has been slowly getting back to being a bit more consistent. Does feel like there is a very real loss condition for IG where Jachi just gets run over in lane, having overstepped, going for some aggressive trades that he didn't really figure out properly. Who gets MVP here, shall we? It will be Mako, as I kind of expected. I'm not going to lie, he was very good. He was very good. At 95% KP, cannot ask for much better, can you? That was about as good a bar game as you could ask for. Everyone votes for Mako. You know what? That's fair. Again, we'll put a shout out to Breed because obviously he had a fantastic game too. But considering how clean Mako was that game, it's an Enchanter meta, mate. And that means it's Mako's world. He is rather good at this style of League of Legends. He deserves it for just catching out key targets all the time. Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. You're right, it is a very pretty dress, chap. Oh, another little, with a little eyebrow flicker. Oh, wow, very good. I'm assuming we have... Spotify on, but I'll double check. We do, good. Phew. So how good is Mako compared to other LPL sports like Kyle? I mean, Kyle is struggling a little bit because the lanes are struggling, so Kyle's strength of linking up with Tarzan is kind of being mitigated somewhat.
I think he's only behind On.
Yeah,
Second best right now.
yeah, but yeah, I tend to agree with Alex, who just came through the door. I think if we're looking at the best sport in the LPL right now, it's On. I think behind him is probably Mako, who has been on fantastic form right now. Then you're probably looking at players like Vampire, who's also been playing pretty well here as well. I think it's right to call him out. Who else are we looking at? I think, generally speaking, Hung has been struggling. Who have top esports got as their support right now? I'm having a mind blank moment. No, I think I would still have Mako over Vampire, but it's close. Fengyue's also been pretty good. Yeah, Fengyue's been good. I think Fengyue's like 4th. But I think probably for me, it is on Mako, Vampire, Fengyue. It's probably our top 4. Yeah, no. Though I hear the argument for Vampire 2nd, and I'm not against it. I think JDG have also been very good. And especially if you're considering the collective of their work right now.
No, Mako's been better than Vampire, partly because, like, Mako has to lane with Jatshi.
Also fair. Right now. Also fair. I'm just gonna go wash my hands briefly. Ooh, that fell down on me.
Okay. Yeah, I think that Mako's quite clearly 2nd. Vampire still makes those kind of critical mistakes at points, right? If you look at like some of his last games versus BLG, they were, yeah. Erha's not as good this split. Erha's not been as good this split, sadly. Who else is around? Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a think about it. So currently who are the best supports within LPL? So we have zoom into this. So we've got Kyle. I don't think he's top 3 right now. On is best. Then I think it's Mako. Then I think it's Vampire, Fengyue. Anyone else in these bottom? No one from down in here. Yeah, I think it's quite clearly on Mako or Vampire. I mean, Mako's been really, really, really good. He's been really good. There, cool. But yeah, potentially one last game. I'm not gonna lie, with Waybo playing like that, I just don't think it's gonna be close. I think Hung has been not great. I think Xiaohu was bad. Probably Xiaohu was worse than Hung that game, but neither of them were good. Zucker wasn't great either. I think that Jirja and Elk were fine. I think the others were not good this game. Oh, I should have some of the coffee. Guys, I have a horrifying feeling that Static Shiv Varus might end up being turbo broken. Because, folks, think about it like this. Varus on hit Varus. His passive stacks, his W stacks, will be brought along with the Shiv. So he can get 3 stacks on like a full team of 5 people, and then get an empowered arrow through all of them. Can you imagine that? In fact, actually, after this, I might end up. What I'll do is I'll test out a couple of static Shiv builds after this, and then we'll get on to replaced. But I think that we might be in a position where I think that on hit Varus might get a full stack arrow onto everyone. That would be absurdly broken. Yeah, I think that Varus might be turbo broken with this. To be honest, it's probably good with Kai'Sa too, right? Shiv instant 3 hit anymore? Do you need to charge up the Energize? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like if you charge it, well, if you charge up the Energize, it's even better though, right? To be honest, like that's even better. But basically, if you get Shiv autos on him, doesn't it just go fucking insane? I think on hit Varus with Shiv being able to put passive onto everyone is absurdly broken. Exactly, Katari. I mean, there's still issues with the range problem with on-hit Varus. To be honest, it might be better on top lane... On, like, top lane Varus. It might be better on that, where he's just already killing tanks with it. Team-wide Garen silence? Does it work like that? Oh, maybe it does. I wonder if Guinsoo will allow the Shiv Energized charge to apply twice also. I would imagine it does. I'd imagine it does, because basically it's just like your auto attacks apply on hits twice. So if the on hit's already applying twice, I guess we'll see, right? Yeah, well, after the series are done, I'll do some testing of Static Shiv. I'll do some testing, see what happens. So I have a sneaking suspicion that Shiv on hit Varus goes insanely hard because you get your passive onto everyone, or like your W onto everyone. Sam, I was just saying, Sam. Actually, Sam, is it okay if I can trouble you for a coffee? It might be a little bit later.
Yeah, no, you're not a problem. I was just going to run and get myself a Red Bull, but I will, in that case, put the kettle on.
But Sam, Shiv Varus on hit, because his passive will apply to everyone on the Shiv chain. So you can get a full stack arrow onto everyone.
Wow. Will it apply all three?
I'm gonna check. We're getting onto stage now, so Sam, sorry about this. I've left you in the lurch. So it'll probably be me doing draft. Sorry about that, folks. But we'll do some testing in a second, folks. We'll do some testing. Okay, let's get onto this bit then. Cool. I like this track as well. Although I kind of miss the playoffs music from last split. What is this IG team? It is the team for Split 2, folks. It is the team for Split 2. Okay, let's get ourselves into it. Okay, so. Yeah, Jinx is too good with crit, really. Yeah, Jinx has never been on hit. But there is actually a world where you go like Shiv Rageblade or Shiv like you can go like Shiv Rageblade or Shiv. I mean, we'll see what happens with Dusk and Dawn actually. Like if you apply. What I'll try out a couple of things, because if you go like Shiv Dusk and Dawn, we'll see whether Shiv applies the on hit multiple times, right? So we'll try like Shiv Dusk and Dawn and Shiv Rageblade and see if they apply twice along the chain. Because if that's the case, and like you can go like Shiv for extra wave clear, it has AP and AD scaling, which is absurdly broken for him anyway. That goes insanely hard. There might be a world where you Shiv Kale. There might be a world in which you can do that. I need to see if I need to move my camera. I'm gonna imagine I need to do it. This one a bit further up. Okay, into game 2 between IG and Waybo. Azir banned away, we still have the Orianna available. Thank you so much for the sub, Doc Shamrock, by the way. I did see some other people subscribing earlier, so I really appreciate the support from absolutely everyone. The Varus, which we were just talking about, has been banned as well. The Ambessa, gone. Good, okay, right. Let's get the drafts in. Nocturne continually banned today. Rumble off the table, no surprise. What are our picks and bans? Well, we have Ashe Seraphine. That's the big one, which looks like it's going to be up. Ashe Seraphine, Yunara, Lulu. We might see a trade of them. We might see a trade. First picks are IG, so they'll get their choice of power pick. Corki banned away from Corki Nami. Ashe, first pick. There's no Ezreal Seraphine on the other side. I guess you could go Yunara Seraphine. Do you go the Seraphine then as part of the duo? Pick the Seraphine first. I think that's the better part of the duo of the Ashe Seraphine. Mako is incredibly good at it too. Oh, Jarvan's up. Now, I suppose what IG are thinking is, look, there are powerful bot lanes up for everyone. It's the Orianna. I forgot that the Orianna was unbound. Of course, that makes sense. Now, the Jarvan can get locked in, and you can't lock both parts of your duo, so you have to lock in either the Ashe or the Seraphine. So they lock in the Ashe. So do IG take Yunara Lulu, or do they take the Seraphine and try and break up the Ashe Seraphine? Shinzao hovered over for IG. Now the thing is, if you lock in the Shinzao, you don't get your own power bot lane. You do get a powerful jungler, which is important, but you're potentially giving Ashe Seraphine over without a lane to contest it, and that's a problem because Jackie and Mako have not been fantastic at surviving lane. Last game was a bit different on that front, actually. Do you lock away the Seraphine, try and pick him an AD carry later? Risky, I think, to do that. Could pick the Lulu and then think about, well, if you go the Lulu, then you're looking at a mobile AD carries for the Jarvan to dunk on. Jace potentially locked in for Breathe. He's very lane dominant, and I don't think Zuka's been playing well enough to survive that. He might... so this is what they're doing. They're saying, okay, if we lock the Jace, you really want to lock Yorick. If you don't lock Yorick, you don't have a good Jace sensor. So you can see the mind games of saying, well, we both want a power dot bot lane, but can I kind of do an arms race on the other side of the map to make you consider something? Waybo are not going to take the Gambit. It will be the Jace Gambit declined if we're using chess opening analogies, and it will be the Ash Seraphine. IG put the Gambit down and saying, okay, we're going to lock in a hyper strong top laner with limited carries for it. Now IG ban away the Yorick almost certainly. Nautilus banned away from Maker. One of the better players of that too, actually. Hey, they've got the EDG Yumi skin with Maker fame as well. But I think it's really interesting tracking these kind of logical platforms, right? You gotta ban the Yorick. The Yorick's too good with the Jarvan too. Sam actually highlighted this combo where you Cataclysm and then you Dark Procession, so as the Cataclysm wears out, there's just another baby cage there. So you ban that away, so it's more safe for the Jace. There's no Gnar, which can be okay into the champion. There's no Sion, which can be okay into the champion. Lulu just banned away from IG. They might look at a Lucian Milio or a Lucian Nami. Both of them are okay. We did see some Zeri Yumi into Ash Seraphine, although it was Carrier that played it the first time and it went wrong because he hopped off, got rooted and died. So actually, not the best example from Carrier in that with that note. Last one of the Cassante. Cassante is also an okay matchup as the Jace. You can sometimes all in, and it's a very good death ball unit with the Ash Seraphine. So now what Zucker might have to do... So, the problem here now is, you really want a tank for your death ball, but you need a good matchup into the Jace. You don't have that without the Cassante now. You're outranged by the Jace. The Jarvan will have to dunk to make that champion feel less safe. The Annie's not fantastic into Orianna. You do lose that lane, but then again, what survives it? Typically, it's the Azir, which you don't want to pick here. Well, it's gone anyway. Alright, bot lane for IG. You see the Ash Seraphine. You see the Jarvan. You want something which can get out of the Cataclysm if needed and survive laning phase. I think it's Lucian, but actually thinking about it, the Jin's not awful. I wouldn't pick the Misfortune myself. Jin or Lucian, I think, are the 280 carries, really. Oh, do they mel bot lane? Do they mel bot lane because it's the Ash Seraphine? Oh, come on, that'd be so funny. Jin locked in for Jachi. He's a good player of it. Now, the bot lane support. Do you play Mel support? Do you play Mel support purely for reflect value? Mako, thinking about the Onivia, only really On has made this champion look good. No one else has made this champion look good in the support role. Also worth noting, really, that LPL hasn't played an Onivia support game since first stand. We played it top lane a couple of times. And the Nico would be more standard. Better engage, better in laning phase on the whole. Well, the Onivia is very strong in lane, so just high base values. They do go for the Onivia. Alright, they go for the Onivia. Long range stun potential. Didn't expect that, not going to lie. Last pick for Waybo. Jax potentially for Turka. He used to be a very good player of this. He used to play AP Jax earlier in the split too, or earlier in the year. So the Jax is locked in. Waybo have very little tank, and they are outranged. They do have good long-range engage. They have the Ashar, the Encore, and the Jarvan Dunk. Those are powerful tools. Jachi is 110 on Jhin. Look, he can have all the stats he wants in it. I remember Jachi actually having a very good Jhin. Sometimes the eye test will lie to you a little bit. Because there's no tank on the side of Waybo, and because you have Jace Jhin now as double poke, I think this is fine. Gonna go into a quick ad break, and then we'll go into the game, won't we? Let me just have a look at Jachi's stats all time actually on that. Yeah, he is 1 in 10 on Jhin all time. Okay. But then again, Jachi has been on some bad teams, is worth noting. Because he was on the failing last version of RNG. So it is worth noting a lot of Jachi's all-time stats are skewed because he was playing on, well, a failing team.
Oh yeah, he was playing on my flex queue, you know? So he was a bit doomed, you know?
So yeah, I mean, while it is worth bringing that up, it is genuinely worth bringing that up. The eye test tests very well for Jachi, even if the other things go against that somewhat. Let's get into our second map, Sam. Waybo have the Ash Seraphine. There was an interesting gambit put down where Orianna, Jarvan were both open. The Ash Seraphine was open. Okay. Waybo said, we're going to lock in a Jace. And they said, well, we're just going to complete our Ash Seraphine and we're not going to pick a better counter to it like the Yorick. That's our gambit put down. Let's hear those gyros and get on with the game.
That's a very full arena. IG and Waybo, very popular teams at the minute. IG in particular, ever since last year, that kind of fan base really took to another level with the amount of incredible players they brought together. And a lot of that fandom has actually stuck around, which is nice to see. Maybe not quite at the same level as when the Shire was here, but it's still not doing very poorly, that's for sure. Renard gets a hold of the Orianna, which is a surprise. That champion is pretty disgusting. Of course, Xiaohu on the Annie. Hilariously, probably the more famous Annie in the LPL is in the bot lane playing the Onivia right now, back in Season 5, with the Annie support was pretty obnoxious.
True.
With Deft back in the day.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Breathe taking a decent level on trade versus the Jax, actually. Zucker started the leap strike. He gets the melee grasp onto him. Breathe can actually get him... Oh, misses the last Q, but he's still trading well against the Jax. Don't think Zucker wanted that very much at all, to be honest.
No, don't think he did. Actually doing his best to auto where he can. Gonna look to step on forwards, gets a bouncing grenade across a couple. Chachi keeps trading, won't be able to look for too much more.
Well, they were looking for the level 2 for that stun. It just went wide. If that had hit, that would have been a pretty hefty trade. It is the electrocute on Mako, so if you land the Q auto E, well, QE actually I think is enough with the 2 procs of the Q. Does end up being electrocute there. Q's off cooldown now. Watch where it's coming out of this brush.
Ouch. There's the shield, trying to find to work the deadly flourish after. Here we go. This trade gets nasty. Where's the crystallize? Not burned yet. The flash win becomes lightning from Way is excellent. Hung has to flash.
Has to flash away from a potential 4th shot. It's a great 3 camp from Way into bot side gank. Breed isn't even ganked on the other side because he has such a big wave, and it was only the level 2 of the Jax. He was getting heavily traded against. So IG's lane's doing really well. Of course, Breathe versus Zucker is a matchup we've had well over time. Now, I remember this being pretty strong back even in 2023, back when Zucker was on LNG. Breathe was hanging about the place too. I think he was still on RNG at that point, actually. But, you know, because he's so dominant in the early few levels, JJ runs out of options on the top side. So Way is not punished for a 3 camp on into bot lane gank. He gets the kill, goes back, gets his components, can go through his top side, get top scuttle. Way has lost nothing for this play bot side.
That's really rough. And JJ's on his Jarvan, a champion he's so comfortable on. Again, reminder, this was a player who was on that EDG squad, effectively, that managed to win Worlds with Mako not so long ago, and part of how they got to Worlds in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, JJ was the jungler who played. That was Junja, who was the substitute support there as well, so we have both of them playing in our league right now. And JJ, I actually think was hard done by with Mako for Worlds MVP. I thought Scout had a good series. Realistically, JJ and Mako were the better players in that finals. JJ's Jarvan was even played on those finals from memory, at least it was in that playoffs run. Very important champion to that run. We haven't talked about the Mako versus JJ. I think it's going to fell out of my memory a little bit, but for sure, these 2 world champion teammates, of course, on pretty good form here. Renard going to potentially protect the Raptor respawn.
Does indeed. Tries to attack some of those mini Raptors. JJ just about gets over the wall there as Way goes audacious charging forward. So loses 3 or so of the small ones. That's really not that much in the grand scheme of things.
Hey, Fairy Tale saying, way better than J. I mean, this isn't Way versus JJ. This is Way versus JJ. So if it's Way versus J, I would understand it, you know, but even the power of 2 J cannot overcome the power of 1 Way.
Well, the other thing you've got to remember that sometimes the single syllable is more powerful than the extended articulate sentence.
Foos. Except that's not true.
Yeah.
Because Foos. Voda is more. Yeah, exactly. Sam has actually now left the cast. He actually just went through the wall. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for everyone else who's just flown back from their computer seats. I think that should. I feel like every time we kill a dragon, get rid of these buffs. Just get like an extra word of power.
I really wish that Dragon Slayer Pantheon went basically when he Grand Starfall would stop with Foos and then come down Roda.
What I'd really appreciate is if they added in all the modded things from the modded shouts. So they just have cheese, and there's like 200 wheels of cheese fly out of the Dragonborn's mouth.
Shyvana gets a Thomas the Tank Engine skin.
Yeah. Or the Macho Man Randy Savage Shyvana. God, there was like the thing is, unmodded Skyrim is like it's like unsalted bread with nothing on it. Technically it's calories, but you don't really want to eat it. Modded Skyrim that's confectionery, Sam.
But what you've added is like you've allowed the kids to go through the sprinkles cabinet and just add whatever they want to the top of the bread.
Kids is in like 12-year-olds or 5-year-olds. There is a difference.
I mean, either or. The answer is that what is ended up on top of that bread is the most unholy mishmash of sugar you've ever seen in your life.
A sweet trade for Xiaohu in the mid lane there. Less sweet for Zucker in the top side. Gotta bring it on track somehow, Sam. This is my career. Breathe has the level advantage, hits the accelerated shock blast. And look, Zucker is really hurting this matchup. He's down plates. I think there was 1 plate taken. Down 15, going on 20 CS as well.
It's tough to see. And again, we're not seeing it so much here, but one of the things you can do as Jace, who is strictly both melee and range, depending on whether he's pressed R or not, is you can fire your grasp auto while you are ranged and switch for mid auto flight to get the melee grasp proc.
This also happened with Eclipse too, when Eclipse had a better melee scaling. Actually, can't remember if it does anymore. But anyway, he's done it with various items before. Gordron Jace was also nice to...
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't as...
The
opportunity.
The sabotage.
Yeah, sabotage. Anyway, there are various times. I know, look, the Gordring was different, but yeah, anyway. Hopefully that makes enough sense. Right, where were we? Dragon of the side of Waybo. Worth noting that Xiaohu has a big lead in mid lane. I didn't expect that with the Orianna matchup. It should be more even than this. Xiaohu, good lane from him so far.
Level 6 for Wei, not there for JJ. I think that means this fight over this red buff would be ill-advised for Jarvan, and needs to be careful because that 3 Talon Strike is stacked.
It is in the bot lane. Hang on the wall used. Not great Q afterwards. Typically you want to fire out the wall as the Q's in flight to kind of force the enemy champion to take a step in the direction towards your skill shot and force the enemy player to react very quickly to re-change that direction.
And it gets a little easier once you get the level 6 because you end up in this kind of catch-22 of do you stay in the Glacial Storm or do you leave and get hit by the stun? Neither of which is great fun.
Yeah. Xiaohu walking over gets the stun here. We'll get the Molten Shield moving speed together. No, Sam, that's not Annie. That's
to practice my burning.
What? Yeah. What's the name of that robot in Futurama that's like, I gotta practice my stabbing. Yeah. I get this is a very deep cut, and it may well have been with a knife practice.
Very. That's not bad. Well done, Alex.
Yeah, infinite in mystery is the mind of myself who grew up on Futurama and can't remember the references anymore. Dude, I grew up on that stuff. Futurama, it's still topically very ahead of its time.
Elk. That's the backstep. They get the stun on the Seraphine. Very good, Mako.
Mako's just been playing so well this split. I think the split off for Mako has really, really helped him. Potential jump in at level 6 onto Orianna. Sometimes you want to play the summoner economy. Jarvan really likes people being down flashes. That's going to be a stun and that'll be a kill onto the Ori.
There we go. Nicely done. Managed to mash that Orianna and successfully so. The flash required from JJ, but I think a worthy trade.
For sure. I mean, at that point, not even playing the summoner economy, just saying, death. Thank you. 20 CS will remain the lead in mid lane because it's an entire wave lost the turret. There will be a teleport through to that lane, but it'll be the slow teleport because it's before 10 minutes. Level advantage for Wade. First crop taken. Oh, he just used his Q, so JJ doesn't have a way out, and he just used his flash, where he uses that ultimate, stops Xiaohu getting the immediate burst.
Very nicely done. The flag, the drag, flash away from Wade, but now Zucker's here. That makes this a bit spicy, and it all goes quite wrong.
Breathe doesn't teleport in. Renard doesn't teleport in. I think maybe, well, there's nowhere really for them to go to. Ends up being, Wade finding the good opportunity for burst onto JJ, but the solo lanes are there quicker. Renard couldn't get in quick enough, and Breathe wasn't in position either, so discoordination, arrow on the turret, cleansed away from. Mako gets the stun, though, and Elk is now in danger himself. Has the barrier, has the flash, takes a tower shot, which means he might be at risk of death. Encore doesn't save the AD carry, and Hung, well, he's going to be hanged, drawn, and quartered by Mako. A double kill to the Onivia's support.
Oh, it's just gone so wrong, and Mako is having a phenomenal series.
I can't believe that Mako is doing this 11 years after debut, Sam. Debuted in the same month as Xiaohu back in spring 2015, and they are making it, well, at least Mako in this case, making it look like it is just as fresh as ever. The initial arrow hits, but then Elk gets caught under turret. I guess they just didn't respect where Mako was. They did have the ward in the tri-brush. Yeah. Not sure when the last time they saw that was. Elk, well, he did have summoners. Can't use them there to get to safety. Arrow, well, the engage, blah, blah, blah. Aggro went onto him. Mako just slaughters them both, and now actually we're at the point where Mako's going Rod of Ages. He will actually be a damage threat here.
Well, fun build there. Not the rocket belt we've often seen from our Onivias.
Whoa. We've seen it once at first stand, and the game before that was Rod of Ages.
I thought we saw it in the LPL as well.
We haven't seen another LPL. No, we saw the Rod of Ages in LPL. And then, actually, hang on, there were two games. Oh, God. At least there was... The first one was Rod of Ages.
I thought the second one was Rocket Belt.
Oh, God. You know what, Sam? I will actually go check that up because I don't want to spread his
Yeah, that's fair.
Xiaohu's going topside. Maybe that's better to talk about.
It might well be. Breathe will speed himself away. He's pretty fast, but Xiaohu will look to get in range to get the stun here. Does indeed. Flash from Zucker under the turret. Xiaohu tanks up that aggro and does so well. And they manage to get the kill onto Breathe. The summon is required from both solo lanes there from Waybo, but it's not going to lead to too much stress.
Yeah, so On only played the two games, one Rod of Ages, one Rocket Belt. So that happened there at least. But yeah, in terms of the other LPL stuff, I mean, we've seen a couple of Onivia supports elsewhere. I'm not going to lie, Sam. The builds for Onivia support seem entirely based on vibes to me. Do I think there's reason to them? Potentially. Are they going to tell us, or are we going to find that out ourselves? Probably not.
See, I just told you.
Thanks.
Can you speak bird?
No, but Angie can.
Sorry,
she's my bird translator.
Bird translator, right?
She's on a mission to befriend her neighborhood crows, or as often as. Yeah. Oh, there was a fun thing I learned about birds. Songbirds in the wild, fun fact for everyone, songbirds in the wild have about, I think, like double the amount of songs that birds in captivity do.
Seriously?
Yeah, which is actually quite sad in its own way, which means that songbirds, they're losing their song as they're captivated. And there's also another fun fact: only one aquatic songbird, which I believe is the ocean wren or something like. I think that's what it's called.
So what are all other ocean-going birds shanty birds instead?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, no, shanties are only for the aquatic ones. There's only one shanty bird because there's the one aquatic one. So surely this logic tracks.
Of course it does. Yes, I should have known.
Fools, smite. Dragon's gone over to the side of IG. Wade takes that one. Look, besides that one miscalculation at Grubs earlier, had a very solid game where he was very far ahead in terms of XP, falling back to even. Now game is even in general. Hung has no flash from the last shockwave. I don't think this is a kill, but everyone's starting to rally around for it. Xiaohu coming to try and help his support. I don't think it's going to help, but the Encore does after. What's the play going to look like? Wei goes down 1 for 1, killed in the Cataclysm. The Tibbers is still doing damage. Who's coming to the play, though? The Encore gets the 4th shot onto the support. The W kills him. She actually snipes him down.
Mako left low, but the egg respawns. The shield from the Orianna buys a little bit of time, allows another auto to come on forward. Elk looks for the slow, should get it with the approach velocity, and Jachi will fall. It was a close run fight, make no mistake about it, but Elk's the one that comes the way with the double.
That was a mess. 4-man fight from both teams, ends up being a 3 for 2. Renard ends up living. Jet Elk on the other side, biggest beneficiaries. While Mako gets another kill. Jachi does too. Wait, hang on, did Mako die in that?
Yes, he did just at the end.
Yeah.
His egg came back up. Renard tried to save him, it didn't quite work.
Gotcha. Well, Renard tries to force onto the Seraphine who had no flash from the last shockwave that came through. Look, piling in to the Annie, it is rough. The Encore ends up hitting Mako there too. That's actually the first big Encore which Hung's managed to find so far. Look, Hung's been struggling, and the Seraphine was definitely a champion which didn't get the most value on before. He does die here, but in fairness to him, if the cooldowns are being used on him, they're not being used elsewhere. Yes, and the egg did get shattered there. Jachi could have flashed that and lived, to be honest. I think that Jachi could have also flashed and maybe even killed Hit. Did he have his Q up? Maybe not. Look, realistically, it's not a good flash. Jachi dies.
Especially as Elk does manage to get that auto as he's flashing, so the autos follow. And Elk gets to run and pick up 2 kills. He probably is the biggest beneficiary of that fight.
For sure. I mean, the Ashe... The Ashe is not going to be a hyper carry, though. This is the thing. Ashe doesn't have that much AoE, especially since the Hurricane builds are kind of gone now. Jarvan's up in top side. Breathe is 20 CS ahead. He's happy. He's going towards a glass cannon build, has the cooldown boots, and is going towards a Ghost Blade first from the looks of the Rectrix in the inventory. Going to back now for his first item. And while Waybo doing fine in the grouped up fights right now, it hasn't had the top laners come to play. Now, if Zucker gets really good play, obviously the AoE of the Jax does become a huge threat. However, if Breathe is the one that can sit at range and the engage doesn't land from the arrow from the Encore, then IG get huge value from that. Quick stutter in the clean feed. We'll quickly refresh that. See what that comes through. We've had a couple of issues with the clean feed today, actually.
Yes, it's been a little bit tough to get to come through cleanly.
Yeah, typically it's not really been... yeah, hang on a second. Breathe might like to... he has flash out. He's coming at top side. Gets some movement away from him. He needs to flash early, I think. Gets the stun onto him. JJ might look for the full kill. I think he should have just flashed Sam. Goes down. Teleport behind him. Here comes the Onivia and the Orianna. Xiao, still has flash to disengage.
It's a disintegrate for that stun, and that's pretty good. TP now flying, and I think Waybo just get away with that one.
Yeah, Xiaohu's been really good on the Annie. Very good on it. Been instigating a lot of plays. Had a very good lane lead as well against Renard. Before it's another kill for him, and IG not really able to stop the Annie having value. They've engaged into it a couple of times, allowed it to get into the play a number of times, I think, which was a little bit unwise of them to do so. So IG down another kill there. Waybo's eking out a gold lead now, 1,000 gold up. Breathe down another kill. Zucker is actually pretty happy with the state of things now because the Jace has been brought back in line.
Yeah, I think that's probably the wise way of putting it. Waybo should now look to take down this Herald. Took me a second to remember the name of that objective for a second or two there, but still managed to get that one without too much contestant. Sorry, that will be Way who's taken that, not Waybo. Correct. Correct use of the Way pronoun. JJ. No. prefix. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah,
Good
well, they
grief.
might junk dump on them again. No Cataclysm. Oh, there's no ults on Xiaohu. The flashes.
Arrow into the encore, though, is superb. The bot lane, turn it around. Some of them from downtown. Breathe, though, does survive. Now, actually, here come the curtain calls, a little bit dicey.
Oh, that's so painful, Sam. I think the cost of, hang on, Mako does have flash, has to use it there. Good stun onto him, not bad from Breathe. He doesn't have the HP. I think Elk might be able to run forwards, and the W doesn't get any value because there's no damage to activate the stun. Elk picks up another kill participation. It's JJ which picks up the full kill, though. 3-0 and 4 on the Jarvan.
Yeah, I wondered whether Breathe was going to have a little bit more value there, but I guess because he's only at the one item march, doesn't quite have what is required. And Mako, with still no passive, very long cooldown is the Onivia passive. Just goes a little wry, and now Breathe needs to be a bit careful, because I think this Ashe, if she lands the W, can look for another one here. Approach velocity is rolling.
You have the damage for it, has to flash away. Elk is taking matters into his own hands, has the Storm Razor, lands that one auto, and the movement speed kind of gets out of control. Elk doesn't have the ult to make a play just yet. He's really wanting to take this game into his own hands, though.
Dragon now being jumped on.
At what point do we add another J to JJ? Just keeps adding more onto it. Dragon started, Way still pretty strong despite the fact that he's behind JJ. Level behind though, which is a bit unfortunate. I don't think they can contest the Dragon here easily.
Herald's dropped in mid lane. Zucker needs to back away from that deadly first. The wall just wide. The turret will now fall. Down at half. Way can look to go in here. Doesn't quite get that Dragon steal. Nice idea. Now the escape from Waybo. Flash on him from Way. Gets the Crescent Guard, but the stun comes down already. Root after as well. You can drop the damage, but not that. Xiaohu, though, hit by that Shockwave. Cataclysm turns around from JJ, but Elk left real low. Forced to flash from the Flash Frost.
Oh, the wall and the stun was so threatening from Mako. I'm telling you, man, Mako is on great form. The break's done him a lot of work. Way, I actually think he needs to be quite careful here. Barrier used from Elk.
There's the deadly flourish. The stun after they get the kill. Jin Onivia, guys, is a lot of CC from a very long way away.
LPL is cooking. For some reason, they're not cooking on gas. They're cooking on ice. I didn't realize you could, like, freezer burn your way to a full cooked meal, but here we are learning something about that, I suppose. IG reclaim the gold advantage. Dragon did go to Waybo, so they have that to look forward to, especially on an Infernal Rift. Will definitely pay dividends if they end up getting the next Dragons after that. Don't really need to tell you that one, do I? So, look, initially I thought this was a mistake. They jump forwards, the ball pops back to run up, so they can't get the initial shockwave, but then actually that somewhat ends up working in their favor, because it means that they take the fight around. A very good choke point for them later, which does work very well. Shock Blast works his way onto Elk. That removes all of his HP to fight with. He had the flash. There was a chance of him standing and fighting if that Shock Blast hadn't landed. And then, of course, the extended retreat comes through after that point. Did think that Way was potentially going to die here, but ends up buying enough time to, or rather, not going in to make sure he doesn't die there.
Yeah, and of course, you did see Zucker try to get damage down to that tier 1, got a plate, but that was it, and then got chased down by Breathe. And again, we are now getting to this point where IG finds us back in control of the game somewhat. Jachi's got the Storm Razor second, I think in general, very valuable when you're playing with people like the Onivia. I think it's just better than Collect It in general. Jin, a little bit like champions like Ari, even champions like the Annie, can be a little bit defeated by Shopkeeper more than most. Mako at danger here, hit by that arrow. The root after just dropped into the egg and will just lose that for free. Nice pick off by Waybo.
Yeah, no flash there for Mako to escape. Does have the Swifties, not enough to get out the arrow. So from one friendly audience to the other, the Ashe tips a hat. So a good kill. Does it lead to anything? I suppose it'll lead to a bit of an advancement in vision control, because killing a support does, well, it takes the main warder and de-warder off the map.
Passive down for the next dragon fight, probably.
That's true, although to be honest with Onivia, it doesn't matter as much. I mean, okay, first it does matter, because especially with the Rod of Ages, it applies to both your egg and yourself, but much like the Kled used to kind of like double stack HP. Jachi, can you stop the recall here? Does he have a W? No, doesn't. Oh, he does stop him with the W there, so Jed stopped on the recall.
We'll interrupt there. About 2 minutes till that dragon. Baron's up in 15 seconds, but neither team here really has the capacity to do that on spawn, I fear. I mean, maybe with Ashe Seraphine you could really hard force, but it would be largely, I suspect, a mistake. Now, Fighters JJ is going to Cataclysm. Way still got his own Crescent Guard to work with. TP's come flying. Zucker behind. Root onto Way, who goes get jumped by that Encore. And now, actually, I don't know whether Zucker needs to back away here. We'll do so. Can they spot him out? Jachi's in the river, somewhat by his lonesome, but no one's going to jump on him. Xiaohu, who's this passive there? Not quite sure why he decided to burn that.
Questions, really. Breathe looking in towards those shock blasts. I mean, he's 2 items. He's ahead an amount of gold, despite the fact that he was shut down a little bit earlier. Could potentially be a fight from Waybo here. Now, Wade, does he pop the ultimate? Good damage onto him before he can even get the Crescent Guard out.
Try and get the Crescent Guard, and it is decent. Buys a bit of time, but Zucker now gets to get inside that Thunderdome. Mako now forced to flash, but the curtain call is decent, but not enough. Zucker gets the double. The shockwave is disastrous, and that Lamine Breathe is going to fall as well. A triple to the Jax of all carries. Alarm bells start ringing. Renard now potentially in danger. Has to rocket belt. Rocket belt, by the way, on the Orianna away from the root of Hung.
Yeah, that's the rocket belt after the Rod of Ages, so it's just really just HP maxing at this point. IG, they had no business going for that invade, Sam. I don't think that way is tanky enough. The arrows have been good. The last couple from Elk. He's been playing very effectively now on the engaged bot. Renard does have flash, doesn't have shockwave, but with the double HP, it's actually quite hard to kill, so they won't go for that. Gold has definitely been ping-ponging in this game. Now with the Jax getting a bunch of gold, things get really quite scary, because you can only really, like, disengage the melees a certain amount. I think it's so risky to go for this play. To be honest, I think that JJ should have just popped... Way should have just popped his ult way earlier.
I completely agree.
I mean, you see the arrow flying at you. Chances up, it's because you've gone for... You think he's gone for the Tabby. But chances are you're going to get, like, 100 to 0 as soon as the CC comes through. Of course, the shockwave whiff. To be honest, I don't think it actually changes that much. I don't think it changes that much.
Maybe Breathe gets to take someone squishy with him, but I think it's so. not with this Ori build.
Oh, Way does actually have the Motors. That's my bad. Who was I looking at for the Tabby? I was looking for the Jax. That's why I was looking. Anyway, Dragon spawning now. Ultimates are all pretty much back up from both teams. And here we go. JJ flashed away from.
Look at Zucker though, potentially on the flank, got the counter strike, gets onto 3! Into the encore after that is superb, but Jachi survives for now. The shockwave lands, but it's only onto JJ. No one else is really threatening. Way has to flash out the back of the pit and does so. IG on the retreat. Breathes no more as the beat drop lands, and Elk picks up the Jace.
Oh, the Jax is so much damage. IG, they're not able to stand and fight. They try and flash away. If the fights are longer and they could play around Jace Qs, Jin Ws, that works out for them. Now, because the fights are so bursty around the Jarvan, Jax, Annie topside, IG can't take long enough fights to win out these plays. Dragon goes to Waybo, more gold goes to them. Surprised they don't even go towards the Baron, honestly. And right here, you know, Renard very far up, flashes away from the double engage. To be honest, if you're not going to survive flashing away from the mid jungle, double engage, well, you know, things go badly wrong. Shahu is going to die on the flank here, though.
That's pretty good going. Nice arrow, by the way, from Elk in that last play. Also managed to land that onto Renard, which also helped out with the Counter-Strike follow-up. So, you know, a little bit of praise for Waybo in that last play beyond what we just saw. Though, of course, Xiaohu did just die. So, you know, swings and roundabouts quite quickly.
Yeah, this Jax is going to be so killer. Going towards the Zhonya's next too. I don't think IG deal with the Jax particularly well.
No, I don't
look, the Jin is behind a bit. I mean, Alex's got more gold, so I guess that's the thing. Look, if Jaja gets 4 items, I think it's fine. If he gets 4 items, he can actually kill the Jax, because the Jax can really struggle to run down the Jin, because the W roots you. He runs away with a bunch of move speed, has the Ghost Bleed. Ghost Blade 2.
Ghost Bleed sounds cool, but it's not.
Sounds like an arena item, that one.
It does, doesn't it?
Elk has had an incredible game on the Ashe. He's probably walking away my MVP, although JJ's not far off too. Both of them really helped claw things back from the Abyss. Waybo were in some very bad losing positions at some points this game. It's gone topsy-turvy. Teleport behind them. Double teleport behind them. Breathe is not in a happy spot.
He's going to try and play this one out best he can. The Crescent Guard is decent. Everyone's kind of a bit split off now. The Shock Blast doesn't really do all that much damage is part of the problem here. And I think we might just be witnessing a very dead couple members. The Encore flies across. The Shockwave decent there, actually. Elk is the one who's chopped up, and the wall is solid after. Jachi gets him with the dancing grenade.
Does Jachi still ends up getting himself onto the 4th shot? Sucker will end up getting away from that. The Flash Encore, I'm not going to lie, a bit of an overcommit. 3v4, 2 dead from IG, but the 80 carry down from Waybo. I don't think they can go close to the Baron with that in mind. They've also used a lot of their flashes. So IG, though they lose the extra member, it's still okay for them. They can get in towards the mid lane in a turret, and Waybo, not as clean fight as they would have wanted. Jeje gets over the wall, loses half his HP for it. IG, they don't get the full turret here, but they get some plates.
They do that, at the very least. This is getting very scrappy indeed. The thing that I think is keeping Waybo in a very good position in this game is they have claimed the last couple dragons. They are at soul point. That will be the contest in a couple minutes. Xiaohu, not this time, not going to get taken out. Trying to get that crystallized proc there onto the turret. Excuse me for the brief moment of hiccups. And
Hex Optics now bought in for Elk. Mortal Reminder for Jachi. Big items for both the 80 carries. Xiaohu, I mean, on his way towards either a Shadow Flame, Zhonya's, or a Death Cap, one of those 3. Waybo, I mean, if they get the next Dragon, Infernal Soul kind of just ends this game. IG, they need to find a way to avoid the first engage, and they've been really struggling to do that. No, it's been, there's too many people with low movement speed, low mobility. I mean, the Protoball does make a big difference to Renard with that in mind for this one. There's a cleanse on Jachi so you can avoid some of the engage. Getting to the point where Jin and Jace can really chunk someone out before a fight. Really kind of wanted the Infinity Edge on Jachi, though, to really capitalize on that, though. Did go for the lethality, not the crit item first, which does slow down your build somewhat.
Wall comes up.
Great early game from Mako, but it's struggled to match it in the mid and late game.
Yeah, was he 4-1 and now 4-6? And again, it's not like he hasn't been finding good walls and stuff here. He's just been the one that's been blown up afterwards, and that is an Onivia issue, especially when they are. You don't have a rocket belt to move her out.
The thing is, when you have the Rod of Ages first with so much early gold, obviously it does get you very far ahead, and you do get the extra level in there too, which is really nice. It is nice because those extra stats. Rod of Ages as a single item gives you a ton once it's actually fully stacked. Just getting there is the problem a lot of the time. So he does have that. You're absolutely right that the Protobelt could have been very useful versus the Encore, the Ash Arrow, though. Even the Jarvan and the Flag Drag at some points. Dragon in less than a minute, both teams squaring up, getting their last buys in. 3 items, as we said, for both AD carries. There's an extra Vamp Scepter for Elk there too. Who's not going to have Flash? Well, pretty much everyone but the Seraphine, actually. That could be a big one. No Flash Encore or Flash Escape available from home.
No, Breeze's got that last Whisper, and Cyrilda's is great on the Jace, but I wonder whether a Serpent's Fang could and should have been the item here into the Seraphine. But hey, decision's made. 2,000 gold lead for Waybo. It's meaningful, but not game-deciding, I think.
Are there any teleport flank wards from Waybo? No, not right now. They've had some really good teleport flanks in this game so far. Of course, Way's still that level behind enemy jungler. Jax has gone off the sideline, is spotted going here. He knows he's been spotted. He just killed one of the wards which spotted him. Dragon now spawning now. Waybo, with that flank around from Zerka, actually give a lot of room to go into the river. Let's see how this poke does. One Shock Blast landing. Not the biggest, though.
Couple items to keep your eyes on. The Mikhails are up, the Rocket Belts are up, and of course that Arm Guard is available for Zucker. Very aggressive dive possibilities. Breathe trying to zone off the Jax. 4,000 HP on the Dragon Soul available for Waybo. They just need the smite.
Oh, Shahu!
But they failed to get the pick onto the Josie Flash. Away. Now to 5 on the Dragon. The Encore is decent, but it's taken by Way. Soul denied. Shockwave on 2. Now Waybo in danger. Needs a Rocket Belt on the way as the curtains get called. Flash back into the pit. Just about out of range. But Shahu's left out to the Wolves. Or I suppose the Birds in this case.
It's the story of the birds and the bears? I don't know. We'll workshop it. Waybo lose the Dragon, and Xiao, who flashes over the wall to try and catch someone over the back of the pit, but he's flashed away from. He can't get that huge engage to allow Zerka that angle on the side. So now suddenly, Xiao, who's down, Zerka flash down. They can start reclaiming some vision up here on the top side. They get that Void Scuttle Crab to see where the enemy wards are, at least before the next reset. Crisis averted. They stop the Soul going over. Buy themselves a little bit more time to, well, I mean, there's a BF sword on Jachi now, so he's close towards that Infinity Edge after that fight. Watch what happens with Annie here. Look, Breathe initially makes a big mistake. Steps outside the brush, misses the Shock Blast, is on full vision, then flashes away from Shahu. Shahu doesn't get anything done, flashes down, Protobelt brings people in range, and then they walk back up again to try and recommit to the fight. Of course, Annie with no flash can't get back on that angle now, so it means that the Shockwave lands, no way to escape that one. Both solo lanes out of the fight. Zerka and Xiao, who fail on the flank, and it leaves the rest of the team out in the lurch.
Yeah, lose the Dragon, lose the fight. Now we're back over towards that Baron, which is up and available. IG looking to threaten. Zerka caught inside the Glacial Storm will burn that Arm Guard. Gets trapped briefly, nearly by Mako there with that wall.
Yeah, you can use that to interrupt some dashes. They're quite hard to do so all the time, but can be very, very useful. Good Shock Blast there, the poke. Now that IG have reclaimed some vision, does start to become a big issue. Now there's almost the Cyrilda's in from Breathe. Really wants that first ability to hit hard with the Shock Blast. He did call out that Serpent's Fang earlier. Would have been quite helpful against a number of people, but there is a bit of armor being built up between the GA and the Tabbies. I do somewhat understand it.
It's just a very good third item in general. You know,
for
the raw value is very high. Though, as I said, you know, there was that discussion, and I don't have the sheets in front of me to check out damage calcs.
To be honest, my brain says it should be Serpents. My brain does say that, but because it's a cheaper item. However, Teleport coming in from Zerka, doesn't have the flash. Mako warding them off right now. The arrow lands onto them, but he has a Mikhails. So that is a real Captain Jack. I didn't see him stop moving.
No, he didn't. Kept flapping away. We'll throw out that Shard of Ice. The Flash Frost not required there.
Mako, at some point, this Onivia will actually become another damage threat, by the way. Good Shock Blast onto Elk. Does have some life steal, so it won't last that way for forever. Big fight brewing, you feel.
The way looks for the wind becomes lightning. Doesn't. Off on that flank angle. JJ now threatening. He's got a GA of his own, as we noted. Hung been CC'd a little bit. Has got his passive stat though, so very easy for him to potentially Helios and shield himself along with everyone else back up to a decent amount of HP, courtesy of a surround side. Zucker on the flank angle, they know he's there.
Again, Breathe jumps onto him, gets that knockback, means he can't get that counter-strike in place. They have now used a lot of that. Here comes the shockwave, and the Ash is down!
No, that is a very dead AD carry. Zucker with the counter-strike again, does get into the Cataclysm, but Renard flashes away, doesn't find what he's looking for. Breathe to the skies, and Xiao, who's in the dirt. That's an elemental mismatch if I've ever seen one. Mako looking for a Crystallize, can't quite find it, but will flash for the Glacial Storm. The flash thrust onto the Seraphine, who gets blasted. Zucker with a counter-strike, but you played the wrong game, son! This is League of Legends, and it's 5v5 combat in the mid lane, and he's down for the count.
They used the egg to dive the turret. Oh, Mako! Mako, 11 years after debut, is making it look like his finest day amongst them. What a support player for IG. And to be honest, Sam, what a support diff in this series. Mako has been nuts here today versus Waybo.
Towards the inhibitors, they go, broken down as they head towards the Nexus. Invictus Gaming had to fight for in the second game, but the Nexus is in their sights. Have Waybo got anything left to say?
I think all it is ouch, as they get blasted on the Nexus again. The turrets go down. Here comes Xiaohu.
Xiaohu needs to find a big stun. Can he find what he's talking about? The Crescent Guard knocked Hung away, and he'll find himself hung, drawn and caught him away. Load on the Nexus, has to get it wiped up. Flash for the stun. Tibbers is enough to stop the Nexus falling.
Triple kill to JJ. Minute till Dragon. IG can't finish the game. They very nearly end up doing so. It's only 2 hits away, but they all die on the entrance. Sam, that was an incredible fight just beforehand, but they miscalc on the Nexus. Waybo, what can they do with this now? Do they start Baron? Do they go... Now, if they start Baron now, there's a worry that Dragon can be taken by IG, but the Baron will help them defend the base. That's the big thing. Oh god, Sam, this actually could be a huge throw from IG. It's sometimes like, oh haha, they'll just finish it on the next push. This could actually be dangerous. If they get Baron and they can start pushing out the map, it's a huge difference. Great flash forward from Wade. The Encore doesn't save him. No, Hung does actually weirdly catch out Breathe on the other side of that, but no, Elk out of position, did have the flash, caught out with that Q3. They're very dangerous walking into a Shinzao with targets to hit around him so you can get that immediate knock-up after. Baron goes down in the picture-in-picture. We need to see what's happening with the resets, though. Look, this is great, folks. We need to see what's happening in the live feed right now. Cool that they use the Onivia passive to dive the turret. What's happening with the Dragon? What's happening with the Baron? Come on, we need to get back to live.
They do manage to get all the way to the Nexus. Dragon should be up and available right now.
Guys, this is way too long a replay. This is way too long a replay. We've had the Baron go down. The Dragon is probably gone. Yeah, we see it there now. It's actually IG taking it because Waybo, like we said, had chosen the Baron over it. Okay, all right. I guess that's the end of the big objectives going down there. The Nexus is very, very close to going down here. Did anyone have any extra flashes? No. No passive from Mako either, of course. They all clumped up too much. They clumped up too much and it allowed everyone to get the AoE damage down. Back into live, Mako caught out. He doesn't have flash.
He doesn't. The arrow. He's early with the Mikhails. I don't know what that was for a stun off for Xiao, who either way does fall. The CC chain in the end unbroken.
Yeah, there's too much CC. Ends up Mikhailsing the first stun. There's another one coming through. So now they're down to support. Guys, genuinely, IG could lose the game off of this kind of play. Remember that the Baron buff is still through there. However, do have a slim gold advantage. Third Dragon did go to IG, so they have the extra stats there now. Don't get me wrong, that's kind of huge. Jachi also has Infinity Edge. Renard on the way to either a Zhonya's or a Death Cap, one of the two. What's happening on the other side? Bloodthirster fully built up for Elk. Xiao, who has a Death Cap too.
This is the real damage marker, though, for Jin. It's level 16, plus 75% crit, plus all this AD. His passive scales with levels, crit, and AD. He'll now be doing something like 500 to 600 extra AD with everything. Turrets. Here comes the curtain call. Watch for the damage here, trying to hit onto people. Decent amount of shielding. Means it doesn't really lead to all that much. They lose the bot lane tier 2, I apologize, but the inhibitor in mid stays up.
Yeah, you can see that Breathe going towards his next item. See whether that will actually be the Serpent's Fang. That'd be quite a valuable pickup, as we've noted. Works against the Anti-Shields too, worth noting, because they do bring that in. Took that bot lane in a turret. Does have some good items itself. That Zhonya's is nice. W does not land there. It's Orianna giving some decent power over there. The Asher is back up. They can look for another engage. Killed Mako with it the last time out.
Xiao, who last cones away, looking for some additional camps. The gold lead right now to be found largely in the jungle. Interestingly, though, Zucker and Elk also a meaningful amount up themselves.
That's a full extra item for him. It's basically meant that he has the extra Shojin, and Shojin is a hell of an item. You end up getting some crazy amount of stats out of that and the percent damage up as well.
He's only not been involved in 1 kill, by the way. 7-0-14 right now. JJ is having a phenomenal job.
And reminder, in the very early game, we were saying actually he was getting out jungle. It was really at that Grubs fight where Way misjudged and died because the enemy solo lanes could get to him quicker. That's where things turned around for JJ, allowed him to get really far ahead of the game. Zerka, level 18, of course, can go beyond that with the top lane role quest. Is basically a full level out of breathe, and it is the Serpent's Fang in for the Jace as well. So good call on that one. There's a Zeal for Jacci, extra movement speed, almost up to 100% crit. Again, the multiplier kind of goes crazy there. If he gets Fire Cannon, that is going to really, really hit hard. Death Cap in for Renard. Huge value on the shockwave. To be honest, Renard's had some good shockwaves already this game. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. Oh, IG, you could have just left the damn Nexus alone. Could have just taken the inhib out. It would have been so much easier for you. They've made the job much harder for themselves.
2 autos off winning it. Can't necessarily blame them for looking for the throat. But when you miss, it does leave things a little bit of a mess. The animal they thought was dead is right back up and looking rather pissed that you didn't quite finish the kill.
Yeah, the Elk's got sharpened horns this time up in the mid lane. Jacci has cleanse jumping forward. He has flash too. They might have wanted to blow that before the dragon fight. They might still look for it now, actually. Where's the arrow? Goes on to him. He has cleanse, uses it now. Zeka does not flash over the wall. So that Xiaohu has an extra target without a cleanse to fire onto. Jeje putting that flag down, just keeping them honest and saying, okay, I can flag and drag in here. What's your reaction? Stay back.
Jacci still has his own cleanse. JJ being jumped out. The Deadly Flourish just wide.
Yeah, those double Deadly Flourishes are going to start really, really hurting now too. Minute 30 till Dragon. Waybo bullying off the map pretty well. It's not the big shock blasts, the big W's from Jhin, which are making difference. Oh, they're saying that Elk walked over a trap. That was actually kind of scary. That things could have turned on that.
Pretty spooky. Again, Jace at this point as well. If he lands one of those accelerating shot blasts, square.
There you go.
Quest alive, forces the flash and the heal.
Alk, no flash. That's important. That is so important. No ability to flash away from the Shinzao flashing in, the shockwave, the Jhin bullets. That could be crucial. Summoner economy, folks, important. The flash on Mako matters so much less than it does on Elk.
Way with the GA. JJ with the same. Dragon 50 seconds off. Zucker's been split pushing, of course. He has. He's 7-1-2, by the way. This Jace is probably quite close to what I imagine to be a GA here.
I think Jhin might have extra items as well. No, did he get himself a pot? He has the fire cannon. Okay, just update a little less. So we do have 5 item Jhin coming into the play. The fire cannon really, really helps. Yes, Elk has the gold advantage on the bottom of the screen. To be honest, I think the Jhin has more damage at this point, though. Sam, you have 2,000. Gold behind, Dragon now 30, teleport behind. Do they spot it? I don't think they do. Here comes JJ, here comes the arrow.
The arrow lands, but it's onto someone with a GA. They're going to continue to try and chunk him out. The GA is now popped in terms of the egg is what it really is. Onivia goes down. Jacci gets the cleanse. They've got the arm guard.
They've done it.
JJ is trying to back away best he can. Renard that blow. The shockwave is not really leaned all the way. He dies before it fully activates. And now Way goes down. His GA is procced. They've got the 3v4 to work with. They'll get even more. The game is surely over. The curtains are called. But I think it will be Invictus Gaming forced to take a bow. The flank works out beautifully.
Great teleports. Jacci flashing away. Does escape there. Can they stop the wave from getting to the tower? They do have decent wave clip, but I'm not sure they can do much about this. He's trying to get onto the wave. Can't do it. A 4,000th kill for Xiaohu. And an even series between IG and Waybo. IG, you just had to not die on the Nexus. Waybo punished them for the temerity.
Waybo were 2 hits off losing this game. They get the Baron, they get a flank, and the game goes to 3.
Of course it does. Well, folks, we're here for another game after this. Waybo even up the series. IG, they just had to not push for that Nexus, Sam. It was too far. We were just saying, wow, huge support difference, and it kind of was. Doesn't end up winning them the game, Sam. We're here for the long haul. 3 games in, full-length series. That's LPL for you. Would I change it for anything? No, Sam, probably not. I wouldn't. A little bit too far from the last time. I wouldn't change this, folks. This is the LPL, and if you're enjoying the LPL, please think about dropping a like, a follow, a subscribe, even if you're lurking. Just dropping those things just make a big difference to us, because this is our job. There's no official LPL broadcast anymore, which means that things like that do genuinely make our job viable.
And again, if you subscribe, you won't see the adverts that are coming up right now.
Yeah, that's the one. Good job, Sam. You just hit the microphone.
I was good, but it's you know, it's important. They didn't see that if they weren't subscribed, because the ads were now rolling, you know?
Yeah, but well, we appreciate you. And if you're watching on a third-party site as well, I'm aware that there are a couple out there as well, please consider watching through on the mainstream. It's nice that you're watching us. That's really cool. But if you can watch on the mainstream, it helps our numbers, and it means that we have a larger chance of actually staying alive on the stream effectively. You know, there may come a point where this is not financially viable. We're going to keep doing this for as long as possible, but we do have to pay our rent with this. We do have to make a living out of this. And if you're out there watching on something which is not our official channels, please think about switching over, or just like having it on a separate tab, just muted. Makes a difference to us either way. We appreciate you. Sam, I need a quick break.
Go for
That's good. I'm going to go do that.
Absolutely fine.
Ooh,
Camera off.
yeah, briefly.
He's gonna do some Genshin, folks. That's what he's
I
gonna
am,
do.
yeah. I'm trying to do Stygian stuff, and I just don't know whether I have the comps for it quite. Very close. Oh man, what a roller coaster. What a back and forth game this was. A lot of joy there as things were getting real dicey. Oh, what a pick, what a pick, what a pick. Needed that. That was a very excited face. It'll be MVP cheer. Yeah, 96% kill participation. Missed, I think, what did I say? One?
One, is KT just the actual best LCK team or what? They're certainly looking like the best coach team. They're looking fantastic. Score has done wonders with that squad. BDD is also on excellent form. Perfect one with Neferi. Excuse me. Choking on my tea there. Dear me. Whoa. Sorry for that. Slightly embarrassing. Oh, back into live we go. Let me just put this up so we don't end up getting done in by potential takedowny things. Get a bit weird about that. Hello, guys. Hope we're all doing well. Oh, put some headphones on. Laura must be walking around with a permanent smile on her face. Yeah. Yep. Perfect taking notes from Flandre, I guess. Yeah. Was Flandre in a Fury top player? I don't actually remember. Oh, nearly there. Oh, it's a fun little riff, that. Nice synth. Should be back soon. Very Birthday Massacre, that riff. Very Birthday Massacre. For those who don't know Birthday Massacre, you should know Birthday Massacre. Great band. Which I can only recommend to you. Please give my boy BDD a title before he picks up smoking for real. Yeah, there was a little bit of worry about him, you know, with all the madness going on. Just in general, eh? Oh. Nearly back. Who drafts better here? I've generally liked IG's drafts more. I think IG are probably the better team on average here. I think IG are on average the better team here. I'm not going to lie to you all. But we shall see. Iris and... I don't know this other host. What's the name of this other host, guys? Don't know their name so well. They're not necessarily being international, so not being always that easy to keep track. BDD has to be one of the not, if not the greatest middle age, if not won a title. Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously because Knight's done it already. Yeah, he's probably up there, isn't he? Chow's won MSI, Rookies won Worlds, Showmakers won Worlds. Yeah, it probably is BDD, isn't it? Probably is BDD. I need to break that shield from doing this. Oh, trying to do Stygian in the background from Genshin. So far, no success. How can we rate Renard's performance from look side from what I've seen? Yeah, Renard's honestly been genuinely pretty good. I think he's had a very good series here. I think he's grown into the role quite well. Obviously, very, very big shoes to fill, but I think he's done so relatively successfully. It's not that much more you could ask for. Sam is a night chat. Yeah, true. BDD1 Ls. Okay. To be fair, I think we're talking internationals here, to be fair, Isolite. But yes. Should be getting ready to go shortly here. I think IG just need to be less silly in the mid game is the honest answer here. We'll see how that rolls. They've not always been the best at that. Some silliness is sometimes a requirement, you know? That's looking like draft to me, I think. Very shortly anyway. We'll see how that looks. Need to change this Spotify off. Where are you, Spotify? There you are. No. Spotify, why have you done this to me? Here we go. A little bit better. Should be ready to go pretty much now, in fact. And there it is. Do I need to move the camera? Yes, just slightly. Alex, you got that, my friend?
Thank you.
All right, let's get into it, Sam. And see what's happening in this game 3. Honestly, it should have been a 2-game series. IG had done all the hard work, died on the Nexus because they overestimated themselves, and Waybo clawed back into the game. I think Mako had a fantastic game on the Onivia. Doesn't end up amounting to anything. Sam, into the last game, what are the power picks we still have available? Still have Varus, still have Nymaera Lulu. We still have, well, the Aurora's gone now. We'll do it like that.
Okay. Okay, well, we have got ourselves interesting draft priorities here. Because, of course, Renard did get the Orianna and didn't win with it, which is quite unusual. Normally a very dominant option here in general.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, of course, he was traded for the Ash Seraphine. Wow, we're really changing things through here. So basically, we know what's on the cards now. It's going to be something like the Lulu Yunara, and on the other side, you can Corki Nami, you can Thresh Felios, do a couple of different things there, really. Thinking about the Vi, I mean, the Vi being the last of the early game AD junglers, Way might even be forced on something like a Skarner at this point, because a lot of the AD skirmishes are gone.
He's one of our better Skarner players, to be fair. So that might not be an awful idea in general. Yunara, a consideration, as you noted. Jachi does like the champion. Doesn't have to go towards that. Of course, could look at something like, say, the Jinx, just play for the outrange. Not the most fun into the vibe, but you can stay miles and miles and miles away. Debating the Skarner here early. And probably a bot lane, or I suspect they will get banned out.
Yeah, it'll probably be the Skarner Yunara, and then Waybo will have to lock the Nami. And then we'll move on to our solo lanes for the second round. That would be the obvious way, unless they feel like there's a real power pick available elsewhere. To be honest, I don't think there is. I mean, we've even gone past like our A tier of mid laners of the Annie and the Aurora. Then IG probably next round ban out Ahri, Akali, or something like that. You know, just something to follow up on the Vi. The Ahri, I think, would definitely be on the ban list, despite the fact the Ahri is not fantastic versus the Skarner. This is expected. The Nami expected next. Wait, but what do they ban away? It's a bit of a harder question, really. Maybe something like the Victor gets banned out. Maybe the Azir, actually, with the Lulu. Yeah.
Yeah, that might make some sense. The Nami, as we said, was the obvious choice here. 5 plus Nami, it's a good combo. Vi locks people down. Tidal Wave follows up. Nasty combo. Then again, Shin's, the ability to potentially counterpunch with the Wild Growth, with the Skarner ult, means that actually pulling the trigger isn't that simple this game, though I think both AD carries are sweating a little bit about their ability to survive a potential all-in from either team. Second phase of bans will likely be focused at those solo lanes. The Mel makes sense. Miserable for the Nami with the Reflect on the Tidal Wave, and also Vi has a horrible habit of going in, getting hit by the Solar Snare and blown up.
I actually feel like the Vi's good into the Mel, personally. I think what it's trying to do is bait the Ahri ban and say, well, you're going to ban it anyway. This is just doubling down on it. I suppose it would have been a long-range pick. It's very good at CC chain with the Skarner, because if you get, like, everyone pulled back into range of the Mel, that seems pretty good, actually. So the Ahri ban, that's the obvious one. Do IG think about banning something like the Akali later, as we were saying? Or,
makes some sense.
Or do they feel like actually that's not good enough into the likes of the Skarner, which can often just kind of pull you out of the air?
Lulu can be a bit weird for Akali too when you're looking for your execute calculations, and suddenly the Wild Growth kind of messes up your perfect execution just a touch, becomes somewhat imperfect. Still, some options.
Renekton, maybe not a bad ban if you don't have any mid laners you think are Zoe. Alright.
Nah, that makes some sense, yes.
Yeah, Renard Zoe's good. Long range as well. Renard might be thinking about something. Well, you might think about a Victor, but it's quite vulnerable. Even if you
Shaohu specialty.
I was thinking about 4 Renard on that side.
Sorry.
Because like trying to survive a Vi combo, you want something that's either mobile or tanky, maybe both. Obviously hard to get both of them. I don't think you want to go Galio because you can't have such low damage mid-jungle.
Victor makes most sense in that regard.
Xiaohu has a couple of options. They ban the TF.
Okay.
He could Akali here. He could Syndra. You actually mentioned that's not bad there too.
Fun hover.
It is a fun hover. I don't love it. I think actually that... Well, thing is, I would say, oh, you just get like Vayne topped or something like that. But then actually the problem is at that point then Vi is actually pretty good into you. I think the Renekton is the safe blind pick.
It is. The question is, what does Breathe have to answer it? And he, chances are, has something or other. Things like the Kennen come to mind here, actually, as a potential anti-dive option as well.
Yeah. That's actually a really good call. I think Kennen's actually looking pretty sweet here. It's actually pretty good into the Vi as well.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Because the Vi jumps onto you and you can
electrify, yeah.
Yeah. Sensei, that's actually fine for Breathe to tank top lane and then playing for like, you know, if you play for something tanky top lane and then just a team fighting mid lane, I think you're pretty happy there. Thinking about the Shen,
Quite like Zahen here with the Lulu behind. Your extended brawls now with Skarner Zahen, pretty obnoxious. Could go into the jungle, worth noting.
Well, not with the Skarner. I don't think Skarner top's good enough anymore, so I think it kind of has to go top lane. So I think that one's unlikely. Now the question is, you've gone for a bit more skirmish in your top laner. It's a little less of that tank front line. So you probably want to skirmish your mid lane. LeBlanc can bait out the Vi and drag her back out of position with the W.
The last time we saw Renard on this world was playing Smoke and Mirrors to a beautiful degree with the distortion.
Yeah, versus NIP.
Yeah,
versus NIP. And actually, he was kind of diffed the rest of the series. It just didn't matter. Because he ended up getting the most of that game 3 versus Care. So now Xiaohu has a couple of different ideas. Now, Lissandra has been around in bits and pieces. Pretty damn good into the likes of the LeBlanc. Not great into Skarner, who's typically just too tanky for that CC to mean much. They do lock it in, trying to play through mid-jungle. This is Operation Kill LeBlanc.
Oh, yes, it is. Lissandra's just been lurking a little bit around the meta, hasn't she? Coming back in a bit, and LeBlanc can have some trouble into it, though there are ways to outplay it. Basically, you don't get to distort forwards, as we are going to start talking about draft. And if you want to hear it, then subscribe, guys. Then you'll avoid the ads. That's the way. But you kind of distort to the side and play with your Sigils of Malice, your chains. That's the way you tend to beat out the Lissandra, who is very short range. She has to all in with that Glacial Claw and play that one.
The Waybo come away with a pretty good first target pick comp. Question is, can they do that if it's the Skarner, if it's the Lulu behind them as well? Because their composition wants to do one thing, which is very, very good at that kind of first target pick and then pile onto them, get the Lissandra resets in a 5v5. I think IG do have the tools to ignore that. However, if the LeBlanc's out of position, Yunara's out of position, perhaps that won't be enough to save them. Our last game of the day, folks, as we load into our game 3 of IG versus Waybo. We'll hit those gyros for one last time today. Afterwards, I'll stick around, I'll play some games. We'll have more stuff on stream. The LPL will have to wait tomorrow.
Alas, alas, alas. Fun series, make no mistake about it, guys. And fun final drafts, very, very heavy on the brawl. Mid-jungles are going to be where my eyes are peeled and locked and loaded, such as you can with eyes. I've decided my eyes are laser guns.
Wait, did your eye just make that sound? You think the glasses are there for your protection, not his.
I told you about my Lord and Savior Skynet, but we'll have to chat about that after the gyros. No spicy level 1s yet.
I'm going to assume that the gyros are done now.
They are.
Cool. Yeah, because I don't have the headphones on. Sam, need to make a correction for you. While they are red glowing eyes, Skynet doesn't have laser eyes, Sam. They don't, Sam.
Well, they could have had laser eyes.
Well, Sam, they didn't.
Okay.
I wanted you to know about that.
Okay.
We're now starting with a W, getting the electrocute onto Xiao, who does have the Airy, procs that twice in the level 1. Actually, he has the better of the trade because he gets 2 Qs on target. Breathe has that Q stacked up. I mean, Zuka might have taken a bit too heavy of a trade here, actually. Almost gives the full passive over to Breathe. In fact, actually with his Q, he basically does get it there. Look at that, nasty damage. 2 Q trades in a row. Once you get that, your AD goes through the roof. And you get that GA as well. Of course, much like any other revival passive, things go interesting there. Skarner's actually gone for an early invade. Raptors went across the rift, was spotted going across the rift. So now we have a smite fight for the blue. Vi gets it on target. Not the strongest level 2 champion. It goes to the side of Wade. Does get the buff steal. Now Jeja does actually stack up his Conqueror. Flashes in. Has a Q on target. Renard forced down to low HP. What did he start with? Level 2. Flash away from that short Q. For Xiao, who can get over the wall. He misses. Wade does have the shield, but he doesn't have the wall stud just yet. Renard dies for the... Gets the first kill for the first blood. Way goes down there. Hung is coming to river at level 1.
What is going on?
The fish is well out of water here. Gets out of the river and he'll going straight into a casket. 2 kills at level 1. Teleport coming into the mid lane. A Xiao who did die very early on. Jeja out of the picture. Way has farmed up 2 camps, and despite Jeja getting the kill or the assist, only has the 1 camp. So he is actually behind on the clear despite getting himself a kill onto the enemy jungler. Zuka back into lane in topside. Way into his own jungle. Will be clearing topside to bot side. Lissandra has that first kill. Did get the Dark Seal. Renard hasn't actually managed to back with any of the gold yet from the early levels. We did see that... nasty trade onto Renard there. Actually took a full trade of that Q and that W. Xiao, of course, was very powerful in the Lissandra meta when it first came around of season, 8, 9, that kind of era. That was when we saw it first, really. Xiao, who ended up doing pretty well around that time. Wei going into that top scuttle. Has himself farm advantage for now. Maybe JJ can get in towards a bot side invade. Doesn't look like he's angling for it right now, especially with the lanes on the reset. We've just seen Renard and Jachi come back out with full HP and their first buy.
Well, that was exciting.
What, you a Genshin?
Well, I'm not sure the level 1, but yes.
I saw some furious button mash. I'm like, damn, sounds really actually trying.
I failed it by 1 second.
Oh, that's so sad.
I'm not gonna lie, I got distracted by the really crazy level 1, which is very understandable.
Sam, which was distracted from which, huh?
Yeah, it's true. I didn't expect the crazy level 1. I should have done.
That's why I took over from it.
You did a good job.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Hung missing that W in the first off there, just get the bounce over. W down means that it's much easier for Jachi and Mako to walk out towards them. Jachi and Mako have been by far the better 2v2 and the better bot lane across the series so far. I think that Elk and Hung have struggled both. Well, Elk's been doing okay on the whole. He's been doing fine. I don't think it's his fault, but I think that Hung has been struggling either from completely exacerbating a laning phase, which should be winning, or from making those plays later. Even last game, the Seraphine had 1 or 2 good encores, but often came at the cost of him being out of position, or just he didn't have the good encores. I think that he's actually been struggling on this Seraphine pick a fair amount, and in general, just been struggling.
Yeah, not being particularly simple, I agree. Out comes the Glacial Path, won't take it. And we look towards this bot lane. JJ is around. Jachi's overstepping into Elk, who does eat a lot of damage there, but can JJ look for a Q play here? Jachi has got a potential flash. No flash on the Vi means the actual threat of the Vault Breaker somewhat limited there. And Elk not having the most fun here. Tycaller's Blessing is decent to keep himself topped up with the ebb and flow after. The problem is, had the Valkyrie away and Jachi wasn't on top of said burn, so it doesn't need that much damage.
Completely out of mana now too, so Wei can actually go into the enemy jungle. I mean, there's no mana there. JJ not hanging on the brush, is under tower now. Renard is coming down too. Xiao doesn't have flash. They can potentially look for this. JJ needs to be the one to do the damage though. They're clearing out the wave.
The Tremors there. Out comes that Bastion as well. Flash for the Sigil of Malice. Gets the kill with the Electrocute. Nice calcs from Renard. Elk left low, 20% HP. JJ doing his most work. Xiao, who is getting a plate or so mid, isn't bothering to roam. But JJ and Elk left under here. Fish in a barrel. Renard gets a second. Could look for a third. No, Jachi will get it. Flashes from the turret shots. 3-1 in the bot lane.
Xiao, who doesn't roam from mid lane. He wants to farm up the X-Wave. And to be honest, Sam, if he left, he wouldn't have got there in time by the time that the LeBlanc showed up. So 3 kills under the turret. They've not been able to contain the LeBlanc out of lane. 3-0-2. Renard gets 5 Dark Seal stacks, Sam, at 5 minutes. That's absurd. For those of you that don't know the calculations on the item, it's 4 AP when it's a Dark Seal per stack, 5 when it's a Medjai's. Getting 5 there gives you an extra 20 AP. That's like 400 gold ahead, even without the kills factored in too. This is disaster. You know, the bot lane got traded on heavily. JJ tried to break the freeze, couldn't do so, and then was stuck in this play as well. This actually comes from the 2v2 trading of Jachi and Mako opening up the dive attempt.
There we go. And they managed to pull away off that one. And you're right. And it was indeed Mako picked up that kill. I thought it was Jachi. It was Jachi who had to flash away, was what I was saying, chat, if you were questioning. But there we go. Hulk now left a little low. Not going to learn into too much more. Cull in inventory for Jachi, looking to stack up with this early advantage that was picked up.
He'll keep far, and that's a insult to injury too, because he's just got, you know, the 2 kill participation. Elk and Hung just died there too. While, you know, he's managed to scare a Cull and still make the aggressive plays. Potential ult onto. He can actually get ulted onto. This could actually just be a straight kill angle.
I think it might be distortion away. Goes under the turret, gets trapped there slightly. The slowdown from the upheaval should lead to Xiaohu's death 1-for-1, but nice pickup and rips out those Dark Seal stacks.
That's important. Renard realistically should have just taken the safe way back. Didn't have a teleport to get back to it. And you're right, he has lost, you know, 4 out of the 5 Dark Seal stacks. The assist came in after the death. So all of that scaling, extra 400 gold he was ahead. Well, that's now been equalized too. So that's about, you know, like a 500 gold swing, more than that. Even with that, Clean Feed just stuttering just a little bit as we get back into life.
Go for a quick refresh and hopefully should be back to the right of things. Indeed we are. Wait, now on this dragon. Still a very significant gold lead here to Invictus game. But hey, Xiaohu actually picking up the gold lead now, hilariously, because he's the one with the plates and the gold. The kills to his name. Dragon has now picked up.
This is a problem. They could have... Oh, that's the flash forwards for the Glitter Lance. Didn't get the Polymorph on target, Hung flashing away. He has been on the bad end of this support matchup for a while. And Mako, hang on, jumping forwards onto Way.
Vault Breaker and of course a cease and desist. Way needs to drive out the Ixtal's impact. The Impale comes on down. It gets a little bit weird there with some of the displacement interactions, but now over comes Jachi. He's transcended himself. It's Ramad looking for the play. Flash away from the Vi. Keeps her safe for a second or two, but Hung gets slowed by the Arc of Ruin. A distortion forward. Hung with no flash, no heal. Is Hung out to dry? Ain't that ironic?
IG gets so much AoE around that Skarner ultimate. Way nearly dies. It's a very near kill angle onto him, but they don't have the Lissandra ult. If they get the kill there, it's easy and out. Renard gets minion blocked, weirdly, actually, by the melee there. Gets completely killed. Xiaohu fires out his combo, ults, waits for the cooldowns. Does end up taking the last play back. Thought he might be able to kill with the last auto before that. Decides, well, screw it. I'll take the Dark Steel stacks out. I'll get myself that kill. It is a valuable kill for it. Elk really not enjoying this matchup. He's reminded that there's a Cull on the other side of this matchup, and he is still losing the early trades. Jachi very happy.
One of the reasons you started seeing Nami with the Corki was to manage the Yunara Lulu lanes, because you were losing those really hard. Yunara was beating Corki at the level 2 in particular. Your extended trades, especially if you got to run past the Frost Bomb, meant the extended trades were so nasty where Corki likes those burst moments. Nami helps support that, right, in the sense that you heal up from those trades. That's not been happening here off this early phase of lane, where Jachi's actually having a pretty good showing so far today.
Yeah, comparative to normal for sure. I mean, Jachi, that was his weakest part of his game for a little while. In top lane, even enough, so we'll just see who gets the better teleport angles, the better ability to activate their win conditions. Of course, Zahen wants to get, well, they both want to get into melee and kind of look for those extended fights. Renekton a little bit better in the clumped fights, getting huge multi-man Qs. Zahen a little bit better, finding isolated targets and stacking up his passive and then looking for the clumps later.
Yeah, and I think as things go with this, Renekton very strong at that one item level 6 to 9 mark. Zahen from 2 items is very scary indeed.
To be honest, in the 1v1 changed a little bit though, right? Because that's in the clumped up team fights where you really need the extra cooldown reduction just from the mobility from Zahen. In the 1v1, pretty happy outside of that. Foss one misses, Bubble misses 2. Renard can't, I don't know, buddy. I don't know about that one.
Ooh, that's a big CC chain. Tries to hop away. The Vault Breaker will follow after a cease and desist, or rather the other way around. But still, they get the kill, and he goes forward with a sweep. And yeah, I can do this, and he can't.
It's greedy. It's very, very greedy. He has the Merc Treads in there, but realistically, it should not have been there in the first place. Renard, his LeBlanc has actually been very solid for IG the last couple of times he's played it, but Xiaohu picks out the lane counter. It's 20 CS ahead. Killed him twice now, having a good game on the Lissandra, despite the fact that he couldn't stop that early roam.
Looking towards this bot lane, throws that upheaval forwards. Tears up another boulder. Hung. Sweeper on top. Trying to keep people safe. The thing is, remember, JJ burned a lot of his cooldowns picking off Renard there, so the ability to defend this bot lane somewhat mitigated.
Yeah, Xiaohu can't really roam down in the same way either. They've been using it to contain the LeBlanc. That is important, you're right to say that. But to be honest, bot lane's kind of strong enough by itself now. And Wei has the Heartsteel, first couple of HP stacks starting to come through. Of course, he doesn't have it on the item yet, but he's starting to stack up HP is what I meant to say there, but in less words.
A shout out to Dagda and Medic as well, who've been bigging up Busio's kill-stealing ways on the Enchanter support. And I think, you know what, Mako, you've deserved it, mate.
Look.
Carry from that support role, my game.
I mean, look, on Seraphine, I get it. On Lulu, I mean, I do also sort of get over this early, but also I'm like, look, that 2-item, is really, really strong. Look, Mako is the best Lulu to have ever graced the LPL. He is one of our greatest enchanters. There's no flash on these two. A double CC having to be put out a Hung here. They could potentially still get ulted here.
And look at the Impale do manage to grab one. The fish is drawn and quartered. Sushi for breakfast.
And managed to slide the fillet off the bone there as Nami...
First catch of the day.
Like we even know how to fish.
It's actually their 4th, to be fair, for Hung, so, I lie a little bit there too.
Yeah, rough day at the office for him. Renard trying to wave clear out here. Xiaohu looking to poke as he goes back in. Xiaohu trying to judge. He was trying to predict when the W onto the wave was going to come through. Didn't actually come through. That's all there, but you can see that Renard down 20, actually going on 30 CS. Is that 4 plates in mid? Yeah, that's 4 plates in mid lane. And now actually a Dark Steel stack onto Xiaohu as well. He's very happy. Going for the Blackfire Torch build, probably Blackfire and something like the Proto Belt.
That makes sense.
Actually not sure if the Proto Belt applies Blackfire. Yeah, Proto Belt anyway, very good for the old Lissandra. See how much value you can get on this. It's been a while since Lissandra's been truly meta. Was once upon a time the most important mid lane champion in the meta, because we had like Lissandra Silas meta, because LeBlanc was still around too. Particularly in 2018, 2019, we started seeing a lot of that. This is well before the Ari rework, so she wasn't really in the picture there either. And actually, this is one of the rare times where both Azir and Orianna were both out of meta for a while too. Felt like Rod of Ages, Seraph's was really weak at that time, so felt like everything else they could build, Protobell, build something else. I mean, Ludens was an okay spot. I was, of course, we got to the point where it was like GLP, the Glacial build at that point too. Go back and watch some of those games at some point, but not too many because Lissandra was not the funnest champion ever. Passive built up by Breathe.
Nice pullback there. And actually now Zucker's going to have to dominance and trade. Of course, Breathe with this path to make things quite scary. Zucker's had to burn his entire Optimus bar to make things happen. That's a Vault Breaker force, but Jachi gets Wild Growth. Then comes the Frozen 2, but Xiao's not really deep and doesn't get the kill. Heal is burned by Mocha, but keeps himself alive. Now Jachi stepping on forward with that untouchable Shadow. Gets himself another shield. But the kill is secured, the Arc of Ruin just wide, and that's just too far from JJ and Xiaohu.
Well, yeah, JJ went onto a target that had a dash and a flash, and he got dashed and flashed out of position, jump into the wall, the ult comes through. How much damage have they got?
The Impale drags him on the wrong side, but now Elk's going to try and play for that, and actually does manage to kill one off. Wait, they might have just pulled him into melee range of Jachi and get the kill. They thought they had the pick, and they really did not.
Bad mistake by Wei. Thought he could get onto Elk, but Elk turns it around onto them as Mako's like, buddy, I have 0 HP. I just got Lissandra ulted. So it's a good amount of gold picked up by Waybo. Wei, not a great decision from him. I understand looking for the wall stump, but blowing your flash and your ult and getting your support, well, your AD carry killed. Yeah, not what you want there. No, Mako couldn't stick around. Jachi was the one that, of course, ended up dying in the midst of that. This is the initial play. Flash, dash, really good disengage. Well out of range, even if the tidal wave and the Wild Growth came through as well. Xiaohu, credit to him, tried to follow the engage and very nearly got in range, but it was too far as you were calling out. Then after this point, I mean, look, Mako's just used Wild Growth. You've just used the Transcendence from Jachi. And then while Wei does get this play, I mean, JJ is in range for a Q, and the bubble is good. Look, Hung has struggled today. It's not been a good series from him, but that bubble does save this bot lane play.
That would have been about 3 autos there from Jachi, which realistically probably is Elk's death, actually. So, you know what? Fair play. Great bubble from Hung was required. Very important there, turn. Also, Renard had left. It was a 3v3 with Wei already quite low after that play as well. So, a little bit overzealous to say the least, which we said about IG and Waybo, honestly, across this series once or twice themselves. Fighting over the Scuttle Crab now. Renard looking to jump towards Zucker, who maybe has to get over the back of this pit. I don't think he's got a dice, actually. Oh. He nailed it! They know he's in the back of the pit still. Can they funnel into him?
There's people in top river, which is what saves him. The chain slowed him down and then stopped him getting far enough away. A little bit spooky for a while, but the bot lane and jungle was still in top river, ends up saving his life. So the game is now an even one, Sam. I'm going to say that, to be honest, I look at the compositions, and I do think that the Yunara Lulu feels really happy as long as the Vi doesn't completely zero him out. So it's on Jachi, to be honest. Elk not too far behind, but especially with the Cult Cash in, that's not bad, actually.
I agree. I'll do with that. And again, we've gone for very single target, blow people up at one item between Lissandra and Renekton. That doesn't work. I get a bit dicey about extended fights. Breathe is getting towards that potential threat range, but that's a very well-timed buffer. Gets on through with his own ult for ult, gets under his turret and will get out there. Elk gonna need a heal there from Hung. JJ now on vision, the control ward goes down. Will save themselves that one and can now maybe look to take out some of the other control wards. Breathe still under this turret, has refused to leave. Sharu not with a lot of mana to make a play here though.
Yeah, there's a bit of regen coming through. I think the pop was there, or might actually just be base HP regen or Doran's shield. You can see that the Blackfire Torch, then the extended trade's really scary. It's not as bursty as a Luden's or, of course, the Everfrost back in the day, but pretty strong with that Blackfire Torch. Does end up taking aggro there, a little bit awkward. Breathe, of course, heals a little bit from getting that first Q on target. That auto attack resets. Is there going to be anything coming behind it? No. The 3 grubs helping. Look, game 1 from Xiaohu was pretty bad. It wasn't great. Game 2 and 3, though, he has been very good. I think the Annie winning lane versus the Orianna in this game, completely butchering Renard individually. Jedda's coming down now. They really want to index in on this, despite not having the Lissandra ultimate. Is going to go forwards. The W lands. That is a dead Zahen. Good combo up again. Breathe flashes, but all it will do is buy the ult out of Jet. Summon off ult. Waybo will take that. Breathe goes down.
Very nicely done. And again, this is the danger of this combo. We've not seen it in a hot minute, but Vi CC plus Lissandra CC with both able to dive a long way forwards. Very, very potent. And I can see if the Ahri is banned, Lissandra can kind of do a similar trick following the Vi.
absolutely can do. I mean, Vi Lissandra was a combo for a little while. Very good into champions like LeBlanc, like Ahri, like Silas, these hyper-mobile champions that survive because of that mobility. So now slight gold lead to Waybo because of that side lane advantage and the individual advantage gained by Xiao, who does get that Rocket Belt. I don't know whether the Rocket Belt applies Blackfire Torch. If it does, that's actually a crazy combo because it's very good at applying those bolts onto multiple people. Might be able to get that multi-man hit to increase your AP based on the amount of targets which are burning already. Renard will get the Crystallize on top side, get himself some gold back, and Renard's gone for the Blackfire Torch too. Interesting on LeBlanc. Haven't seen that one before.
It does allow you to potentially play for kind of sort of slower burn rather than necessarily play for the burst. So I can sort of see if you're looking for Sigil of Malice poke. There's some value in that. A bit of CDR is no bad thing either, which I believe Blackfire Torch comes with. I'm trying to remind myself of the.
I mean, they all come, yeah, I mean, they all come through the cooldown reduction, right? The thing about the Blackfire Torch is that it gives you the % AP increase on the amount of people who are burning already. I think that. Well, look, Malignus is only ult reliant, so I can understand not going for that one. I suppose you just think, look, you're against the Zarhen on a Skarner. But then again, I think Malignus is pretty good versus the Skarner too, especially his soul AP. The actual burst is pretty damn good. Anyway, Dragon's in less than a minute. I guess we'll see what these items do in general. Renard does have the upgraded Merc Treads, which do help him a fair amount.
Both AD carries trading there. The Cultivation of Spirit is procced by Jachi, now times out. So Spirit now remains a little uncultivated, needs to get turned into vegetables once more.
Jachi has his ultimate available, so we can use that for the next
Great
fight.
Legume champion.
What?
A legume.
Why?
Because they're cultivating, you know? So they're cultivating.
Okay, I get it. I also kind of get why that means, like, for those of you who've ever read the web novel Beware of Chicken, it's a cultivator who doesn't cultivate martial arts, is cultivating vegetables. He becomes a farmer. That actually makes more sense now. I never actually got that until now. Anyway, Dragon is alive. Should probably talk about some of the other
wildlife. Your talent, a farmer, really?
We were this close to Dragon Soul. This close. We stand amongst my objective, not yours.
Yes. They need deep foliated calcite to fund the Elder Dragon, Alex.
Oh god. Anyway, Dragon's going to the start of IG, no contest from Waybo. They're pushing him with Xiao on the side lane. He's been doing very well on the side lane. He very far up on Renard, who's got the ignite, not the teleport, so would prefer to be at the place where the plays are happening. Can't teleport across the map to them. Blue buff stolen away, so we're getting some extra external kind of bonuses here. Teleport coming from the Zarhen, they want this.
Wow, did manage to get through that tidal wave well enough. The TP is indeed coming. JJ and Xiaohu now in potential danger. Vault Breaker away, but remember Xiaohu without the glacial path in danger has to flash under his own turret.
Yeah, so we get Hung using the heal, Xiao using the flash, teleport away from the dying bot turret of Breathe. So that is a win for Waybo, I think, although the help going to mid lane helps. Where's that teleport coming from? That'll be from the Lissandra. Wei does get hit by the bubble on the way out. Doesn't really change that much, though. Waybo are 2k up, and I have to say, Xiao, who has been
very good.
The measure of their success. He played poorly in game 1. Felt like that really was him and Bo, but basically it was only JJ and Elky played well in game 1. Everyone else was struggling. Game 2 and 3 felt like it has been kind of carried by JJ and Xiaohu. The both of them playing very well on the Annie Jarvan and now on the Vi Lissandra. Both of them, of course, we know the peaks of both these players. Haven't necessarily hit them for a little while, but still worth calling them out. Renard not even close to his set. Well, he is close to his second item, but he's a large way. Right, is it deep extracted foliated calcite? That's the whole thing.
Sorry, foliated, I think.
Anyway, I'm not going to lie, that you stuck my brain on that, Sam.
You're welcome.
I've done. Jachi, at the 2.5 items, does have the Lulu behind him. I think this game might come down to Wei finding a pick and then Jachi managing to clean up with the Lulu. Problem is, because Renard's so far behind, and I don't think Breeze's doing that well either, it reduces IG down to a single threat. When you're a single threat versus the Vi Lissandra, they just click your buttons on you and you die. So I think Waybo are at the advantage, both in terms of the gold and just strategically speaking now, because where that gold has been denied on the side of IG. The LeBlanc's not going to be a threat. Zarhen might be, but he doesn't have the second item. Slowed down his build with the Bramble Vest as well. We have seen that a fair amount as the Renekton matchup, but it's not a great situation for IG, who realistically should have finished the series 2-0. The Nexus push was bad. Bubble onto Renekton. No, Renekton, the other one, Skarner. What did I think that? Kaiju Battle, it's all the same to me, really. Bramble Vest helping out a little bit in the trade, but not enough. Sucker taking a slight win there, does have the level up. They start onto the Baron. No, doesn't look like it. They're just wandering across the map, protecting their turrets. IG yet to get a turret. Waybo taking all 3 outers. Actually taking the red buff on bot side. IG not having a single outer turret. That could really come back to bite them. They used that Herald already. They slammed it into the mid turret. It wasn't a Battle Herald. They did use it on the mid lane turret. It's low, and if they get a single hit onto it now with the Crystal Overgrowth, they will kill it. But when are they actually going to get access to that? That's not going to be easy for them to reach. Second item for Renard does get that Void Staff in. So he has that. It's a bit of a budget build, you know. It is very much of a budget build. Fog of War maintained by Waybo here. Xiaohu, ooh, and I think actually JJ spotted in there because the way that the rock impacted in the Fog of War. I think Waybo is so much more powerful. I feel like the Corki's more powerful right now too.
Yeah.
Even though the Yunara is really strong, I think that the Corki's better at these short-term bursts, very much helping in the win condition for Waybo.
And you can see where the advantage is coming from there, just statistically. Not LeBlanc, Lissandra, other Le champion, proving pretty annoying. Stride Breaker for Zucker as well, if you've not talked about that, just to deal with some of the mobility. You can actually threaten that LeBlanc quite heavily. She distorts, tries to go back, still slowed. One of those trickier ones. Ironically, she's better at dealing with CC than she is with slows sometimes. This is true with a lot of our dash champions.
You can actually see there that Xiaohu lost out in the individual trade versus Renard. That's because of the Merc Treads versus the Pen Boots from Xiaohu. Xiaohu will be hurting a little bit from the poke of the LeBlanc, despite having some HP from the Proto Belt, because on the other side, you trade skill for skill. If it's just the one skill and the Merc Treads, the upgraded ones, the Chain-Laced Crushers, will actually deny a lot of the poke in the short trades.
Indeed. Looking to build towards what I suspect will be either the Hex Optics or the LDI here from Jachi. Eyes on that one. Both feel pretty good on the Yunari. Gets stunned under the turret here, though. Fails the Rocket Belt back, and now Mako's here. Oh, Xiaohu! That's unfortunate. Wild Growth ensures that the 1v1 becomes the 1v2.
We were just saying that these individual trades between the Lissandra and the LeBlanc were getting actually a bit spooky for the Lissandra, despite the lead. I think not having the Merc Treads for that matchup really hurt him. He was trying to be a higher agency Lissandra, having more damage. Gets caught out by Renard, kind of baiting out the W, baiting out the ult. Nymaera would be there first. Great play from mid support from IG.
That playoff, of course, 25 odd seconds until the next dragon. That would be sole point for the side of I. Just look at this replay again.
Yeah, so watch this, right? Because he knows that Xiaohu's looking for the kill. Realizes that he's probably going to W forwards, jumps forwards again. He has the Merc Tread so he can shrug off some of this CC, and then gets the chain down and realizes Mako's behind him. The Vi's not going to be there in time. Great mind games for the individual trade from Renard onto Xiaohu.
It's always going to be that Snow Day Lulu as well here. It's Mako's favorite version of the skin. Gets himself to a fantastic position here. Arden Center plus the Mikhails plus a Dreamcatcher. Just very, very helpful with all the shields, heals, and general amplification he's providing to the team. Dragon is up and being started by Waybo, so second dragon will go to them. But that's the first turret for IG now just picked up.
And we were saying how the lack of turrets really hurting IG. You get one of them, giving them a bit more inroads onto the map. There's Serpent's Fang for Elk, so he's going to be denying some of the Lulu shielding. It's an important moment, important item to bring up there. No crit on the Corki, but does have a good amount of ability to get through the Skarner and the Lulu shields.
Oh, hang on. Hung is in danger. He's forced to jump away as Jachi went looking for him. Still got the flash, still got the barrier, still got the wild growth. Has to flash away, but in goes Xiaohu! Flash for the flash. Frost gets a lot of damage down there with that Ring of Frost. Apologies, need to get that name correct. As the death still comes on forwards, and they manage to bring down, at the very least, that Yunara.
That's why he went for those boots. He wants the one-shot potential onto the squishies of that bot lane. Jachi finds an angle onto Hung, but goes too far forwards. Punished there. Zion's not even teleporting to the Baron. He's teleporting bot side, trying to get another turret. Waybo through the roam from Xiaohu will end up getting themselves the Baron. They are going to lose 2 out of the turrets for this, though. It is worth noting. So IG, despite losing 1, they're going to get more map control than they had before, because Waybo clump up around the Baron. This should be 2 turrets taken quite quickly. So I suppose, weirdly, IG don't feel that bad about that.
It's rough. It depends how much you get done with the Baron, I guess is the grand question of it, because you're going to see here in a second. Felt like they had control. The wards aren't bad here.
Yes and no, but just getting those 2 out of turrets after you just got the top lane too. We were just saying that, look, the map plays really hard when you don't have any turrets down. It's a great play from Xiao, who does get into position very, very quickly. Gets across the map. Protobelt flash, gets right in there with the Ring of Frost and the combination after with the Frozen Tomb. But, you know, you just got all 3 out of turrets in a minute. That's really good from IG. As long as you're saying, you know, as you're saying, if the Baron buff doesn't do a crazy amount, I think IG are in a better position on the map sense.
1,000 gold lead. Tier 2 still up and available here to be claimed by Waybo. Xiaohu has died a few times, but has made a lot of plays as well. Still up about 1,000 gold. So having a relatively solid game in that regard, for all he's been picked off once or twice more than I think they would have liked. Look at this tier 2 bot lane with all those minions with them. To pick up a few crystallized procs here. That's at least 3 plates, I think. Indeed, it will be.
Bree's not happy here either. Elk strong on the 3 items, especially with the Nami behind him. Elk, honestly, not a bad series from him today in terms of individuality. we feel like he's been the better part of the duo, as you've might be able to tell there, despite Hung having a good couple of bubbles there. It felt like Elk has been better part of the duo. Tower's going to go down here, so that's going to be one inner turret down in the top lane. Baron power play is going to be, it's not too bad. 2,000 gold there. See if IG can survive the last minute of it and then play around the fact that they do actually have some map control now.
Renard hops over the wall. Should get a decent ethereal change. That's half of the Renekton's health bar. Not forced to dominance for anything yet, but still, decent chunk. Make no mistake about it.
See that JJ was potentially predicting a hop over the wall from either the Yunara or the LeBlanc to try and shut down Zucker again. He's not had a bad game 2 and 3 himself, actually. His game 1 was poor, but game 2 and 3...
better, yeah.
Been better. Renard hopping along towards the bot lane now. Look, to be honest, the Baron power play of 1,000, I actually don't think it's that worth... Look, I think actually, this is going to sound weird, I think even though they're down in gold, I actually think that play ended up being better for IG because they've opened up in a map in the way that they couldn't before.
Yeah, and they did do those turrets, and it was really limiting what they could do on the map.
Yeah, being 3 turrets to 1 before that, 3 turrets to none not too long before that too, was really making them struggle to get out onto the map. Now they have at least the ability to start putting wards down and contest that. Not that it's safe to do so all the time. You push too far into Alessandra, Vi, you will die. They are very good at punishing you with that. Like right here, Xiaohu, level 16. Does have 3.5 items. Very, very strong on the Lissandra. Renard needs to be very respectful of that, especially with Vi on the same side of the map.
Yeah, I think if you hop forwards here, Renard, you will get CC chained into the Vi ult, so just be careful. There's the Glacial Path. Nice crystallize into escape angle there. I see you, Xiaohu.
Hey, Pillow, we saw that there were some Zeri changes. We really want to get your opinions on that at some point. Or you might have already talked about the Discord. Haven't checked so far. By the way, folks, if you do want to be part of our community, outside of game days as well, come hop into our Discord. It's linked on the stream. I'll put it in chat at some point as well. We'd love to welcome you into the community. A minute till Dragon, be third for either team, so it's not pressing in terms of soul. But then again, it's a chance to fight Sam. Waybo do have the vision advantage. They're likely to have better setup for that. See if IG actually choose to give battle.
Yeah, that will be the question. I agree. Infinity Edge not quite done for Elk. That would be a fairly significant break point. Doesn't actually have any crit right now, really, so it would just be Infinity Edge raw dogging. But there you go. No additional. So it's a BF sort of this.
Hey, if he gets that single crit, it's gonna go pretty hard, to be honest.
I agree. I feel like maybe the LDR into the Infinity Edge is the more stable build.
Renard, hang on, JJ goes, hang on, Shashu really wants to get something. Good body blocking by Wave, though. Not too bad. Hang on, the Zaryan's just teleported straight into mid lane. Not great from Breathe. Has to lose the ultimate.
Does survive, though, and IG are now the ones in control of the river. JJ, Xiaohu looking, Wave, potentially in danger. Jachi could potentially be low. They get the wild card, Bison Tide, the Impale is good, but both junglers looking pretty low. Good shield there from Wave, driving through the wall, he's escaping. Ring of Frost onto Jachi, Vault Breaker, cease and desist. JJ helps Elk claim the Yunara.
The Vi Lissandra is so good at turning off the one threat on IG. It's a bad teleport from Breathe. Renard doesn't do enough DPS. There really is just the Yunara as a threat. If Jachi can't do everything, then they can't really fight. And to be honest, Sam, he got really, really close. IG, not a bad fight from them. Wade held the front line very, very well as a soul tank. Brought up the wild growth from Mako, yes. But that Yunara, definitely not safe as the soul threat.
At force bot side, sole point for Waybo Gaming. A fantastic spot again. Let's have a look at this replay. It starts with Way getting caught and then just about escaping, and then the real target becomes Jachi just after.
Yeah, but Breed's not there. Renard has to W out. The only damage is the Yunara. Like, everyone else is struggling. We did say, look, IG, they're typically a very good team fighting team. It's not been fantastic here, though. Jachi knows he has to do the damage. But Renard and Breathe, not a great game from them. Both of them struggling on individual levels. There's a good individual dive from Renard very early on, but then died very easily to Xiaohu on the return to lane. That shut down a lot of his impact. And Breathe, to be honest, has just not really been able to do much individually. Been held to account by both solo laners. How do you draft yourself into having one tank and one threat? Well, there should have been more than one threat. The Zaryan should have been fine. The LeBlanc, especially with the early lane, should have also been okay too, despite the fact that she was counted in draft. The problem is just that solo laners fell behind more than we expected them, especially after that early game from Renard. He kind of threw himself into the abyss.
Bit unfortunate as well. Now Way's going to be driving on forwards. Does not impact onto anything but a bubble. So has to back away. And again, Skarner at this point in the game is subjectively tanky. Zucker now looking for the flank angle.
Breathe is warding it off, so he'll be able to battle ward that one. Okay, so does this go any differently if Breathe can actually get into the back and get some damage down? He has Flash. Doesn't have a GA yet. He'd love to have that one. Of course, Zerka's looking to do the same thing. Breathe doesn't catch him with the W. Really fighting over this poke battle. Both teams kind of lining up for the damage to be done.
A little bit of damage there to Xiao, who's on about 3,000 HP at this point. So Lissandra getting to the point where she's tanky enough to just get into a play.
Smite won by JJ there. Gets the red buff. Drive through the wall.
Ooh, didn't quite land to the JJ, but that potentially starts off the fight elsewhere. Good grim deliverance to buy some time, but there's no passive. And that means a very dead Zahen. Xiao goes invulnerable, frozen tombs himself. Good CC afterwards. Has to now go golden in truth with the Zhonya's, the Arc of Ruin. Gets damaged, but no kill. Will not go back over the wall there with the Glacial Path.
JJ hops back over, so it ends up being a 1-for-none Breathe. Continuing to have a hard time. As he said, didn't have the passive. There was no GA. Dies for free. And also what we saw there was Jachi trying to like step behind a little bit behind his other members, so he didn't get hit by some of that poke, but the splash damage from the Corki ended up catching him. Of course, the Infinity Edge now in for that double teleport in. They get anything from the Xiao, who doesn't have ult, does have Zhonya's.
Get some damage back onto him. The Mikhail's very low, haven't quite got the kill though, and Jachi now needs to back away. Surely falls and does. Now Renard is in danger as well, and unfortunately, he goes down. The regard sent that time by Elk.
Renard does kill Elk, but it's not really worth it. Well, I suppose the 1,000 gold shutdown is something. Waybo played so well around their top side, despite the fact that they had a lot of deaths in bot lane early. Hung mispositioning, getting caught out a lot. Waybo on the top side of the map have shut down all the other threats. Renard and Breathe have just simply not pulled their weight in this game 3. But it's so hard for them to play as a full 5-man unit. Waybo have grouped up, and they've caused so many issues with that Vi Lissandra combo right there. They obviously tried to get onto the Lissandra, survived long enough, still had the Zhonya's, of course, by the time the CC had worn out. And now we have Dragon in a minute and a half, another Baron to the side of Waybo. They try and jump onto him. Polymorph lands, very nearly one-shot. Can't quite get onto him, though. No ultimate from Jachi. I think that was used in the play before. Wasn't off cooldown. And then sadly, Zuka gets around. I understand them looking for the bush bait. If they do actually kill Xiaohu in that, it does make a big difference. Can't quite get there. Renard not in position either. At the start of that play, IG failed the bush bait.
Shout out to Hung there, who flashed for the Mikhails to give Xiaohu the poly removal to get the Zhonya's off. Otherwise, he's dead there.
Huge stuff. Huge stuff. We were just saying that Hung has been struggling, but hey, he's had 1 or 2 big plays. That bubble in bot lane earlier, which saved that 3v3. That one there, which saved Xiaohu's life. Of course, there's a low percentage play from IG, but feels like that's all they're afforded right now. Minute till Dragon. Can they do anything in the 5v5? Not many summoners up for this one, it's worth noting, but there is a GA for JJ, which is a problem for IG.
No Zhonya's quite yet for Xiaohu either. Zuka goes in as immediately polymorph. That's not fantastic. Driven into a wall and he's dead.
Too much CC, not enough follow-up. Wei loses a lot of HP. Maybe Xiaohu looks for a play beyond this as the W land. It does, but the E should still be able to be taken. It is reactivated. So 4v5 at the Dragon now spawning in 20 seconds. Waybo could give this one up. Remember, they still have their Baron buff as well. There's still a lot of damage on Waybo. Let's see if they can turn around with Lissandra ultimate.
There we go, on to Jachi. Gets out of range for a second or two. The wild growth, but the Impale is wide. Oh, wait, that's not good as Renard goes in, but it's on top of the damage of the ult. So just gets burned alive, or I suppose frozen. Trying to play this one out. Got the passive finally as Breathe, but he's in a 1v3, it feels like, as Mako goes down. Will get the passive, but it's going to be immediately surrounded. Aqua Prison, do not pass go, do not pick up 350 gold.
JJ is on a tear, setting up so much for success. He finds Jachi out again, who'd stepped just far forward enough for them to follow up that time. Waybo will win the series. It should have been a 2-0 to IG. They greeted on the Nexus. Waybo will give themselves their first victory of LPL Split 226 and send IG to their first loss of the same split.
Waybo, consistently inconsistent to the last. It takes them to a Nexus 2 hits from death to come online, but when they do, they somehow, someway, find a way to perplex us all. A great game 3 gets them a scrappy but clutch win.
Waybo walk away, our victors of the second series. Should I have expected this? No, but really, should I have expected this? Probably yes. Something. Look, IG and Waybo, neither of these teams are ones which give you consistent performances. They're ones which will keep you guessing. Waybo, they have had this upper level. To be honest, I still think that they showed a lot of their flaws here. I think that Mako was by far the better support, but I think the rest of the team, beyond that point, I mean, game 1 was just all IG all day. Then beyond that, you know, look into game 2 and game 3, felt like, well, to be honest, even game 2, it was honestly IG quite far ahead of the curve. Being very honest today, I've realized that's been my phrase of today. But Waybo, they clutch it out, and credit to them. They found the victory which was presented to them. They find that road to success.
Do indeed. And again, people like Mako still had solid games. And again, you sort of look at your neighbour and you go, great early stage. And then you caught a few times. And then we just look at IG and their oversteps. The moment the window's back into games with Waybo have always been fantastic at picking up. Their average level of play, inconsistent to say the least. Yeah. But you will never, ever accuse them of not making plays, of not looking and executing on windows that they are presented to.
Appreciate the resub, by the way. Ziggy Tiger Cub. We actually have a dog called Ziggy as well.
Appreciate that.
She's a Cavachon. She's wonderful. She's great.
Sure,
okay,
she
folks.
Be a tiger. Yeah, she's got the arrogance for it.
Yeah, she does. Very regal is our Ziggy. Well, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for joining us. That's going to be the end of our stream today. I'm gonna wait around for a little bit. We'll give some of the the post-game stuff, and then I'm gonna go on to play Replaced. It's a single-player RPG game, so stick around on Twitch if you're there. If you're on YouTube, the show will end after this, though. Don't you worry. But on Twitch, we'll stick around for a little bit more, and we'll start playing some of that game too. It's been really, really fun. I played about 5 games, but
and then
5 hours of it.
If you guys want to tune in at 8 p.m. CEST, I will be. It might be 9 CEST, but either way, 8 UK time. I will be casting some Marvel Rivals for a few hours, which should be a really good time. So I will see you all in there for some Marvel Rivals casting. First proper Marvel Rivals gig should be a good one with Engage. Should be some really cool names. That'll be on the Engage channel, and that's INGAGE. That should be the one to do it. I believe that's the Twitch channel, though I have to say I've not cast on it before. And that is the tag they tend to use for everything. So I'm going to make a solid
cool
assumption.
Okay, we'll hope that's there. Okay, well, we're going to stick around for a little bit longer, and then, like I said, I'll go to that. I'm going to get myself another drink.
Do you want me to do that for you?
Yeah, that's okay. I'm gonna. Oh shit! Wrong one. It's that one. My bad. I just put it onto the wrong one. It's all good. We're good now. Everything's fine here. Everything's fine. Thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah. If you wouldn't mind, can you just dump that and refill that? If that's okay. Can I also get a coffee if that's fine?
You absolutely can. Do you want another cup of tea?
Cup of tea, actually, if that's okay.
I had a feeling that might be the vibe. Right.
I felt like too many today, but yeah.
I'll make a pot.
Appreciate it.
Any flavour requests?
Some caffeinated. Maybe milk oolong, actually. Yeah, really like the oolong. Oh, oolong's good. I like oolong a lot.
As opposed to oolong.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is an oolong.
An oolong, wow. No, that's an oblong, Sam. You're thinking of an oblong.
But it's a short O. It's a short oo.
L gets 400 total victories in the LPL. Man, IG lose that.
Ooh, it's an oolong tea, so it's an O short.
What?
As opposed to an oolong or an
O short. I get it.
I am a genius. Why will you? Come on, guys.
Sam. We're really graced by your presence. Damn. Appreciate everyone. But yeah, we'll stick around for this, and then we'll get ready for some Replaced after. Ooh short, exactly, ooh short. Actually, maybe I'll switch over to it now. 1 second, folks. I'm gonna make sure that this camera is on the right lens again. Who had the most damage? Well, Xiao had a ton of damage there, in fairness to him. Dude, Breathe and Renard really didn't. Well, Renard got counted, but then he made his own mistakes in game, right? Was it gonna be? So I realized that I don't have PB client downloaded on this PC anymore. I deleted its save space, so I can't do the static shift testing, sadly. I might do it later after stream. Actually, at least I don't think I have it anyway. Oh, thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. I hope people appreciate my Silas meme, by the way. Wait, let me see it. Sam, did you see my Silas meme?
No.
Let me show. I'll show you my Silas meme. Show you this. Our Silas for our ultimate AP ratio. Anyway, I found that funny. Okay, folks, if you're on YouTube, the show will end here. If you're on anywhere else, I'll find. If you're on Twitch, we'll carry on and we'll start playing some Replaced. All right, folks. See you.